Yifeng didn't stay at the entrance of the dragon-killing formation for too long, and soon came to an extremely quiet and dark space. 2, 3, W, X. There is nothing in this dark space, and it looks extremely calm, but there is an extremely dangerous taste in the calm. Suddenly, a terrifying force struck from Yifeng's left side, as if it wanted to envelop him in it and tear his entire body into pieces. It turned out to be the power of chaos. Yifeng was shocked, and immediately turned around and swung out a sword aura. This sword aura contained the power to annihilate the sword technique, and with just one strike, it chopped the terrifying chaos power into pieces. It turned out to be the power of chaos. In this dragon lore formation, it was the power of chaos that threatened the cultivators. No wonder, all the immortal emperors who entered this killing formation and wanted to achieve the reputation of defying the sky were not able to leave alive, and even some immortal cultivators who defied the sky stepped into this killing formation and were not able to leave. You must know that the power of chaos is the most original power in this world. Even those cultivating immortals against the sky who have participated in the covenant against the sky will find it difficult to comprehend the power of chaos. And in this ancient killing formation, the power of chaos was used to attack the intruding immortal cultivator, which shows its terrifying power. I'm looking forward to it more and more. What kind of chaos treasure will appear after breaking through this killing formation? Yifeng thought in his heart, his eyes glowed. For him now, the more challenging things are, the more interested he is in doing them. This ancient dragon lore formation that no one has ever entered before, even the entire monster dragon family was buried in it. Yifeng wants to see how dangerous it is. When he annihilated the first wave of destructive chaos power with a single sword, then waves of chaos power attacked him. The directions and angles in which these forces appear are chaotic and irregular. Not long after, Yifeng could only rely on the comprehended power of time to slow down the attacks of these forces of chaos, otherwise he would not be able to keep up with the attacks of these forces of chaos. In such a stormy chaotic bombardment, once Yifeng lost his defense, his soul would be scattered, and he would become another person who entered this killing formation and failed to get out alive. Fortunately, Yifeng's comprehension of the power of chaos has reached the third level of the power of chaos, and he still has enough strength to deal with the attacks of the first level of the power of chaos. However, soon, the power of chaos attacking from around became the second level of power of chaos. The situation doesn't seem to be very good. Could it be that if you want to pass through this ancient killing formation, you must go through the bombardment of 9 levels of chaos? Yifeng frowned slightly, but then relaxed his brows. He soon discovered that although the second level of chaos power came, the speed of the attack was slower than before, allowing him enough time to resist. The most important thing is that Yifeng was able to comprehend the power of chaos at a deeper level during the wave after wave of attacks by the power of chaos. In this ancient killing formation, Yifeng unexpectedly entered the state of epiphany that ordinary cultivators dream of. Having an epiphany in such a dangerous situation, it can be seen how terrifying Yifeng's talent is. Originally, his talent was far beyond that of an ordinary immortal cultivator, and then he awakened the destiny of the immortal root, and not long ago, he swallowed the oracle gem, which raised his talent to an extremely terrifying situation. Just as he was dealing with the invasion of the power of chaos, he actually had a deeper understanding of the power of chaos at the same time. If this is spread, it will definitely shock people on the spot. Go ahead. Yifeng suddenly became arrogant, his eyes shone brightly, and the power of time was released one after another. He had to rely on the power of time to slow down the attack time of the surrounding forces of chaos, otherwise, even he might not be able to pass through this killing array alive. Maintaining the deceleration space around him like this consumes a lot of Jinqi in Yifeng's body. Fortunately, he has stepped into the realm of becoming a fairy, and the Jinqi in his body is endlessly recurring. Not only that, but during this process, Yifeng also discovered that in the process of consuming the true energy in his body, he actually began to incorporate a trace of the power of chaos. True Qi, transformed into chaos Qi? Yifeng thought in his heart, but this didn't make him too concerned. The most important thing for him now is to pass through this extremely dangerous ancient dragon lore array. The third power of chaos. Yifeng continued to comprehend the power of chaos, while resisting the killing power of chaos from the killing array. After a long period of time, finally the third level of power of chaos began to attack. These chaotic powers are either condensed into sword energy, or condensed into sword light, or condensed into spear shadows. They have different shapes, speeds and attack angles, and there are also chaotic powers condensed directly beside Yifeng. With all his strength, he launched a surprise attack on Yifeng. Against the third level of chaos power, Yifeng could barely resist it. But at this moment, Yifeng's comprehension, speed of the power of chaos has more than doubled. Although the attacks and killings by the forces of chaos around him posed an incomparable threat to him, it also made him understand more about the forces of chaos. Chaos is the origin of everything, the source of all things. Taiqingshan, Yuqingshan, Shangqingshan, and Xiaqingshan all originated from chaos, but in this era, the original Taiqingshan was destroyed for some reason. The powerful cultivators of Yuqing Tian in the fairy world and the upper and lower Qing Tian are always pursuing the strongest power, and this strongest power is rooted in Taiqingshan. Returning to the Taiqing heaven is the ultimate fate of the cultivators. However, it is definitely not a simple matter to return to Taiqingshan. It is the most basic condition to cultivate talent to reach the sky-defying, otherwise you are not eligible to participate in the heaven-defying covenant. While Yifeng was thinking in his heart, he felt the awe-inspiring killing atmosphere of chaos all around. Finally, at a moment not long after, Yifeng had an epiphany for a long time, and finally comprehended the power of chaos to the fourth level. In this way, it became much easier for him to resist the attack and kill of the third level of chaos power. With a random sword, he could shatter the incoming chaos power. Can resist the spear shadow formed by the power of chaos. This ancient killing formation is not only a test for those who break into the killing formation, but also an excellent place to comprehend the power of chaos. Yifeng felt that the speed of comprehending the power of chaos here was many times faster than that in Chaos Sword Immortal Star. However, even so, it seems difficult for him to quickly comprehend the 10th level of the power of chaos, or even the law of chaos. I don't know how powerful the power of chaos will be dispatched in this killing formation to deal with those who broke through the formation. However, Yifeng now has no chance to back down. No matter how dangerous the front is, he can only keep moving forward. The fourth level of chaotic power, followed by an overwhelming attack. The infinite impact of the power of chaos made Yifeng's comprehension of the power of chaos faster and faster. As the fourth level of chaos power continued to attack and kill, Yifeng's understanding of chaos power became more and more profound, until the fifth level of chaos power came. It's so stressful. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. When the fifth level of chaos power attacked, it was very difficult for him to defeat the resistance with the fourth level of chaos power that he had comprehended. Whether it was the light of the sword, or the shadow of the spear, Yifeng could no longer resist it with a random sword strike. Only by using the annihilation sword technique in a targeted manner and thinking quickly in his mind, can he resist the impact of the fifth level of chaos power. Although it was difficult, he still persevered in the end. The fifth level of chaotic power impact lasted for an unknown amount of time. If Yifeng hadn't stepped into the realm of becoming a fairy, the true energy in his body was endlessly flowing, and he would have died of exhaustion long ago. From this point of view, Yifeng really has to thank the Killing Dust Sword Sex Kill Ming Jianzi and others for sending him so many treasures such as natural materials and earth treasures and rule fragments. While Yifeng's comprehension of the power of chaos was rapidly deepening, the true energy in his body also began to transform into chaos energy at an extremely slow speed. Primal Chaos Qi is clearly a level higher than true Qi. Even from this trace of chaotic air, Yi Feng felt a feeling of the birth of the universe. Chaos is the origin of all things. When the chaotic air was born in his body, a universe was born. If the true energy in my body is completely transformed into the energy of chaos, I am afraid that my body will form a world by itself, and I will be the creator god of this world. Yi Feng's heart trembled. This self-contained world is obviously different from the small worlds created by immortals, such as the Kueishui demon world, but a truly big world, similar to Yu Qing Tian and Xia Qing Tian. Ordinary fairy kings or fairy emperors may be able to create different small worlds such as the Kueishui demon world, the moon world, and the royal world, but it is impossible to create a world like Xia Qing Tian. Only by transforming the true Qi in the body into the chaotic Qi, can it be possible to create a world at the level of the lower clear sky and the upper clear sky. And now there is such a trend in Yi Feng's body. It's a pity that the process of transforming the true energy in his body didn't last too long, because the attack of the ancient dragon Laura Ray was completely over when the 5th level of chaotic power ended. The invasion of the 5 levels of chaotic power is already very difficult for all immortal cultivators. Even if the most powerful Yu Qing Tian came to this ancient killing formation, it would be difficult for him to pass like Yi Feng. I thought it would be the 10th level of the power of chaos, and even the attack of the law of chaos. Fortunately, there was no attack, otherwise I would not be sure of winning. Yi Feng's heartbeat accelerated a little. The danger of this ancient killing formation was almost close to the limit he could handle. If it lasted longer, Yi Feng would not be able to resist the invasion of stronger chaos force. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng came to a chaotic shard of Taiqingshan just like before, and the power of chaos in this space quickly condensed together, forming a spot of light in an instant. Heart of Chaos. These 4 words came to Yi Feng's mind, making him frown slightly. Heart of Chaos, what is this? The chaos treasures he obtained before are the chaos ball that can control the enemy, the chaos spear that can condense power to a single point and bombard a single enemy, and the chaos hourglass that can turn back time. However, what effect can this chaotic heart have? In any case, the difficulty of this ancient dragon killing formation is higher than the previous 3 killing formations, and the effect of this chaos heart will definitely not be worse than the other 3 chaos supreme treasures. As Yi Feng took the heart of chaos into his pocket, the entire space began to collapse again, and Yi Feng's figure reappeared outside the ancient killing formation. The dragon killing formation began to disintegrate, and the power of the infinite monster dragons that had been gathered in this killing formation was finally released, spreading into the mid-air, and even filling the entire space. Liuguang Xianfan, let me cross the space and go to the clear sky. Yi Feng didn't hesitate at all. When he appeared from the ancient killing formation, he immediately released the flowing light immortal sail, and fed the treasures of heaven and earth that could improve his cultivation level by 2,000 years to the 7-headed monsters of Qinglong. The 7 monsters understood Yi Feng's meaning, and finally began to jointly release the power of the law of void and the law of time, and the power of the double law burst out. The reason why Yi Feng was so urgent was because he remembered that before he entered the ancient dragon lore formation, many people in the sanctuary Tianzhou were besieging him. Now that he came out of the ancient killing formation, he certainly wouldn't stay for long. His trace was soon discovered by others, but since no one saw him enter the ancient killing formation, after this period of time, only a few people from those sects stayed nearby to watch. At this moment, even if the few remaining people saw Yi Feng appearing, they did not dare to take any action. They could only notify their respective sects of Yi Feng's appearance as quickly as possible. However, they were destined to be unable to stop Yi Feng. At the bow of the Liuguang Xianfan, a void channel containing terrifying power appeared in the space, and then the entire Liuguang Xianfan sailed into it, and quickly disappeared into the space from the bow to the stern. Where did he go? Many people looked at each other in blank dismay, feeling the strong fluctuation of the void law, and couldn't help guessing. Could this kid have crossed the range of Shang Qingshan? Is it time to clear the sky? Or did he go to Yuqing Tian in the immortal realm? Nobody knows. Even in Xiaqing Tian, there are countless small worlds in total. Even if they chased Xiaqing Tian, it would be difficult to find Yifeng's trace. If Yifeng had arrived at Yuqing Tian in the immortal realm, then it would be even more impossible for them to catch up. What should we do now? I am afraid that we can only make a decision when the powerful immortal sovereigns from the major sects arrive. Yifeng, on the other hand, traveled through the void, rode the flowing light immortal sail, and finally returned to the long-lost Xiaqing Tian. The goal he set was the Yueyuan world where Emperor Zhenyue lived. Although he really wanted to go back to the earth or the world of cultivating immortals, he definitely had to bring Yueyuan with him first. He knew that Yueyuan returned to Xia Qingshan one step earlier than him, so he chose to go to Yueyuan world to pick her up. When the flowing light immortal sail descended to the clear sky and appeared in the world of Yueyuan, the flames of war filled Yifeng's eyes. The whole world around the moon is actually in the flames of war, with mourners everywhere and floating corpses everywhere. What happened? Yifeng sat on the Liuguang Xian fan and stood at the bow. Before he could recover from the excitement of returning to Xia Qingshan, he was startled by the ruins in front of him. When Yifeng returned to Yueyuan world, the first thing he saw was the ruins that had been burned by the flames of war. The entire Yueyuan world seemed to be in a state of war. Which world is it that launched a war against the Yueyuan world? Where is Yueyuan now? Yifeng frowned slightly, and quickly spread his spiritual thoughts away. Soon, he felt a familiar aura attracting him from the east. It seemed to be the aura of the immortal King Divine Cauldron in Yueyuan's body. The Immortal King's Divine Cauldron is an extremely high-grade super god-level magic weapon that has produced self-awareness. Yifeng will remember the aura of it once he feels it. As long as they are in the same world, Yifeng can feel their location no matter how far apart they are. Walk. Yifeng put away the flowing light fairy sail. After all, after returning to Xiaqing Tian, his desire to cross the space became a matter of thought. In the upper clear sky, the space is empty, and the structure is much more stable than the lower clear sky. It is impossible for Yifeng to cross the space with the power he has comprehended. But in the clear sky, crossing space is extremely easy. With a thought in Yifeng's mind, his figure flickered, and he went to the direction of the immortal King Divine Cauldron he felt. When the scene around him suddenly changed, the scene that appeared next to him again was similar to what he had imagined in his heart. As expected, the Yueyuan world was caught in the flames of war, and at this moment, the entire Yueyuan world was almost destroyed. Most of the immortal cultivators in the Yueyuan world had already fled to other places. Only the Emperor Zhenyue of the Yueyuan dynasty, Prince Yuqishan, and hundreds of other people are still standing here. Yueyuan is also among them, but it's a pity that the immortal King Shendang will not participate in the battle below the level of the immortal emperor, otherwise, the immediate predicament would be very easy to solve. The opponent is the Kingdom of Immortal Court, which Yifeng also has some issues with, and Yifeng knows a little about the grievances between the Kingdom of Immortal Court and Yueyuan world. It is nothing more than that in the ancient ruins, the Yueyuan world robbed a few magic weapons from the Immortal Kingdom, and this actually brought the disaster of destruction to the Yueyuan world. At this moment, Emperor Zhenyue and the only 3 remaining immortal kings in the Yueyuan world are standing in front of them, protecting the immortal cultivators of the Yueyuan dynasty behind them. Yuelong is under the protection of Emperor Zhenyue. Although she came back from the upper realm, she has only cultivated for more than 10,000 years. Confrontation is obviously impossible. And the super god-level magical treasures like the immortal King Divine Cauldron have weird tempers, just like the 10 Emperor swords. Unless they meet the immortal emperor, they will not show up to help. This is also one of the experiences of these top-quality super god-level magic weapons for those who follow them. If they need their help in everything, then how can Yifeng and Yueyuan improve? Yuelong. Brother Yuqishan, Senior Emperor. Yifeng appeared next to Yu Yuan, and immediately greeted her. With this greeting, the faces of Emperor Xingyue, Yu Yuan and Yu Qitian, who had solemn expressions on their faces, suddenly showed a look of surprise on their faces. It turned out to be Yifeng who came back. Yu Yuan was pleasantly surprised because she knew that Yifeng might have the strength to drive away those guys from the Immortal Kingdom. As for Emperor Xingyue and Yu Qitian, they finally knew that Yu Liang was not abandoned by Yifeng, otherwise they would not let Yifeng go even if they were ghosts. Don't call me the Great Emperor, look at me now, how can I still look like a great emperor? After the surprise, Emperor Xingyue shook his head miserably. He looked around and saw the immortal courtland, surrounded by a total of dozens of immortal kings, and many other powerful mechanical armor scattered in the air. He knew that Yu Yuan world was powerless now. The immortal Courtland kingdom first destroyed the Soul Realm, the Dawn world, then the Tyrant Dragon world, and finally set its sights on the Yu Yuan world. Until this moment, finally even the Yu Yuan world could not escape the murderous hands. Yu Yuan, what's going on here? Yifeng asked. Yu Yuan quickly explained the situation. It turned out that after Yifeng went to Shangqingshan and the earth became a hidden world, the Fairyland Kingdom planned a series of offensives. Because of the ancient relics, the Soul World, Dawn World, and Tyrannosaurus World, which offended the Immortal Kingdom, were destroyed one after another by the Immortal Kingdom. Even their world space was destroyed, and the entire small world began to collapse. Fortunately, Yifeng arranged a white spy named Benjamin in a second-class world called Tianjia World a long time ago. The white spy actually managed to reach a very high position in the Tianjia World. Thanks to his tip-off, the key figures in the Soul World, the Morning Light World, and the Tyrannosaurus World finally escaped from the siege. At this moment, right behind Emperor Xingyue, there are Situ Shou from Chenxi World, Ba Outyan from Balong World, Sha Xing from Soul Realm, and Sha Xing's father Ming Xing, all gathered together to resist the offensive of the Fairy Court country. It's a pity that the Immortal Court Kingdom is a powerful organization composed of the 7 major worlds, and their strength alone cannot resist the opponent's attack. Dragon Sword Realm doesn't care about this? Yifeng frowned slightly. It stands to reason that this is a big deal. Dragon Sword Realm shouldn't ignore it. It's okay, it's a pity it's useless. Yu Yuan smiled wryly. The Dragon Sword Immortal Palace in the Dragon Sword Realm is close to the top sect forces in the first-class world, but if you want to face the Immortal Kingdom, unless the Dragon Sword itself manifests into the world. And the Dragon Sword itself, it is said that since I haven't seen you since I left. Yifeng nodded when he heard the words, and thought to himself, maybe it's because the covenant against the sky is coming, so Long Jian himself has no time to pay attention to this matter. After all, the covenant against the sky is really the most important thing for Dragon Sword itself. Perhaps, when Yifeng goes to the covenant against the heavens, he may fight with the Dragon Sword itself, as well as the people from the Heavenly Court who have helped Earth twice before, Emperor Qinghua, Emperor Zhenwu, etc. This Emperor Qinghua and Emperor Zhenwu are the real emperors, not the self-appointed Emperor Xingyue who can be compared. Emperor Xingyue was at best an immortal cultivator in the realm of the Immortal King, but Emperor Qinghua and Emperor Zhenwu had definitely reached a higher level than the realm of the Immortal Emperor. That level, which Yifeng had heard by chance, was called Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor is the strongest in Yuqing Tian in the Immortal Realm. Yifeng shook his head, removing these thoughts from his mind. The most important thing for him now is to drive the Immortal Court Kingdom away from his eyes. Who is running here to die now? In the Immortal Kingdom camp, dozens of immortal cultivators in the realm of Immortal Kings surrounded Xingyue Emperor and hundreds of people, and said with disdain and contempt, "It turns out that he is a little guy who has just become an immortal, ha ha ha. Hand over all the super god-level magic weapons soon, then we will let you live, otherwise, we will kill you all." The Immortal King powerhouses of the Immortal Kingdom threatened one by one. Although they could forcefully resist and completely suppress and kill Emperor Xinyu and others, they themselves would also pay a certain price. They don't want to pay this price. If they can get all the spoils of the opponent without bloodshed, why not do it? It seems that everyone's magic weapon can't be kept. I think it's better to hand it over. Life-saving is the most important thing. Behind Emperor Xinyu, a white-haired prime minister of Yueyuan dynasty, said impatiently. Don't be stupid. If you hand over all the magic weapons to them, when they slaughter, you won't even have the ability to resist at all. Yi Feng saw clearly the plan of the people from the Immortal Court Kingdom at a glance, and said with a light smile. What are you? We, people in the realm of the Fairy King, have your part to intervene? The white-haired prime minister immediately looked at Yi Feng and snorted coldly. People in the realm of Fairy Kings don't have the right to intervene? When Yi Feng heard this, he was a little puzzled. When he went to Qing Tian, even immortal Emperor Nidian and him were polite. Unexpectedly, after returning to Xia Qing Tian, he would not even have the qualifications to talk to immortal cultivators in the realm of the Immortal King? Prime Minister Yu, this is my son-in-law, why don't you listen to what he has to say? Emperor Xinyu waved his hand, stopped the white-haired prime minister from continuing, and then glanced at Yi Feng. I haven't seen Yi Feng for many years. The current Yi Feng has finally stepped into the realm of becoming a fairy, and his progress is very fast. I don't know what happened in the upper realm. Regarding this, Yueyuan never told Emperor Xinyu, because she didn't know what to say and what not to say, so she decided to wait for Yi Feng to come back. When Prime Minister Yu heard what Emperor Xinyu said, he immediately laughed sharply. Your son-in-law, can your son-in-law do anything in this situation? Let him drive away all the people from the Immortal Kingdom. Get away? That's not enough. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. The grievances between him and the Immortal Kingdom have a long history, and now the Immortal Nation has attacked the Yueyuan world. If the Immortal Nation does not collapse, how can it be enough? Dare to go, follow me. Yi Feng didn't say anything, he could only speak with his strength. Yi Feng is not afraid even if he is facing an immortal king with a cultivation base of 100,000 years. When he participated in the martial arts competition in the eastern region, his own strength can deal with ordinary cultivators with a cultivation base of 30,000 to 40,000 years. Not to mention that now, his cultivation base is twice as high as that at that time, and he has also comprehended the power of chaos, the original power of the universe. Just in time, Yi Feng wanted to test whether he was the opponent of the immortal cultivators in the realm of the Immortal King, and the people from the realm of the Immortal Court came to his door. Facing the luxurious lineup of dozens of immortal kings in the Immortal Kingdom, Yi Feng was not afraid at all. If it was not possible, he could release Lu Guang Xianfan and feed something to the seven-headed monsters that were attacking. As soon as the Liu Guang Xianfan came out, these people in the realm of the Fairy King had no choice but to flee without any room for resistance. However, Yi Feng didn't want to bully people like this, so let's give them a chance to compete fairly. With a flash of his figure, he flew out in the direction of the Immortal Kingdom camp. Emperor Xinyu and the others were stunned when they saw this. What the hell is this kid doing? He has just stepped into the Immortal Realm, and he wants to fight against the strong in the Immortal King realm. How can this be? Emperor Xinyu flew out following Yi Feng's footsteps, without even thinking about it. No matter what, he would not let his son-in-law have any accidents. Seeing this, Yueyuan immediately followed up. Sister, brother-in-law. When Yu Qitian was worried, he could only follow closely. In these years, Yu Qitian's cultivation base has reached more than 20,000 years, but compared with the strong of the Immortal King realm, it is still not enough. Apart from them, Ba Outyan from the Tyrannosaurus world, Sha Xing from the Soul world, and Situ Shou from the Dawn world all have cultivation bases of more than 20,000 years. Seeing Yi Feng flying out to face the many fairy kings in the Immortal Courtland, the three of them looked at each other, and immediately rushed up. They have met Yi Feng and believe that Yi Feng can create miracles for them. But other than that, other people think Yi Feng is a fool. He wants to fight with a group of fairy kings just because he is in the realm of immortality? Dream it. I'll help you too. Ping Xing, the father of the killing star in the soul world, has finally stepped into the realm of the fairy king not long ago. At this moment, without hesitation, he followed closely, marching side by side with Emperor Xinyue, following Yi Feng on the left and right. You guys, come and practice your hands. Yi Feng glanced sideways at the people from the immortal court kingdom, and said, pretending to be disdainful. Court death. Immediately, 3 immortal kings from the immortal courtland rushed out. 2 of them went straight to Emperor Xinyue and Pluto to stop him, while the other one rushed straight to Yi Feng, wanting to kill this ignorant kid with one move. Kill. A burst of powerful momentum rushed over, enveloping Yi Feng in it. The absolute strength of a strong person in the immortal king realm is terrifying. For Yi Feng, it is no less than that of Duan Zhao's strong person who faced natural disasters at that time. What kind of magic will you use to attack? Yi Feng was guessing in his heart, and was ready to respond at any time. At this moment, an intuition suddenly appeared in his heart, which made her react instantly. Annihilation Sword Art. A sword light flew out horizontally, and flew towards the top of his head in an instant. The next moment, this annihilation sword light blasted a devouring black ball into the air, and that devouring black ball was exactly the immortal technique that the immortal king realm expert wanted to kill Yi Feng in one fell swoop. With the attack of the devouring black ball, the immortal king thought he could directly kill Yi Feng, but he didn't expect Yi Feng to chop his devouring black ball into pieces with a seemingly casual strike. No, not chopped up. Under the power of the annihilation sword technique, the devouring black ball was annihilated into the most primitive power of chaos, completely dissipating from the space. One sword broke the offensive of the immortal king powerhouse. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone, causing the expressions of everyone around to change. Who the hell is this kid? What kind of swordsmanship did he use? However, Yi Feng's mind is no longer on swordsmanship, but on an intuition that was born in his heart just now. The intuition just now seemed to be transmitted from the heart of chaos. Could it be that this heart of chaos has some unique function? Soon, Yi Feng knew that his guess was correct. No matter what attack the other party's immortal king realm powerhouse launches against him, the heart of chaos can see through it in advance, giving him an absolute advantage no matter whether he is evading or confronting him head-on. Although the immortal king realm is constantly launching offensives, it feels like it is always in a passive state. That situation made him feel that as long as Yi Feng took the initiative to deal with him, he would have no choice but to die. However, how is this possible? This kid obviously only has a cultivation level of just over 10,000 years. The heart of chaos, insight into everything in the world. Yi Feng's eyes were bright, and he had a little understanding of the function of the heart of chaos. As long as he carried this heart of chaos, he would be able to see through all the opportunities and react in advance no matter what the situation was. This is extremely important for a cultivator. If it comes to the covenant against the sky, the mysterious power of the heart of chaos can obviously resolve countless crises. When facing a strong man in the realm of a mortal king, Yi Feng finally figured out a function of the heart of chaos. That being the case, he has no reason to be afraid of the other party. Kill. Yi Feng didn't have the slightest affection for people from the immortal courtland. At this moment, of course, he wouldn't show any mercy. Kill? You still want to kill me? The person in the realm of a mortal king sneered, although his attack on Yi Feng hadn't worked until now, but he didn't believe at all that this kid who had just stepped into the realm of a mortal king could pose any threat to him. At most, it's just that the escape skill is better. However, immediately afterwards, the person in the realm of the immortal king realized that he was wrong, and it was a big mistake. Long Yuan Myriad Sword Art. With a wave of Yifeng's hand, dozens of super god-level flying sword magic weapons flew out, instantly transformed into thousands of sharp sword chi, and quickly formed two mountains of sword chi. These two sword energy mountain walls firmly surrounded the person in the realm of the Fairy King, no matter whether they were up, down, front, back, left, or right, they were all surrounded by sword energy. Immediately afterwards, thousands of sword chi poured down and swept towards the person in the realm of the Immortal King. Long Yuan Wan Jianju, Wan Dao Jian Qi penetrates the void, enough to kill everything. But at this moment, Yifeng has won more flying swords from the people of the Dust Slaughter Sword sect, and they are all super god-level magic weapons. Every flying sword has raised the power of Long Yuan Wan Jianju to a higher level. This scene made it too late for the person in the realm of the Immortal King to react. He only showed a touch of shock, seeing that this was the sword technique from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and then he was completely swallowed up by thousands of sword chi, and he couldn't even make a scream. Dozens of super god-level flying sword magic weapons? This is too scary. In Xia Qingshan, the stronger ones are the ancient, reincarnation and immortal magic weapons. The immortal magic weapons are already quite terrifying existences. As for the super god level magic weapon, it is a level beyond the indestructible level magic weapon. What's more, these super god level flying sword magic weapons in Yifeng's hands are not inferior. Most of them are middle grade or even top grade magic weapons. 10 Emperor Swords, Emperor Slave Sword, etc., are all top-grade, super god-level magic weapons. Its power is unimaginable to the monks who go down to the clear sky, not to mention resisting it, it should be frightened away just by seeing it. Yifeng killed one person with lightning speed, and then focused his attention on two nearby opponents in the Immortal King realm. These two people were originally fighting against Emperor Xingyue and Mingxing, and they were evenly matched, but when they saw Yifeng make a move, they were shocked on the spot, and were almost killed by Emperor Xingyue and Mingxing. A kid in his early 10,000 years, killed the Immortal King? How can this be? This scene shocked everyone in the field. In the crowd of Yueyuan world, many people watched this scene with surprise on their faces. They didn't expect this Yifeng to be so powerful, killing an immortal king with one move. You know, even Emperor Xingyue and Pluto are both in the realm of the Immortal King, so it is not so easy to kill the Immortal King. However, in Yifeng's hands, it was as easy as crushing an ant to death. Kill him. In the Immortal Courtland, dozens of immortal kings were also shocked, but they quickly realized that this kid is too strong, and he must not be allowed to go on like this. They must kill Yifeng as quickly as possible, otherwise, the loss of this trip may be very large. Annihilation Sword Art. Yifeng swished two swords, and the power of chaos emerged in an instant. Cooperating with Emperor Xingyue and Pluto, he once again beheaded two strong men in the realm of immortal kings. At this point, Emperor Xingyue and Mingxing looked at Yifeng with completely different expressions. Haha, it's a good kill. Good son-in-law, good son-in-law. Yi Xiaoyu, you are really extraordinary. It seems that we are saved this time. The two laughed loudly, and they didn't pay much attention to the dozens of immortal kings from the Immortal Kingdom who invaded. With a kid as terrifying as Yifeng, even if there are dozens of immortal kings, so what? Emperor Xingyue and Mingxing, even if they sacrificed their own lives, would help Yifeng defend against each other, let Yifeng display terrifying swordsmanship, and kill each other. This is their only chance. But they were wrong. Even facing these dozens of immortal kings, Yifeng didn't need their help. Since there are so many people coming to besiege, then I will try it, dazzling sword of chaos. With a flash of Yifeng's figure, he instantly went to the opponent's dozens of immortal king realm powerhouses. He swung his long sword, and the power of chaos erupted, forming a burst of dazzling light. The dazzling sword of chaos is one of the two sword techniques that Yifeng learned in Chaos Sword Immortal Star, the other is the annihilation sword technique. These two moves of swordsmanship belong to the most advanced swordsmanship, and Yi Feng spent thousands of years comprehending them, so when he performs them now, it is naturally extraordinary. Under the light of the dazzling sword of chaos, dozens of experts in the realm of immortal kings from the immortal courtlands suddenly ran around like blind men, and the dazzling light of chaos even covered their consciousness up. Kill, annihilate the sword technique. Without hesitation, Yi Feng swung the Ten Emperor sword in his hand, swaying the annihilation sword Qi. Every time he swung a sword, he could kill a strong person in the immortal king realm. Although the Ten Emperor sword will not help him deal with these people, but as the ultimate super god level magic weapon, it can raise Yi Feng's swordsmanship power to a terrifying level. This is more powerful than the dragon sword avatar, so he now uses the Ten Emperor's sword as his fighting flying sword. The dazzling sword of chaos swung out, and Yi Feng killed all directions. This scene shocked everyone on the spot. This kid is really a monstrous character. Unexpectedly, he has become so tyrannical after returning from the upper realm. Fighting against the kingdom of Xianting with one person? If this matter of today is spread out, it will definitely shock the entire Xiaqing Tian. This Yi Feng, if he is willing, can definitely become the king of the Qing dynasty. In his eyes, a person in the realm of the immortal king is as fragile as dried tofu. With a random strike, he can turn the opponent into chaos and dissipate it. The profound meaning of the annihilation sword technique lies in annihilation. No matter what existence exists, under the annihilation sword technique, it is impossible to escape destruction, and be annihilated into the most primitive chaos. Yi Feng, as soon as he came down from Shangqingshan, he showed his sharpness and solved the problem of Yueyuan world. The effect of the dazzling sword of chaos cannot last for too long after all. Soon, there were more than 10 immortal king realm powerhouses left. Each woke up from the chaos, seeing that so many companions had died in Yi Feng's hands at a glance. Each of them was extremely angry. Everyone, surround and kill. Amidst the shouts of the remaining immortal king realm powerhouses, even if they were not immortal king realm personnel from the immortal courtland, they rushed towards Yi Feng one after another. This group of people is densely packed and overwhelming. It seems that they want to use crowd tactics to drown Yi Feng. Human sea tactics? The corners of Yi Feng's mouth turned up slightly, and with a thought, the huge flowing light fairy sail finally appeared. The flowing light fairy sail, besides being able to travel across the void, has other functions. The seven-headed monsters in the direction of the western white tiger are in charge of attacking, and each has a very strong attacking law. As long as you feed some natural treasures or rule fragments, Liuguang Xianfan can launch an attack comparable to the immortal emperor. As soon as Liuguang Xianfan appeared, the audience was immediately enveloped, and the densely packed figures in the fairy court kingdom were separated by Liuguang Xianfan at once. God, what is this? Emperor Xingyue and Pluto raised their heads, and they couldn't help being shocked when they saw the appearance of the Liuguang Xianfan covering the sky and covering the sun. Everyone in the fairy court kingdom was separated by the Liuguang Xianfan, and as soon as Yi Feng took out the Liuguang Xianfan, his figure flashed, and he ran inside the Liuguang Xianfan, to the North Xuanwu seven-headed demon beast where. If you want to kill the enemy, you must be able to resist the opponent's bombardment yourself, otherwise Liuguang Xianfan will fall apart before killing the opponent, which is not good. The seven-headed monsters where Xuanwu in the north is located are all monsters who have comprehended some defensive laws. Yi Feng entered the small room where the seven monsters were imprisoned, and threw a lot of natural materials and earthly treasures at each of the seven defensive monsters, enough to improve one's cultivation for 2,000 years. With these treasures of heaven and earth as food, these seven defensive monsters can definitely protect Liuguang Xianfan well. Among the seven monsters, there are turtle-backed monsters, eight-legged beetles, shield dragons, etc., and each monster has comprehended extremely powerful defense laws. Just when the people from the immortal Courtland Kingdom ordered all of them to bombard Liuguang Xianfan, the 7 monsters finally started to exert their strength. I saw one layer after another, a total of 7 layers of defensive barriers, appearing layer upon layer on the surface of Liuguang Xianfan, and then resisted all the dense attacks of the Immortal Kingdom. Even though there are tens of thousands of people in the Immortal Courtland, at this moment, these attacks cannot break through even a layer of Liuguang Xianfan's defensive barrier. Such a defense is impossible for even the Immortal Emperor to break through, let alone the Immortal Court Nation organization under Qing Tian. Yi Feng is extremely confident, with Liuguang Xianfan around, all of them can rest easy. Immediately afterwards, he left Liuguang Xianfan first, and received Yuelong, Emperor Xingyue, Ming Xing, and others onto Liuguang Xianfan. Hundreds of people boarded the Liuguang Xianfan and stood at the bow, but only occupied a small part of the space at the bow. It can be seen that the Liuguang Xianfan is huge. When everyone raised their heads, they could see the 7 layers of defensive barriers above Liuguang Xianfan. Although they were subjected to endless bombardments from the Immortal Kingdom, they remained motionless. This undoubtedly shocked these hundreds of people. Where did Yi Feng get such a terrifying fairy sail? To have such a heaven-defying defensibility. With such a fairy sail, even if they were asked to rush to the headquarters of the fairy court country, they would have nothing to dare. Some people who originally doubted Yi Feng's strength now completely convinced him. This kid is simply an existence against the sky, as if he can deal with any situation with ease, even in the face of the fairy kingdom, he is so strong. However, such a passive defense alone doesn't seem to work, does it? As if sensing their thoughts, Yi Feng went as fast as possible to the cabin where the 7-headed monsters in the direction of the western white tiger were. The first thing he saw was a dark manted monster. Look at your strength first. Yi Feng took out the 500-year-old Tian Katie bow and threw it to the dark manted monster as food. The dark mantis got the treasure of heaven, material and earth, and immediately came alive, looking mighty and extraordinary, like a black general with his head held high. This dark mantis can sense the existence of the entire flowing light sail through the position of its own cabin, and can also transfer the attack law it has learned to any direction of the flowing light sail, and then launch it. After Yi Feng fed a dark mantis, he returned to the bow, ready to watch a show with everyone. Brother-in-law. My sister told me that this is called Liuguang Xianfan. Does it still have the ability to attack? With a look of worship on his face, Yu Qitian hurried over to ask. You'll know it when you look at it. Yi Feng smiled and pointed to the sky above Liuguang Xianfan. Everyone raised their heads to look around, but only saw dense crowds of people from the Immortal Court Kingdom gathered above Liuguang Xianfan, bombarding Liuguang Xianfan's 7-layer barrier non-stop. It's a pity that no matter how busy they are, they can't even break through the first layer of defense barrier. Just as everyone was waiting, a layer of dark shadow suddenly appeared on the outermost defensive barrier, flowing like a streamer on the surface of the defensive barrier. Several immortal cultivators in the immortal realm of the Immortal Courtland were trying to break through the defensive barrier of the flowing light immortal sail from a single point, but they suddenly discovered that some dark streamers appeared on the surface of the defensive barrier. They were a little curious, but at the next moment, these dark streamers suddenly turned into the shape of a sickle, cutting through the void with lightning speed, and chopped their bodies into countless pieces. The dark mantis finally figured out the situation outside and started to attack. Once this offensive is launched, it will be a one-hit kill, endless situation. One after another, the dark streamer sickles rose from the surface of the streamer sail. The tens of thousands of minions from the Immortal Kingdom who had gathered on the surface of the streamer sail and bombarded them vigorously were instantly cut into pieces by these dark streamer sickles, leaving no bones left. The soul flies away. Too strong. On Liuguang Xianfan, including Prime Minister Yu who was originally from Yueyuan world, at this moment, they can only admire Yi Feng's only thought. Tens of thousands of people were slaughtered by those black scythes in just one breath. Just how tyrannical is this Liuguang Xianfan? And after those minions were slaughtered, the Dark Streamer's scythe didn't stop at all, and continued to kill those people from the Immortal Kingdom who wanted to escape the space. Not long after, even the Immortal King of the Immortal Kingdom, who had already crossed the space, was overtaken by the Dark Scythe and other small worlds and chopped into pieces. There are even many experts in the realm of immortal kings who have recovered the headquarters of the Immortal Kingdom in an instant after seeing the situation is not good, but they are still overtaken by the sickle of the Dark Mantis and chopped into endless pieces. Immortal Kingdom boiled instantly. Who is so bold, who dares to attack in the base camp of their Immortal Kingdom, and slaughter the Immortal King realm powerhouse of their Immortal Kingdom? The Kingdom of Immortal Court is an organization composed of 7 first-class worlds. At this moment, in one of the first-class worlds, the Great Virtue World, the death of 3 Immortal King realm powerhouses set off a turmoil. You must find out for me, who is it? The powerhouses of the Dade world were discussing to find the murderer, but they were shocked to find that a huge and boundless streamer sail pierced through the void and appeared in the center of their world. The most powerful person in the Dade world is called the 3 Immortal Masters, which means the master of all immortals. These 3 immortal masters can do whatever they want in the world of great virtues, and they are all the most powerful immortal kings, ruling the entire first-class world, the world of great virtues. Since the Great Virtue World is a member of the Immortal Kingdom, these 3 immortal masters are also the organizers and leaders of the Immortal Kingdom. At this moment, when the Liuguang Xianfan suddenly invaded the sky above the Dade world, it immediately alarmed the 3 great fairy masters. 3 streaks of light flashed and quickly appeared in front of Liuguang Xianfan. Although their figures were like ants, compared to Liuguang Xianfan, the aura of the 3 of them was extremely fierce. 3 great fairy masters, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were middle-aged immortal cultivators who probably lived for tens of thousands of years, while the woman was just a young girl who looked about 10 years old. Yifeng stood at the bow of the Liuguang immortal sailing boat, and cast the bone-exploring immortal technique towards the 3 of them. He immediately knew that the girl was only 2,000 years old. One must know that Yifeng's bones are more than 1,000 years old now, and that girl is only twice as old as Yifeng, and she has already reached the realm of the Immortal King, which shows her abundant cultivation resources. The Great Virtue World, the Immortal Kingdom, it seems that a lot of good things have been plundered everywhere to provide for the development and growth of geniuses of their own power. Not only Yueyuan World, Tyrant Dragon World, Soul World, Dawn World, even Yifeng's Earth was almost harmed by it. Fortunately, the senior immortal cultivators on Earth, Emperor Zhenwu and Emperor Qinghua from the fairy world Yuqingshan, transformed the small world where the Earth is located into a hidden world, so that people from other forces in Xia Qingshan cannot enter it. Otherwise, the Earth would have been devastated by now. Who is your excellency? How dare you come to my Great Virtue World to play wild? I am really impatient to live. Haven't you heard of the Kingdom of Fairy Court? Among the 3 immortal masters, the youngest girl seemed to be the leader instead, flying not far from Liuguang Xianfan's bow, pointing at Yifeng at Liuguang Xianfan's bow arrogantly and savagely questioning. And who are you? Yifeng heard the words, and immediately asked back, send someone to go wild in Yueyuan World, I'm really impatient. As soon as these words came out, the girl was furious. The world around the moon? She did remember that not long ago, it seemed that someone was sent to cooperate with the actions of the Immortal Kingdom to exterminate a first-class world called Yueyuan World. However, regarding the actions of the Immortal Courtland Kingdom, this kid who has just stepped into the realm of becoming an immortal, who has been cultivated for thousands of years, who has the right to question him? You are so courageous. It seems that you have never heard of the name of our Immortal Kingdom. There was a sinister look in the girl's eyes. You will know that offending our Fairyland Kingdom is the biggest mistake in your life. Take him down. Following the girl's order, hundreds of experts from the Immortal King realm flickered around Liuguang Xianfan, and the number of these Immortal King realm experts was still increasing. As one of the strongest forces in Xiaqing Tian, the entire fairy court country is of course extremely powerful. Just in the Dharma world, there are hundreds of all-immortal king realm powerhouses, unlike Yueyuan world, where there are only a few pitiful people. However, these hundreds of immortal king realm powerhouses are nothing in Yifeng's eyes. The three great immortal masters of the great virtue world already had a high regard for Yifeng's Liuguang Xianfan, and directly dispatched the strongest power in the great virtue world, dispatching hundreds of people from the realm of the immortal king. Unfortunately, they still underestimated the power of Liuguang Xianfan. Dark Mantis, don't show mercy, do it. Yifeng gave an order, and this order was obviously more useful than the order given by that girl in Dade World. One after another, the dark scythes emerged from the void around Liuguang Xianfan, and instantly killed hundreds of immortal king realm powerhouses around them. In Xia Qingshan, the strongest in the immortal king realm can be said to be the strongest existence. Have you ever encountered an opponent like today? What's more, they were still intoxicated by the power of the great virtue world and the immortal kingdom where they were, and never thought that Liuguang Xianfan would be able to deal with the entire Dharma world, and even the immortal kingdom. In the next instant, several experts in the immortal king realm were directly beheaded by the dark scythe, and their whole bodies were reduced to pieces. After the dark mantis is full, it can unleash an attack comparable to the strength of the immortal king. Facing these scumbags in the realm of the immortal king, it can almost kill one with a scythe. How can it be? The three immortal lords saw the dark scythes constantly flashing in the void around Liuguang Xianfan, which could kill one of them, a strong immortal king, and their expressions changed drastically. How so? What kind of terrifying existence are these dark scythes that kill the immortal kings like dogs? In just a few breaths, more than 30 people from the immortal king realm powerhouses in the surrounding Dade world have already fallen on the dark scythe that flashed out. The three immortal lords remembered very clearly that before this Liuguang Xianfan invaded the great virtue world, there were immortal king cultivators who participated in the extermination of the Yueyuan world and fled back to the great virtue world, only to be hunted down by the dark scythe. That is to say, these dark scythes are able to chase and kill the strong in the realm of the immortal king across space. Attack this fairy sail together. The girl gritted her teeth and immediately gave the order. However, when all of their attacks reached the surface of Liuguang Xianfan, the 7 layers of defensive barriers of different colors became an insurmountable moat for them. It is impossible to destroy this weird streamer fairy sail. The great virtue world will be destroyed today. Yifeng chuckled, and with a light wave of his hand, the dark mantis attacked more violently and swiftly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the dark scythe filled the entire surrounding space. This round, not even the 3 great fairy masters could escape. The 3 immortal lords immediately wanted to escape, but they found that all the nearby spaces were sealed by the law of infinite void. Just relying on the laws of space they have comprehended, it is impossible to break through the space and leave the world of Dharma. They were sealed away in the Dade world, facing the incomparably terrifying Liuguang Xianfan. Wait, I surrender, don't kill me. At this moment, the girl who was one of the 3 immortal masters immediately knelt down and begged Yifeng for mercy. Facing life and death, the girl doesn't want any dignity or face anymore. The only thing she wants is to save her own life. Very well, you come on board. As soon as Yifeng waved, he sent the girl to the bow of Liuguang Xianfan, and asked without hesitation, since you surrendered, you should tell me how many fairy kings you have in the great virtue world, and they are all here now. Where? In addition, tell all the news about all the members of the fairy court country. Now that we've done it, let's clean it up and get rid of future troubles. For the sake of her own life, the young girl, one of the 3 great immortal masters in the great virtue world, quickly explained most of the affairs of the immortal kingdom. This girl's name is Xian Shangsu, and she is well known in the world of Dharma, and even in the entire kingdom of Xianting. Although her cultivation is only in the realm of the immortal king, compared with most of the immortal kings in Xia Qingshan, her strength is much stronger. If this Xian Shangsu lives in Shang Qingshan, then it is certain that she can definitely become an immortal king. Famous immortal emperor, even heaven, defying immortal emperor. It's a pity that Xian Shanxue was born in the world of Dharma, not in Shang Qingshan. This is the luck of the immortal cultivators. The achievements of many immortal cultivators have been largely determined since they were born in the womb. Except for those with extremely high talents like Yi Feng, many people's busy lives will not exceed the world they lived in since they were young. Next, you take me to fetch all the natural materials and earthly treasures in your Dade world. Soon, Yi Feng gave orders to Xian Shanxue. At this moment, all the powerhouses of the immortal king realm who came to surround Liuguang Xianfan in Dade world have been killed by the dark mantis. It is time to replenish the food of the dark mantis. Ah? Xian Shanxue was a little stunned by Yi Feng's order. This young man was so vicious. He went straight to the world of great virtues and beheaded hundreds of their immortal kings. Now, they actually said that they wanted to plunder the treasures of their Dharma world? Originally, Xian Shanxue was still looking forward to it. Yi Feng didn't come to rob, but he didn't expect that this really started to rob. Why, no? Yi Feng frowned slightly, obviously not very happy. Okay, of course, I'll take you there. How could Xian Shanxue dare to say no to Yi Feng? He quickly said that he would take Yi Feng to present all the natural materials and earthly treasures collected by Dade world. The entire fairy court country was originally dominated by plunder, and it was because of this that the fairy court country became stronger and stronger, and even most of the forces in the entire Xiaqing Tian did not dare to be enemies with it. The ultimate goal of the fairy court country is to build the fairy court country into a prosperous existence comparable to the three holy worlds. For example, Shutian world, one of the three holy worlds, has thousands of strong immortal kings in just one world, and the entire culture of cultivating immortals is extremely prosperous. As for the kingdom of Immortal Court, it is still too far behind the world of Shutian, and it can only bully some weaker worlds for the time being. For a long time, although the fairy court country has been arrogant and domineering, it has been very cautious to ensure that it will not provoke any super big world as an enemy. This time, however, they miscalculated. No one knew that behind Yueyuan world, there was such a great god as Yi Feng, and such a great god would return in the near future, and already possessed the strength to destroy the entire fairyland kingdom. Xian Shangsu was extremely annoyed by this. She would not have given orders to deal with Yueyuan world if she knew it earlier, but now it is good. The foundation of Xianting kingdom for many years is about to be destroyed. The only thing Xian Shangsu can do is to delay the time for the other 6 worlds, and notify the key leaders to evacuate quickly, so that the Green Hills remain, and there is no fear of no firewood. Soon, Xian Shanxue took Yi Feng to a place where countless treasures were hidden. This is one of the top 10 treasure houses in the entire Great Virtue world. Yi Feng came to the door of this pyramid-shaped treasure house and looked inside. Sure enough, he saw countless treasures of heaven and earth piled up in it. A rough calculation shows that these treasures of heaven and earth, together, can improve one's cultivation for tens of thousands of years. Of course, there are only a few types of these treasures of heaven, material, and earth. It is unrealistic for the same cultivator to rely on this to quickly improve his cultivation. A large number of cornerstones have been cultivated. Only Emperor Zhenyue and Pluto followed Yi Feng. The two used to control a world each. These are all mine. Is there anything else? Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, he collected all the natural and earthly treasures in the entire treasure house into the bloodstone space. Although these treasures of heaven, material, and earth have no effect on the same immortal cultivator, the 28 monsters of Liuguang Xianfan will not dislike the fact that these treasures of heaven, material, and earth are of the same type. They only need to absorb the aura of heaven and earth contained in the treasures of heaven, material, and earth, and they will be able to have enough power to activate Liuguang Xianfan, and even launch various functions such as attack, defense, and alchemy with flames. Seeing Yifeng pocket all these treasures of heaven, material, and earth, a look of heartache appeared on Xian Shanshua's face. Even she didn't have the right to dispose of all these things, but now, Yifeng took them all away. It's just that now, the other two fairy masters in the Dade world have died under the void scythe of the Dark Mantis in the Streamer's fairy sail. Apart from Xian Shangsu, no one else is qualified to dispose of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Others? Not anymore. The Dade world only has these in stock, but the other 6 worlds in the Immortal Kingdom have much more stock than our Dade world. Xian Shanshua said hastily. She also wants to keep some more capital for herself, so that she can make a comeback in the future. After all, she is still young, and there is still plenty of time. Yeah? Of course Yifeng didn't believe it. All the natural materials and earthly treasures of the Dade world are stored in one place. Isn't this the behavior of a fool? Seeing that Yifeng was about to get angry, Xian Shanshue immediately said, "Wait, there are 2 other treasure houses, usually under the control of 2 other fairy masters. I will take you there." Hearing this, the corners of Yifeng's mouth twitched slightly. "Do you really think I don't know? Since you have no sincerity, it's useless to keep you." Senior, calm down." When Xian Shanshue heard this, he was taken aback. How did he know that there are more treasures in the Dade world? Now give her 100 more guts, she won't dare to lie anymore. Soon, all the natural treasures and earthly treasures in the 10 different treasure houses of the Dade world fell into Yifeng's hands. Together, these natural materials and earthly treasures are enough to improve 100,000 years of cultivation. Equivalent to a strong man in the realm of the Immortal King. It's a pity that immortal cultivators cannot absorb the same kind of natural treasures, otherwise Yifeng would be able to step into the realm of Immortal King in minutes. No matter what, this time is considered a bumper harvest. I never imagined that a mere world of great virtues would store so many treasures of heaven and earth. If it is said that the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth with 2,000 years of cultivation can make Liuguang Xianfan urge a cross-boundary shuttle, then these heavenly materials and earth treasures stored in the Dade world alone can make Liuguang Xianfan shuttle 50 times. In the future, the monsters will not have to worry about food. Is there any faster way than robbing a world to snatch the treasures of heaven and earth? Yifeng was in a good mood, took the fairy mountain snow with him, and immediately took the Liuguang fairy sail, left the riddled Dharma world, and went to the next goal, the 9 Desolation world. The Dade world has plundered other small worlds for hundreds of thousands of years, and now it has finally come to this end. It can be said that this is entirely their own fault. After plundering the heavenly material and earthly treasures that were looted everywhere in the Dade world, Yifeng suddenly became confident. Plus. In this way, the Liuguang Xianfan can be activated almost without limit, and the 28 monsters on the Liuguang Xianfan can all be fed. Of course, the 7-headed monsters in the direction of Suzaku in the south only comprehended some laws of fire, which are used for alchemy and weapon refining, which is of no use to Yifeng for the time being. By the way, Yue Yuan, why don't you take these treasures of heaven and earth to feed the 7-headed monsters in the direction of Suzaku in the south, and see how well they are capable of alchemy and weapon refining? Yifeng thought for a while, and handed some of the treasures of heaven and earth to Yu Yuan. Good. Yu Yuan nodded obediently. She was worried that she couldn't help Yifeng. Now she has something to do, which is exactly what she wants. As for the materials for alchemy and weapon refining, they are not short of them now. Among the treasures just snatched from the Dharma world, many of them are materials for alchemy and tool refining. These materials can't be said to be very precious, but at least they can be used to try and see how capable the 7-headed monster in the direction of Liuguang Xianfan Suzaku is in alchemy and weapon refining. If it's really good, wouldn't there be no shortage of pills and magic weapons in the future? Yu Yuan took the treasures of heaven and earth, materials for alchemy and equipment refining, and went to the tail of Liuguang Xianfan. As for Yi Feng, he walked through the cabins in the east, west and north directions again, and took all the 21 monsters. I was full. Now that Yi Feng has enough natural treasures, these monsters can finally not worry about no food. In the clear sky, even if someone could possess enough treasures of heaven, material, and earth to activate Liuguang Xianfan, but such a big fairy sail would attract people's attention wherever he went, and because there were living creatures, he could not save it. Object space is very inconvenient for cultivators. But these troubles have been perfectly resolved in Yi Feng's hands, and Liuguang Xianfan has officially become his best magic weapon. Even the Sword of the 10 Emperors probably didn't have as much effect on Yi Feng as the Luguang Constitution. Just saying that Luguang Constitution can take Yi Feng across borders, from the upper Qingtian back to the lower Qingtian, this is not comparable to the 10 Emperor swords. In the direction of the western White Tiger, besides the Dark Mantis, the other 6 monsters also comprehend extremely powerful attack laws. Just like the Dark Mantis, what he comprehended was the law of the Dark Sickle, and the level of the law was equivalent to the power of the demon dragon that Yi Feng had comprehended before, extremely tyrannical. Moreover, the Dark Mantis has cultivated the law of the Dark Sickle into a law, which is stronger than the power of the demon dragon that Yi Feng comprehended. If such a streamer fairy sail has enough natural materials and earthly treasures to feed the monsters, it can almost walk sideways even in the upper clear sky, let alone in the lower clear sky. Of course, to motivate these monsters to work, the amount of natural materials and earth treasures consumed can be said to be incomparably huge. Except for directly plundering a world like Yi Feng, otherwise it is really impossible to collect so many treasures from heaven and earth to feed all these 28 monsters. There are a total of 7 first-class world members in the Immortal Kingdom, and the Great Virtue World is only one of the weaker ones. Yi Feng's second goal is the 9 Desolation World. Yi Feng has also come into contact with the 9 Desolation World. He still remembers that he fought a young genius in the 9 Desolation World in the soon-to-be destroyed Kueishui Demon Realm. Yi Feng still remembered that the kid seemed to be called Pa Huang, who had comprehended the 6th level of the power of the 9 Desolations. He could be said to be the best of the younger generation in Xiaqing Tian. But now, the level difference between that Pa Huang and Yi Feng is too far. When the streamer fairy sail descended on the 9 Desolation World, all the immortal cultivators in the 9 Desolation World sensed the arrival of this unexpected guest at the same time. In the 9 Desolation World, a total of 4 desolate lords rule together, and their status is the same as that of Xian Shangsu in the Dade World. 2 of these 4 desolate masters appeared at the first time, leading the crowd to intercept Luguang Xianfan. Yi Feng didn't give the other party a chance to speak at all. Kill. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled, only cruelty. Facing the Lord of the Immortal Kingdom, who relies on plundering resources from other worlds to promote his own development, there is no need for the slightest bit of mercy. All Yi Feng has to do is one word: kill. The streamer fairy sail descends, the Dark Mantis and other 7 terrifying monsters burst out with all kinds of destructive laws and forces intertwined, and the entire 9 Desolation World has no ability to resist. Like the Great Virtue World, after Liuguang Xianfan's 28 monsters were fed, it took less than a day to destroy the entire 9 Desolation World. As usual, Yi Feng kidnapped one of the 4 desolate masters of the 9 Desolation World, and then forced him to give away all the natural materials and earth treasures hidden in the 9 Desolation World. That person, like Xian Shangsu, had no room for resistance, and could only offer all the things looted from the 9 Desolation World to Yi Feng. The Kingdom of Immortal Court, the 7 worlds, don't even think about running away. Yi Feng activated Liuguang Xianfan, and after basically destroying the 9 Desolation World, he again shifted his target to the next member world of the Immortal Court Kingdom, Yulong World. Yi Feng's move not only silenced Emperor Xingyue, Ming Xing, and others who boarded Liuguang Xianfan, but also attracted the attention of Xia Qingtian and the three great saints. The three great holy realms each dispatched a lot of immortal cultivators to monitor Lu Guangxianfan's movements and whereabouts at any time. It seemed that they were quite vigilant towards Yifeng. After all, even the three holy worlds, if they want to use their powerful combat power to destroy a first-class world like a world of great virtues, it is impossible for them to be as easy as Yifeng. For the powerful existence that suddenly appeared, I believe that people from the three holy worlds will notice it no matter what. It's a pity, so what if they noticed? Don't say that the Immortal Court Kingdom has nothing to do with them, but it has something to do with them. They can't stop Yifeng from doing what he's doing. Since plundering other worlds is the purpose, then be prepared to be plundered by others. Yifeng mercilessly wiped out the 7 member worlds of the Immortal Court Kingdom one by one in just 7 days, and plundered all the treasures of the 7 first-class worlds. Yifeng became extremely rich all of a sudden. What he is plundering now is all the stocks from the 7 first-class worlds. Just the treasures of heaven and earth, he collected a total of hundreds of kinds. Even Yifeng himself absorbed these various kinds of treasures of heaven and earth, and improved his cultivation for hundreds of years. It can be seen from this, that the member worlds of the 7 kingdoms of fairy courts can be said to be fat and oily sheep. Originally, Yifeng hadn't tried to plunder others. But since they all bullied Yifeng, if Yifeng didn't take advantage of the situation to fight back and teach them a lesson, would he still be human? Yifeng has finally mobilized Lu Guangxianfan to wipe out the cancerous tissue that has been in the Qing dynasty for hundreds of years, the Immortal Court Kingdom. The leaders of the 7 first-class worlds either surrendered to Yifeng, or were completely beheaded by Yifeng, and there was no possibility of a comeback. The destruction of the cancerous organization of the Immortal Kingdom shocked the entire world under Qingtian, including the 3 holy worlds. But no one dared to trouble Yifeng. After all, when he swept away the kingdom of Immortal Court, the terrifying strength displayed, people dare not face it at all. When Yifeng has enough natural treasures, Liu Guangxianfan's 28 monsters were all fed. The power that can be erupted. But it's hard for everyone to imagine the next day, when destroying the kingdom of Immortal Court. Update: as soon as possible, Yifeng didn't even let Liu Guangxianfan display his full strength. Attack force. He only used the power of the Dark Mantis from beginning to end. As for the strength of the other 6 monsters, it was all hidden by him, in case for need. Anyway, even if you want to cross the entire sky, all that is needed is the power of the Dark Mantis, a monster. Sigh. I never expected Yifeng's son-in-law. You can bring us such a big surprise when you come back this time. In the almost destroyed moon world. Update: Jingyue Emperor as soon as possible to rebuild it. All gathered together. Emperor Jingyue was extremely moved. No one can think of it. It's only been 10 years. Yifeng was just a fledgling kid back then. He has become a tyrannical cultivator who can destroy the kingdom of Immortal Court today. So ashamed. Brother Yi. I apologize for what I said before. Prime Minister Yu, the white-haired old man of Emperor Jingyue. At this time, Yifeng had already been sincerely convinced. Such a strong young man. Please come to more and faster chapters. Where can I still find it? Not only did it easily resolve the biggest crisis facing the world of Yueyuan, and follow the vine. In one fell swoop, he avenged Yueyuan world. Uproot the entire fairyland country. Such existence. There will be no second in the whole Xia Qingtian. It can be said. If Yifeng now stands on his own as the king of the entire Xia Qingtian, people like Prime Minister Yu will firmly support him. Such a strong young man. Even if you want to be king. What's wrong with that? The past is the past. Update Yueyuan world as soon as possible and want to rebuild it. Everyone has to pay a lot. I first thank everyone for Yueyuan. Yi Feng took the first step to express his gratitude to everyone. Then he said, Yueyuan will accompany everyone to rebuild the world of Yueyuan. Also, Senior Pluto. Brother Killing Star. Your soul world also needs to be rebuilt. Speaking of Pluto, Killing Star and Soul Realm. Yi Feng felt a little embarrassed. Because at first, the Soul Realm shouldn't be targeted by the Immortal Kingdom at all. It turned out that Ming Xing and Sha Xing helped Yi Feng. Please come to more and faster chapters. In the end, it provoked the kingdom of Xianting. Now the entire soul world. It's all shattered. Want to rebuild? Much more than it would cost to rebuild the moon world. It's okay. We just have to work harder. Pluto smiled indifferently. He waved his hand, the original soul world. I didn't develop it bit by bit. Now with the help of Brother Yi. It is not difficult to make the soul world develop again. Well, I haven't been back for many years. Regarding the reconstruction of the world, you can only rely on yourself. I, at most, can only give you a little of the treasures collected from the Fairyland Kingdom. Yi Feng was talking, while confiscating the treasures of heaven and earth from the 9 Desolation world. All to Pluto. As for the world around the moon, Yi Feng would have been one of the members of the Immortal Kingdom from the world a long time ago. The heavenly material and earthly treasures confiscated in Xianya realm were given to Emperor Xingyue. These treasures of heaven and earth add up. Can quickly train a group of ordinary masters for them. Keep them from building everything from scratch. In a word, with Tian Kadibo as the basic support, rebuild the prosperity of a world. It's just a matter of time. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng didn't stay in the moonlight world any longer. Alone. Put away the flowing light immortal sail. Immediately across the space. Original. He wants to go back to Earth first. But think about it. The present Earth is a hidden world. There can be no accidents. He dismissed this idea. He was going to take a look at the immortal cultivation world first. Cultivation world. It can be said to be Yi Feng's original hometown. It was also the place where he and his master, Su Feiying, first met and became acquainted. Yi Feng's figure flashed. Then traveled through the void. Reached the realm of cultivating immortals. Originally the world of cultivating immortals in Yi Feng's memory. There should be no powerful sections. The strongest immortal cultivator among them. It's just 1,000 years of cultivation. It's not long since I stepped into the realm of Taoism. But this time he came to the world of cultivating immortals. But found out. The world of cultivating immortals in front of him is quite different from when he was there. In the current world of cultivating immortals, there are several large floating cities floating in the air. These floating cities. It can be seen that only those who have become immortals can maintain the existence of floating. Yi Feng randomly found a floating city. Into it. The first update found that the city was actually called Menghan City. Dreamhan City. Su Menghan. Yi Feng had a strange expression on his face. He strolled leisurely on the streets of Menghan City. Found in this Dreamhan City. Many of those walking are immortal cultivators who have stepped into the realm of immortality. That is, these immortal cultivators are all strong men who have reached the cultivation base of 10,000 years. This really surprised Yi Feng. To know. In the past, there was absolutely no such strong person in the world of cultivating immortals. Now, such immortals can be seen everywhere. It seems that he has been absent for nearly 10 years. Too many things have happened in the world of cultivating immortals. one thing that made him more gratified. However, the immortal court kingdom did not attack the immortal cultivation world. It is estimated that the world level of the world of cultivating immortals is too low. Immortal court kingdom is still looking down on it. Hello. Have you heard? Our city lord seems to be preparing for a wedding ceremony recently. Our city lord. You mean the city lord, Menghan? Impossible. Didn't she already have a sweetheart? Besides, her sweetheart seems to have been missing for a long time. How could she suddenly prepare to get married? You don't know. Recently, a story has been spread all over the world. There was a young man. With the power of one person. With a streamer fairy sail, the entire kingdom of Xianting was destroyed. I know about it. But what does this have to do with our city lord's plans to get married? This young man. It is said that he is the one our city lord plans to marry. Wow. Impossible. Such a strong existence will actually take a fancy to our city lord. Although our world of cultivating immortals is already a third-class world, in the eyes of others, it is nothing at all. You know what? That young man. He was with our city lord a long time ago. That is the sweetheart of our city lord. Yi Feng was walking on the streets of Menghan City. I heard almost everyone talking about it along the way. The lord of Menghan City. Fairy Menghan. She was actually preparing for the wedding ceremony. Heard the news. Yi Feng was a little excited. This Menghan fairy. Did he mean Su Menghan? She had already heard that she was back. Getting ready for the wedding ceremony. Think here. Yi Feng wished to see Su Menghan immediately. But he still calmed down. It's hard for me to come back. It must be given to Su Menghan. And a surprise for the girls. The first edition of this book comes from The First Time to Read the Genuine Content. Yi Feng did not show up directly to look for Su Menghan and the others. Since they are still preparing for the wedding ceremony here, it means that they must not have encountered any danger. After all, the earth has become a hidden world. Once they encounter danger, they can return to the earth and avoid anyone's pursuit. If there is no safety issue, then Yi Feng is not in a hurry. He wanted to prepare some surprises for the girls. Before that, of course he had to figure out the current situation of the girls. He didn't observe it directly with the spatial power of comprehension, because in that case, the other party would probably notice it, and then there would be no surprise effect. Therefore, in Menghan City, Yi Feng randomly chose a restaurant, and while drinking, he listened to other people chatting. In the recent Menghan City, the biggest event is obviously the wedding ceremony that Fairy Menghan is preparing, and Fairy Menghan's marriage partner is said to be Master Yi Feng, who is about to return. For these immortal cultivators in Menghan City, they don't even know who Master Yi Feng is. But as long as the story of Yi Feng sweeping away the entire immortal kingdom with a flowing light fairy sail alone, which spread throughout Xiaqing Tian, they will not be unfamiliar with it. That's a genius swordsman. In addition to the frightening Liu Guangxian Fan, although he has just stepped into the realm of becoming a fairy, with a cultivation base of over 10,000 years, he can fight dozens of strong men in the realm of fairy kings, and remain invincible. Such a character will soon come to the world of cultivating immortals, and marry Fairy Menghan. Thinking about it makes people look forward to it. However, there are quite a few people who disdain Yi Feng for this. Fairy Menghan is the goddess in these people's minds. Of course they are not happy to see Fairy Menghan marrying someone else. In the past 10 years, it seems that Su Menghan and the others have not been idle. It didn't take long for Yi Feng to understand the development of the world of cultivating immortals in the past 10 years through the chatting of the people around him and interjecting his own questions from time to time. After Yi Feng left Xia Qingshan and went to Shang Qingshan, the girls began to practice with one heart and one mind. However, the good times did not last long. Even if the golden giant Qi turned into a mountain range and guarded around the original Mo family villa, the golden giant Qi couldn't resist the attack of many strong men from the Immortal Kingdom. As a last resort, the golden giant Qi asked for help from the tribe of the golden giants in the Menghuang realm. Soon, Shang, the patriarch of the golden giants, brought his son, the golden giant Hong, and a large group of golden giants to the world of cultivating immortals. Even the Kingdom of Immortal Court does not want to confront so many golden giants head-on, especially when occupying the world of cultivating immortals and there is nothing to gain. Therefore, the Immortal Court Kingdom quickly withdrew from the immortal cultivation realm, and has never been back since then. But Su Menghan, Long Wanner, Su Feiying and other women have discovered the importance of building power since then. After all, Yi Feng in the past was dedicated to building up one side's power and recruiting talents from all sides. Therefore, after Yi Feng left, the girls immediately followed what Yi Feng had done and began to build their influence. Due to the arrival of the golden giants, the entire world of cultivating immortals was quickly divided into 7 regions by the females. These 7 regions were respectively under the jurisdiction of Yi Feng's 7 dragon sword maids. These 7 women are Long Wanner, Su Menghan, Su Feiying, Yuechan, Zhang Xinyun, and sisters Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi. Among the 7 regions, a floating fairy city was built respectively, named after the 7 girls, Menghan City, which is one of the 7 fairy cities. 7 girls are usually busy practicing, so of course they don't have much time to manage the 7 fairy cities, so they usually leave it to other people to manage. For example, in Menghan City, the owner of the city is Su Menghan, but Su Menghan basically rarely interferes with the affairs of the city. Most of the affairs of Menghan City are under the jurisdiction of a few deputy city lords with similar rights, including Nanfang, Li Jibua, and other powerful people who were originally recruited by Yi Feng. So far, 10 years have passed, and the 7 immortal cities have developed quite well, and because the world of cultivating immortals has opened up exchanges with other small worlds of the lower Qingtian, powerful people from all sides have also begun to come to the world of cultivating immortals. There are more and more training resources in circulation. In just 10 years, the world of cultivating immortals has changed from the original non-influential world to the current third-class world. Although the golden giants have been staying in the world of cultivating immortals, they are not considered members of the world of cultivating immortals after all. Therefore, they cannot be counted in the scope of calculating the rank of the world of cultivating immortals. The third-class world, in the entire Xiaqing Tian, finally began to have a certain status. In the entire world of cultivating immortals, the 7 girls have each cultivated a group of cultivators who are loyal to themselves. Over the past 10 years, they have achieved remarkable results. Fortunately, Long Yu's cultivation has not dropped, otherwise, if he is still at the level of cultivation when he just left, he is really not as good as Qi Nu now. Young master, you haven't paid the bill yet. When Yi Feng wanted to leave the restaurant, a waiter wearing a napkin rushed over to stop him and said. Although there are a lot of immortal cultivators like Yi Feng in the entire Menghan City, they are not something that a waiter can offend, so he was very careful when he called Yi Feng to stop. Bill, please? Yi Feng found it interesting, so he asked with a smile, what do you pay for here? My lord, don't joke with me. I'm just a small person. Your lord has a lot, so settle the bill first. The shop clerk deeply felt Yi Feng's malice, thought Yi Feng was going to play tricks on him, so he hastily begged. I really don't know. Yi Feng was helpless, so he took out a treasure from the bloodstone space that could improve his cultivation for 5 years. Look at this, is it enough to pay the bill? This is. The shop clerk saw the herb in Yi Feng's hand, and his eyes lit up immediately. It's Tengu grass. It turned out to be Tengu grass. One plant of Tengu grass can make people improve their cultivation for 5 years. This. The appearance of the precious Tengu grass made the waiter's eyes light up, but he immediately realized that such a precious thing, how could someone use it to pay for a cup of tea? Young master, wait a minute, the dog grass is too precious, our restaurant must give you some money. The waiter respectfully brought Yifeng a reclining chair, and then took the Tengu grass to the backstage. In Yifeng's spiritual perception, the waiter gave the dog grass to the owner of the restaurant, and the owner quickly called a butler, and asked the butler to go to a nearby auction house, and invited the butler of the auction house over. Then, the housekeeper of the auction house bought this Tengu grass with some coins. These coins seem to be the immortal coins jointly issued by the 7 immortal cities in the world of cultivating immortals, and they are considered common currency in the world of cultivating immortals. I didn't expect it to develop to this extent. It's pretty good. Yifeng smiled slightly, and disappeared in a flash. Of course he wouldn't care about the other party's change of money. There are tens of thousands of natural treasures like the dog grass on Yifeng's body. Even if they are lost, it would not be a pity at all. Yifeng quickly found out that Fairy Minghan's wedding ceremony will be held in a month. And within this month, guests from all over the world will come to the 7 fairy cities in the world of cultivating immortals, and they are going to congratulate the Fairy Minghan face to face in the near future. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng strolled around each of the 7 fairy cities, and found that Minghan City was not the only one that was preparing for the wedding ceremony. The 7 fairy cities represent Yifeng's 7 dragon sword maids, and among the 7 dragon sword maids, 3 of them have a special close relationship with Yifeng. Besides Su Minghan, there are also Long Waner and Xiaoyu. The fairy cities where the 2 are located are called Changbai Fairy City and Yuyan City, respectively. The former should commemorate the bond with Yifeng on Earth and Changbai Mountain, while the latter took the word moon from Xiaoyu's name, and her, the condensed flame dragon soul can be summed up in the word flame, and when added together, it becomes Moon Flame City. In addition to Minghan City, Changbai Immortal City and Yuyan City are also discussing the city lord's wedding ceremony. It can be seen that this matter should be widely publicized, but I don't know. There will be guests who will come at that time. Which ones? Yifeng didn't think too much, but quickly went to another fairy city, Yingfei City. Yingfei City is the city built for Yifeng's master, Su Feiying. This fairy city is also the largest floating city among the 7 fairy cities. It is to show the women's respect for Su Feiying. Of course, Su Feiying would not care about this, and let them do what they wanted. And soon the wedding ceremony of the 3 daughters will be held together in Yingfei City. This can be said to be inside information. Ordinary cultivators will not know about it, but to Yifeng, of course, this is nothing secret. With his means, there are thousands of ways to get this news without the slightest alarm. Yingfei City. This is a fairy city with many floating buildings, in order to shape the image of Ying in the name of Yingfei City. There are many floating buildings, and under the sunlight, the streets below are completely shrouded in shadows. This can be said to be a major feature of this fairy city. And the largest floating building in Yingfei City is the floating square located in the center of Xiancheng. Yingfei Square. This can be said to be the center of the entire immortal cultivation world. Once any major events happen or any celebrations are held, the venue will be set at Yingfei Square. This time, the wedding ceremony prepared by Su Minghan, Long Waner and Xiaoyu will be held in Yingfei Square. Yifeng came to Yingfei City, specially chosen in near Yingfei Square, and stayed. While preparing presents for the girls, he wanted to see if there would be any troublesome guys with malicious intentions nearby. If there were any troubles, he would take the first step to solve them. This wedding ceremony can be said to be the best gift Su Minghan's daughters prepared for Yifeng, and Yifeng, of course, can't let the girls down, let alone let such a time be ruined by some people with ulterior motives. It was the 3rd day Yifeng lived near Yingfei Square. A group of immortal cultivators from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace chosen in nearby and stayed. All the immortal cultivators of this group of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace have reached the realm of immortality for 10,000 years or more, and their cultivation bases are all tens of thousands of years old. Among them are several elders of the immortal king realm who have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. Yifeng knew several of them. Among them, Elder Lin Wanchuan and Elder Ku Jian of the Presbyterian Church, as well as the first core disciple, Yi Shubai, and two core female disciples, Yu Yao and Ling Xian. Seeing these people, Yifeng remembered the past, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Elder Ku Jian and Elder Lin Wanchuan were kind to Yifeng. Yifeng would not forget about it, and Shubai also gave Yifeng a little push along the way. But those female disciples, Yu Yao and Ling Xian, brought back some bad memories for Yifeng. As disciples of the same sect, these two female disciples have always disliked Yifeng, pointed at them everywhere, ridiculed them, and they don't know how Yifeng offended them? All in all, Yifeng also disliked these two female disciples. Originally, Yifeng thought that after nearly 10 years, some things from the past might fade away, and some people might change their previous personalities, but he soon discovered that this was not the case. The country is easy to change, but the nature is hard to change. These two female disciples, Yu Yao and Ling Xian, are still as bitter and mean as before. After coming to Yingfei City, these two people seemed to have a sense of superiority over others, and they acted quite proudly. Compared with the current world of cultivating immortals, Dragon Sword Immortal Palace is indeed at a higher level. After all, the dozens of elders in the Immortal King realm in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace are no joke. And the current world of cultivating immortals, even including the people of the Golden Giant clan, the overall strength is completely inferior to that of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. This made the two female disciples, Yu Yao and Ling Xian, behave quite arrogantly in Yingfei City. They even caused troubles outside because they are disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. The second day everyone from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace came. Yifeng couldn't bear it anymore. This Yu Yao and Ling Xian are so hateful. It seems that they haven't taught them enough lessons before. Yifeng is ready to play with the two girls. Near noon, Yu Yao and Ling Xian, as usual, left the inn where they were staying and went shopping in the streets of Yingfei City. The current cultivation base of the two women has reached the realm of becoming a fairy after 10,000 years, which is more than 30,000 years. However, the bone age of the two women has also increased a lot. It seems that they have practiced in the accelerated space for a long time. Day. Senior Sister Yu Yao, tell me, that Yifeng actually wiped out the immortal Courtland completely, really amazing. Ling Xian walked up and down, talking as if chatting. I can't see it. He just got lucky, and got a Liuguang constitution. It is said that his own cultivation is still only in the early 10,000 years. While talking, Yu Yao tutted her tongue and said, 10,000 years of cultivation is not even as good as ours, so what's there to be proud of? But I heard that Yifeng faced dozens of immortal king powerhouses in the immortal Courtland alone, and killed more than half of them by himself. Ling Xian shook his head. Although I don't think the facts are so exaggerated, it should still be true. Even so, that's a good thing for us. Yu Yao smiled shrewdly. He should have snatched a lot of treasures and rule fragments from the immortal kingdom. If you see him, you can ask him for some. For the sake of being from the same sect, he can't say anything. Gotta give some? Yifeng hid aside, hearing the conversation between the two so-called senior sisters Yu Yao and Ling Xian. He couldn't help but sneer. These two so-called senior sisters had always been sneering at him in the past, and even when facing a powerful foreign enemy, they still did not forget to ridicule him, Yifeng. The key was that they could not understand Yifeng's identity as the descendant of the dragon sword. Now, these two women didn't mock Yifeng anymore, but they kept their eyes on Yifeng, hoping to get some benefits from him. Even if Yifeng got a lot of things, how could he give them to such a guy? While Yifeng was thinking about this, Yu Yao and Ling Xian did not disappoint him, and finally clashed with other people on the streets of Yingfei City again. Yu Yao and Ling Xian were walking and shopping, and soon came to a stall selling magic weapons. The stall owner is a young immortal cultivator in gray clothes. Although he has only cultivated for more than 8,000 years, he is considered a good master in Yingfei City. Of course, at the moment when the wedding ceremony of the great fairies in the world of cultivating immortals is about to be held, many powerful people from other worlds have come to Yingfei City. The cultivation base of more than 8,000 years is not enough. Yu Yao and Ling Xian fell in love with a jade gourd on this magic weapon booth. This is the most precious magic weapon in this magic weapon booth. It is a space magic weapon, which belongs to the level of high-grade fairy artifacts. Such a jade gourd is not only a magic weapon of space, but also a magic weapon of defense. The defensive ability it possesses is very impressive for a cultivator in the realm of immortality. This magic weapon, I will exchange it with you. Yu Yao fell in love with this jade gourd, so she raised her proud head and took out a jade wrench finger from her bosom. This jade wrench finger was actually a fairy artifact, but it was just a low-grade fairy artifact. Girl, don't embarrass me, a little person. Your jade ring finger is no match for my jade gourd. Just exchange it like this. I'm too bad, so I won't exchange it. The young stall owner shook his head and said. Although he saw that Yu Yao and Ling Xian both had 20,000 to 30,000 years of cultivation, and they were experts from other great sects in other worlds, but he would not let him suffer such a big loss. A low-grade fairy artifact replaced by a high-grade fairy artifact? This is too exaggerated. These two female disciples who came from an unknown sect were either mentally retarded or wanted to bully others, and from the perspective of this young stall owner, it was probably the latter. How can it be possible for a brain-damaged person to practice for 20,000 to 30,000 years? This gave the young stall owner some bad premonitions, but he wasn't too scared, because in Yingfei City, there are still kings. Are you sure you don't want to change? Yu Yao's complexion sank. She immediately took the jade gourd away, and then threw her jade wrench on the booth. I took the things away. You are lucky. The girl is in a good mood today. I don't want to spend too much time with you make calculations. Yi Feng couldn't believe that this bandit-like behavior was actually a disciple from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. The girl is so aggressive, so I don't need to be polite to the girl. The young stall owner didn't panic at all. He just put his face down, put away the stall immediately, and then called out, "Where is the law enforcement team of Yingfei City? Someone snatched the magic weapon from my booth." Following his greeting, two immortal cultivators in black costumes flew over from not far away. They turned out to be members of the law enforcement team of Yingfei City, and they were two immortal cultivators who had cultivated for more than 10,000 years. As soon as the two came over, they stopped Yu Yao and Ling Xian and refused to let them leave. You two girls, even if your cultivation base is quite high, in our Yingfei City, you shouldn't snatch other people's magic weapons by force, right? One of the law enforcement team members said in a deep voice. He could see that the two female monks in front of him were not only high in cultivation, but also calm. There must be some backstage behind them. Now that there are more and more people coming from Yingfei City, who knows what world these two female monks are from? Where did I rob? Yu Yao glared at the man. This is a fair exchange. Hey, it's a fair exchange. Is it a fair exchange to exchange a low-grade immortal artifact for a high-grade immortal artifact? The young stall owner chuckled sarcastically. Isn't it fair that you and I take what we need? Yu Yao snorted coldly. Girl, you should keep this jade finger for yourself, I don't need it. The young stall owner threw Yu Yao's jade finger back. Please return my jade gourd to me, otherwise, the law enforcement team is here, and the two of you are not easy to talk to, right? Only by them? Yu Yao sneered and glanced at the two members of the law enforcement team. Of course it's not just us. The two members of the law enforcement team looked at each other and nodded to each other, knowing that in such a situation, they alone would definitely not be able to handle it. So he quietly sent out a hidden signal to inform others that they were coming. Who else do you have? In a mere third-class world, could someone be our opponent? Yu Yao and Ling Xian didn't pay much attention to it. With their cultivation base, these immortal cultivators present couldn't deal with it. Even if they really robbed, so what? Many people gathered around and pointed at the two of them. Obviously they couldn't stand it any longer. Yifeng couldn't stand it anymore. Just when he was about to make a secret attack, he suddenly roared and landed from the floating square above Yingfei City. His whole body radiated a burst of golden light. This is an incomparably huge golden figure, almost towering above the sky. It is actually a golden giant that Yifeng hasn't seen for a long time. This giant, Yifeng has never seen before. It must be a member of the golden giant family, but it also has more than 60,000 years of cultivation. With more than 60,000 years of cultivation, Yu Yao and Ling Xian were compared in one fell swoop. The golden giant was too big to walk in the streets of Yingfei City, so it shrunk down and became a 3-meter-tall golden man, before landing in front of Yu Yao and Ling Xian. You two, how dare you make trouble in Yingfei City? The golden giant buzzed, staring at Yu Yao and Ling Xian with malicious intent. This made Yu Yao and Ling Xuan's faces change. In the world of cultivating immortals, there is such a law enforcement officer? Doesn't it mean that Ming Kai belongs to the third-class world? Such a strong man with 60,000 years of cultivation is almost the strongest in the third-class world. We are the disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Now we are dealing fairly with people here. Why do we say that we are causing trouble here? Ling Xian reacted quickly, knowing that the two of them were no match for the golden giant, and immediately moved out of the backstage. We are the disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. No matter how tyrannical you are, do you still dare to attack us? Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, the golden giant was taken aback for a moment. Dragon Sword Immortal Palace? This is a top sect in a first-class world. Within this sect, there are dozens of immortal kings and powerhouses, and the entire world of cultivating immortals, combined, is no match for them. More importantly, it is said that Lord Yifeng is a disciple of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. The two girls, Ling Xian and Yu Yao, reported their identities, and sure enough, everyone present was stupefied. Dragon Sword Immortal Palace has a great history. The most important thing is that it is inextricably linked with Yifeng. It is said that Yifeng is also a disciple of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Even if the disciples from such a place make trouble in Yingfei City, no one will be able to deal with them, right? The golden giant who came to deal with the matter was stunned on the spot. He didn't know how to deal with this situation. What should I do if people are not satisfied? But if they are not caught, wouldn't it be chilling for the immortal cultivators in Yingfei City, and even the security of transactions in Yingfei City would not be guaranteed? Just when the golden giant was in a dilemma, suddenly a figure dressed in white descended from the sky and appeared in front of everyone. Everyone, my Dragon Sword Immortal Palace will not have such a disciple. This white-clothed figure turned out to be the number one clothed white of the core disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Dressed in white, she came over, glanced at Yu Yao and Ling Xian, and shook her head regretfully at the two women. Yu Yao, Ling Xian, you two have been making trouble everywhere in the past, and I have warned you many times. Unexpectedly, you are still so confused when you come to this world of cultivating immortals. The elders of the Zhongmen have already ordered you to be expelled from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, which is regarded as punishment for you. As soon as these words came out, Yu Yao and Ling Xian were dumbfounded. Expelled from the sect by Dragon Sword Immortal Palace? This is too cruel. They just forcibly exchanged a high-grade fairy jade gourd here. How could they be expelled from the sect? Brother E, no way, how could we be expelled from the Immortal Palace? Yu Yao quickly came back to her senses, and asked Di Shubai loudly, it's a big deal that we don't want this jade gourd anymore, why not? Late. Ishubai shook his head, waved his hands and said to the Golden Giant, "Senior Giant, if you want to enforce the law, please do so. These two are no longer my disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace." "Okay." The Golden Giant laughed, and immediately grabbed the two girls, Yu Yao and Ling Xian, with great strength. With his more than 60,000 years of cultivation, the two girls had no ability to resist at all. Of course, the jade gourd was returned to the young stall owner, which made the onlookers feel at ease. Even if he is a disciple of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, so what? Once there is trouble in Concubine Yingqing, they will still be arrested, but now it seems that even the elders of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace don't dare to provoke Concubine Yingqing. Could this be the deterrent that Yi Feng brought? After solving the matter here, Yi Feng left the streets of Yingfei City and continued to prepare gifts for the girls. Just now when he saw that Yu Yao and Ling Xian actually used the title of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace to show off their power in Yingfei City, he casually notified Yishubai, who was not far away. Yishubai consulted Elder Kujian for instructions, and quickly made a decision to expel Yu Yao and Ling Xian from the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. This decision was not made because the two women forcibly forced others to exchange jade gourds in Yingfei City, but because the two women had already been noticed by the elders in the past. The behavior of the two women has always been using the name of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace to cause trouble outside. A long time ago, when they were together with Yi Feng, they even sneered at Yi Feng and obstructed Yi Feng's actions in various ways because of jealousy. Yi Feng. Now that the two girls actually did this kind of thing again, and they were caught by Yi Feng on the spot, then needless to say, they will be expelled from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace and handed over to Yi Feng's people to deal with. This turmoil quickly spread throughout Yingfei City, and even the entire immortal cultivation world, and Yi Feng's strength was spread everywhere. It is astonishing that Dragon Sword Immortal Palace made the move to expel the core disciples of the sect before showing up now. You know, what kind of power is Dragon Sword Immortal Palace? The world's top sect power. It seems that Yi Feng's ability to wipe out the entire immortal kingdom by himself has indeed shocked the entire world. Even the whole thing spread more and more mysterious, and in the end Yi Feng became a more terrifying existence than the realm of Immortal King, who could destroy a world with a single wave of his hand. In any case, Yi Feng, who has not yet officially appeared, is already well known in the entire world of cultivating immortals, and has whetted everyone's appetite. Many people wondered, how could such a powerful Yi Feng fall in love with the women in their world of cultivating immortals? Even if they are some of the city lords of the 7 great immortal cities, compared to Yi Feng, their identities seem to be very unqualified. Most people, of course, don't know the relationship between Yi Feng and Su Menghan, Long Wanner, Xiao Yu, and Lin Shiqing. These, no matter how big the difference in cultivation and status between the two parties, will never change. After quietly waiting for a month, the news about Yi Feng became more and more popular. Yingfei City is already full of guests from all over the world, and you can almost see a strong person in the realm of Immortal King when you walk on the street. On the surface, these strong men came to congratulate the city lords on their wedding ceremony, but in fact, who didn't know that they wanted to curry favor with Yi Feng? Even the 3 holy realms in the Qing dynasty sent people to Yingfei City to see Yi Feng. No one knew where Yi Feng was now. If the 3 holy worlds wanted to see Yi Feng, who had swept away the kingdom of Immortal Court, they had to come to the immortal cultivation world and wait for his appearance. Each of the 3 major holy realms sent over a dozen experts from the realm of Immortal Kings, and they were considered to be the strongest 3-party forces in the entire Shadow Concubine City. In addition to the people from the 3 great holy worlds, there are also many powerhouses from the first-class worlds who also came here to congratulate them. For example, the first-class world and the many demon cultivators in the Tianhuang world, all of them are graceful and charming, attracting the attention of countless people in the Yingfei City. Another example is the first-class world, the Dragon Palace faction of the Dragon King realm. dispatched the first prince, second prince and third prince of the Dragon Palace to come to Yingfei City together, which shocked many people. Who doesn't know that people from the Dragon King realm had some feuds with Yifeng before? Now they actually sent someone to congratulate Yifeng, which shows how terrifying Yifeng's influence is. In addition, first-class worlds such as Dark Immortal Dome and Yu Sha World, even though they had a bit of hatred with Yifeng, they also sent people here. They were afraid that Yifeng would remember his grudge and wipe out their world, so they hurriedly sent people to make arrangements. All of a sudden, the entire movie Concubine City gathered with immortals, and the protagonists of this grand event, the girls who are about to hold a wedding ceremony, will soon appear on the stage. I just don't know, will Yifeng come? Except for a few people, no one knows that Yifeng has been in Yingfei City for nearly a month, and during this month, he has made enough arrangements in various places in Yingfei City to ensure that he will be on the day of the wedding ceremony. He can give the girls the biggest surprise. In Yingfei City, all the immortals gathered. It can be said that this is the busiest day since the establishment of this fairy city. In a hall on Yingfei Square, the heads of the entire world of cultivating immortals gathered together, and most of them were old acquaintances Yifeng knew. For example, Yi Wendian, Tang Qingling and other relatives of Yifeng, and for example, Zhao Yi, Ling Chen, Li Jibua, Dao Scar, Nanfeng, etc. Yifeng's former friends, and so on. In this hall, everyone is making the final preparations for the wedding ceremony, but the daughters who are the parties are not in this hall, but are dressing themselves in a cozy hut nearby. It's all over now, and I don't know why Brother Yi hasn't shown up yet. South, who was wearing a suit, didn't fit in with the dress of most people nearby, but he insisted on dressing like this, in order to preserve a little tradition from the earth. The sister-in-laws all believe that Brother Yi will definitely arrive, maybe he is watching us right now. Scar was very hearty, he laughed, not worried about Yifeng not coming at all. Hard to say. Standing beside Nanfeng was a pretty woman, just like Nanfeng, wearing modern clothes on the earth. It could be seen that she should be Nanfeng's wife. Yifeng hasn't come back for nearly 10 years. His old friends, of course, are those who have married families, those who have had children, and even the boy Lan Baxian in the past has grown into a handsome young man now. Nanfeng's wife had never met Yifeng, and her impression of Yifeng was entirely from what everyone had said all along. Everyone's unanimous praise for Yifeng made her a little unconvinced, and felt that everyone must have exaggerated. Especially now, when she heard that Yifeng had returned and wiped out the entire immortal kingdom with an extremely strong posture, she didn't think that Yifeng would care about the old friends like the South and the others. Otherwise, how could it be possible that he had not appeared in front of him for so long? In my opinion, this Yifeng must have forgotten you long ago. I have always disapproved of it. What kind of wedding ceremony is going to be held in such a big way? If Yifeng doesn't show up at that time, wouldn't it be a big loss of face? She frowned slightly and said, Okay, Zhao Rong, don't need to say that, I believe that Brother Yi will not be such a person. Nanfeng patted his wife on the shoulder and said with a smile, You know, Brother Yi was with us when he first started cultivating immortals. You haven't experienced those days, so of course you don't know him. Then just wait and see. Anyway, if he doesn't show up, you won't be able to close the show. Zhao Rong snorted softly, a little angry. The people present knew that Zhao Rong had good intentions, but how could someone who had never been with Yifeng know what Yifeng was like? In this hall, apart from Nanfeng and Dao Scar who are Yifeng's friends, there are also Yifeng's relatives, like Yi Wendian and Tang Qingling. As Yifeng's mother, Tang Qingling was still quite worried about Yifeng, for fear that something might go wrong with him. But Yi Wendian didn't worry about Yifeng at all. The old god was drinking tea with Tang Xiefeng and Yi Wuming. Okay, everyone, don't worry. In the past, I was worried about that kid countless times, but I found out every time. In the end, it was nothing to worry about. Yi Wendian smiled slowly while drinking tea. How worried you are now. I think it is for nothing. Since the boy has already wiped out such a big world as the Immortal Kingdom, there will be no accidents. Will appear. I'm rather curious, what kind of presents will that kid prepare for everyone? Yifeng's grandfather, Tang Xifeng, chuckled. There has been no movement for so many days. In my opinion, everyone's gifts must be unusual. After destroying such a large force as the Immortal Kingdom, you must have obtained a lot of cultivation resources. If some of these cultivation resources can be given to us, that would be the greatest gift. Zhao Rong didn't think Yifeng would bring back any gifts. She still felt that the gap between him and Yifeng was too big now, and she always felt that a strong immortal cultivator like Yifeng would not take people like her and everyone present at heart. If that's all, it will disappoint the old man too much. See if I don't blow his head off. Yi Wendian snorted softly, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction. If Yifeng heard these words, I'm afraid Yifeng could only smile wryly. His grandpa has really high demands on him. In the other room, the girls are hurrying to dress up. Today's protagonists are the four daughters Long Wanner, Su Menghan, Xiaoyu, and Lin Shiqing. As for the rest of the girls, they stay in the room with the four girls and dress them up in their most beautiful appearance. I really envy you all. After waiting for almost 10 years, I finally waited for this moment. The purest purple sword orchid, smiling all over her face, was combing Su Menghan's hair, and said with some envy. Jianlan, if you want, you can also marry Yifeng with us, in fact, we don't mind. Su Menghan smiled maliciously. That's right, Jianlan, let's marry together. Mu Qingqing covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Anyway, I think Yifeng will definitely not refuse such a good thing. Hard to say. Shu Shu was dressing up Long Wanner, and said with a gentle smile, if Yifeng is really that kind of person, ask yourself, who can escape his murderous hands? You all belonged to him long ago. As soon as these words came out, most of the girls in the room blushed. Even Su Feiying, who was sitting aside and watching all this, couldn't help but smile, and glanced at all the girls in the arena. Indeed, like Zhang Xinyun, Yue Chan, and Zi Jianlan, if Yifeng was really interested in them, they would have already fallen. How could they survive until now? Auntie, you still say? Zi Jianlan raised her mouth and glared at Shu Shu. Just talk about us, why don't you talk about yourself? I'm old, how can I compare with you? Shu Shu shook her head. Where is it old, where is it old? Zi Jianlan immediately began to boo, and stepped forward to pinch Shu Shu's white cheeks. Look, this skin is even better than that of a 16-year-old girl. No matter how you say it, you have thousands of years of cultivation. Old? Okay, stop talking, it's time to get ready, the wedding ceremony is about to start. Lin Shiqing was quite strict in her work, so she interrupted the girls' chat and said with a smile, let's look forward to it together and see what gift Yifeng will bring us. Sister Lin, are you so sure that the kid will show up? Xiaoyu stood proudly, curled her seductive red lips, obviously quite dissatisfied with Yifeng's absence for such a long time. Lin Shiqing still had great confidence in Yifeng. When she saw Xiaoyu's dissatisfied look, she smiled and said, if he doesn't show up, where else can he go? Besides, we have a lot of trouble. If he doesn't know, then from today on I will get rid of him. Okay, Sister Lin, this is what you said, how about we make a bet? Xiaoyu smiled slyly. Just make a bet. I said he will definitely show up. If I win, what do you say? Lin Shiqing was not afraid of Xiaoyu at all, and directly initiated the bet. If he shows up, I won't touch him for a month, okay? Xiaoyu laughed. As soon as these words came out, all the girls immediately laughed. Lin Shiqing said contemptuously, just you, if he appears, you have to jump over him? If you don't touch him for a month, I think you will be strangled to death. Why, hasn't it been almost 10 years? If he doesn't show up again, it's time for me to find another man to marry. Xiao Yu said indifferently. I'd like to see if you can really go without touching him for a month. Lin Shiqing didn't believe what Xiao Yu said at all, and immediately said, if he doesn't show up as you said, you can make a condition, anything is fine. It seems that Sister Lin really has confidence in him. In this case, if he doesn't show up, Sister Lin owes me a request. I can say anything. Xiao Yu laughed. Okay. Lin Shiqing readily agreed. In fact, she never thought that Yi Feng would show up this time. At this moment, all the girls in the room have basically 3,000 or 4,000 years of cultivation, and Su Feiying has 8,000 years of cultivation. It seems that in the past 10 years, all the girls have worked very hard. None fell. At least, they are still at the same level as Yi Feng, and they haven't been left too far behind. If they were still only a few hundred years old, the gap with Yi Feng would be too big. Yingfei City, Yingfei Square. Countless guests from various worlds in Xia Qingshan had already gathered together and took their seats one by one in the tens of thousands of seats in Yingfei Square. Before they came, these tens of thousands of seats had already been assigned to many guests. Immortal cultivators who have not been invited are not qualified to sit in these seats. It can be seen that the development of the world of immortal cultivation has attracted quite a lot of attention. The 3 holy worlds are of course on the list of being invited, and even most of the world's most powerful sects have received invitations from the world of cultivating immortals. As for whether to come or not, it's up to them, but judging from this situation at the scene, as long as the world sects that received the invitation, each of them has sent many representatives of immortal cultivators. They would come here to participate in this wedding ceremony, of course to meet Yi Feng. If Yi Feng didn't show up here, I'm afraid many strong people would simply throw the table and leave. As for those who have not been invited, they can only sit in the outer public seats. There are quite a few of these public seats, but they are some distance away from Yingfei Square. The situation is gone. In the public seats at this time, there were quite a few uninvited experts from the cultivation world who either wanted to see Yi Feng's demeanor, or had some unique relationship with Yi Feng. For example, there is a group of immortal cultivators, Lao Tzu's second-class world, the colorful world. Originally, the immortal cultivators of this colorful world had clashed with Yi Feng in the destroyed Kueishui demon realm, so of course they were not on the list invited by the immortal cultivator realm. But they were afraid that Yi Feng would hold grudges, so they also sent some representatives to come, and when Yi Feng appeared, they apologized to him. There are too many guests who think like this, and all of this is entirely because Yi Feng wiped away the cancer of the whole world, the Fairyland Kingdom, by himself. With such strength, Yi Feng is definitely able to rank in the forefront among the powerhouses of the Qing dynasty, even ranked first. Although it is well known that Yi Feng's cultivation is not very good, but his strength has far surpassed that of an ordinary immortal king. If Yi Feng's cultivation was raised to 100,000 years and he became an immortal king, then what level could his combat power reach? Today, Yi Feng, who has just returned from the Upper Qing Tian, has just swept away the entire immortal courtland, and has already become the hottest figure in the entire Lower Qing Tian. At the guest table, Yueyuan world was of course also one of the worlds that received the invitation, and it seemed to be a world that received a lot of attention. This made Emperor Xinyu a little puzzled. Emperor Xinyu, Yu Qitian, Prime Minister Yu, and Yu Long, who were wearing long white dresses, were sitting in the seats, looking at the stage, and saw that the wedding ceremony hadn't officially started yet, but the atmosphere was already very hot. Who made Yi Feng appear in this grand ceremony? What's more, it is very rare for so many bigwigs from the world of cultivating immortals to gather together. Many people actually wanted to see how strong that Yi Feng was. Such a young man was enough to overturn the overall situation in Xia Qing Tian. Yu Yuan, tell me, does this person in the world of cultivating immortals already know about your relationship with Yi Feng? Emperor Xinyu asked Yu Yuan suspiciously. I don't know either, but judging by their attitude, they seem to respect you. Yu Yuan was also a little puzzled. When the envoys from the world of cultivating immortals came to invite them before, they respected Emperor Xinyu very much, but this was not the case when they invited other forces of the same world. If they find out about your relationship with Yifeng and still invite you like this. Emperor Xinyu squinted his eyes, and then said, why don't you go up to the stage together when Yifeng appears, and get married together? Here, how can this work? Yu Yuan's face turned red. Although she has long acknowledged her relationship with Yifeng, admitting to herself and admitting to everyone are two different concepts. It wasn't until after returning that Yu Yuan knew that Yifeng already had 4 closest women before. This didn't make her sad, because she had already made mental preparations, and now it just confirmed her guess. It feels a little inappropriate for her to complete her marriage with Yifeng at the wedding ceremony that will be held later. After all, this is a wedding ceremony held by all the girls in the world of cultivating immortals, and it belongs to their 4 daughters and Yifeng. Time. She is close, and there is still a lot of estrangement between her and the 4 daughters after all. The 2 parties haven't formally met and communicated yet, and Yu Yuan doesn't know what kind of personality Yifeng's former woman was like. If she is not welcome, what should she do? No matter what, she just waited for Yifeng's appearance, and she would get the answer soon. Yu Yuan was feeling uneasy at this end, and the 4 girls who were dressed up in the room felt uncomfortable too. Although Lin Shiqing was willing to believe in Yifeng, after all, she hadn't seen her for nearly 10 years. She was still a little scared in her heart, afraid that Yifeng would change, or that something unexpected happened to him. Of course, with Yifeng's current strength, the possibility of an accident in Xiaqing Tian is very small. On Yingfei Square, tens of thousands of people gathered together. Among them, a group of demon cultivators from the Heavenly Phoenix world were also invited by the Immortal Cultivation world. Among them was a beautiful woman wearing a golden dress. Her name was Huang Yu. She had a relationship with Yifeng when she was in the Sunflower Water Demon realm. When they were about to part, she had invited Yifeng to go to the Heavenly Phoenix world to participate in the ceremony held after one of their seniors stepped into the realm of the Immortal King. Later, Yifeng did not show up. This made Huang Yu feel a little uncomfortable with Yifeng, but now, of course she knew why Yifeng didn't go, because Yifeng must be in a very critical state of cultivation. In less than 10 years, Yifeng has grown from a boy who was an immortal cultivator whose strength was only equivalent to 3,000 or 4,000 years of cultivation, to what he is now, a super strong man who can single-handedly sweep the entire Fairyland Kingdom. In the past 10 years, Yifeng must have worked very hard. Huang Yu could imagine what Yifeng had encountered in these years, and the pimples in her heart disappeared instantly, but she definitely would not have thought that Yifeng went to another higher-level world. Regarding Shang Qingshan, not many immortal cultivators present knew of its existence. Huang Yu, if that Yifeng shows up later, you have to seize the opportunity. Such a strong man still knows you. If you can have something to do with him, then you will make a lot of money. At this moment, beside Huang Yu, another female cultivator of Huang Niao, wearing a golden dress, said with a slightly frivolous smile. Don't talk nonsense, Yifeng and I only met once. Huang Yu glanced at the woman. The woman who spoke was the daughter of the ruler of the entire Tianhuang world. Her name was Huang Ying, and she had always disliked Huang Yu. Now, she is trying her best to ridicule Huang Yu. Fate, that is also fate. As long as there is fate, it is possible. Huang Ying said with a little jealousy, unlike me, I don't even have the chance to meet Yifeng. Do you really want to have something to do with him? Huang Yu asked back. That's natural, such a young and strong man, who wouldn't want something to happen to him? Huang Ying snorted softly, wait a while, Huang Yu, you have to behave well. In our Tianhuang world, you are the only one who knows Yifeng, so you must establish a good relationship with him. Huang Ying is right. Huang Yu, if you can establish a good relationship with Yifeng, our heavenly phoenix world will definitely benefit a lot. You must know that Yifeng wiped out the entire immortal kingdom by himself. In the world of Tianhuang, another woman also directly said, how many natural materials and earthly treasures will there be in the entire immortal kingdom? That is an unimaginable number. In the world of Tianhuang, everyone except Huang Yu thinks so. Yifeng has become stronger now, so of course he has to come up with something to establish a good relationship with other worlds in Xia Qingshan, otherwise, Mu Xiuyu and Lin Feng will be destroyed. If other worlds don't get benefits, jealousy and dissatisfaction will naturally arise. At that time, with Yifeng's strength, it is probably impossible to keep this world of cultivating immortals. Regarding this, Huang Yu didn't agree with it, and she didn't want to have a good relationship with Yifeng, but if she could make friends with Yifeng, it would be great. Time is up. In the center of Yingfei Square, a beautiful girl gradually appeared. When she appeared, tens of thousands of people in the audience fell silent, looking at the audience quietly. No matter who it was, they couldn't help feeling the beauty of that girl. This girl was surprisingly well-dressed Long Wanner, wearing a long snow-white dress all over her body. As soon as she appeared, she became the focus of everyone in the audience. Everyone knows that today's protagonist, one of them is this girl. In the past, I just heard that the city lords of the 7 great immortal cities in the immortal cultivation realm are all beautiful women. I didn't quite believe it, but now that I look at it, it really deserves its reputation. Then Yifeng is really lucky to be able to marry such a beautiful woman. Fart luck, he has strength, what do you know? As long as you have strength, you can marry such a beautiful woman. Many people in the venue started talking, and they talked quietly, and they didn't dare to make too much noise, so as not to spoil the current atmosphere of the entire Yingfei Square. Immediately following Long Wanner was Xiaoyu, who was wearing a long red dress, stepping gracefully, walked out of a space passage, and came to Long Wanner's side. Different from Long Wanner's freshness and cuteness, Xiaoyu's temperamental Yujia's style obviously makes some people want to stop. In the void, another beautiful Yujia in a long black dress quietly stepped out and followed Xiaoyu to the stage. This is Lin Shiqing. Compared with Xiaoyu's sexy temperament, Lin Shiqing's steps are more elegant, and her overall style is more mature. The last one to appear was Su Minghan. Wearing a long pink dress, she walked slowly into the arena. Facing so many people at the same time made her feel a little blushed, but finally stood up bravely. She wanted to present her most beautiful side to Yifeng, who she hadn't seen in 10 years. The 4 girls are wearing long skirts of different colors, but the styles are matched together to complement each other. I don't know whose design it came from, completely showing the styles of the 4 girls to the fullest. The 4 women stood in the field, and the surroundings were still silent. Everyone is waiting for the character that everyone expected to appear. And the 4 girls in the field were undoubtedly very nervous. Will the brat they missed for 10 years show up today? Just as everyone expected, some beautiful wonders suddenly appeared in the sky of Yingfei City, which attracted the attention of many people. I saw that over the Yingfei City, some virtual projections of pavilions, towers, high mountains, flowing water, and desert oceans gradually appeared, like pictures, displayed in front of everyone. However, they knew that these were not pictures. The strong spatial laws contained in these projections clearly indicated that these pictures all came from a small world. Projecting the scene of a small world onto the sky of Yingfei City? This means, many people present can do it. However, what really shocked them was that they found that their spiritual consciousness could not penetrate this layer of projection and integrate into that small world. This small world is definitely not the small world that originally existed in Xiaqing Tian. At this moment, a young figure with a long sword on his back descended from the sky. With a delicate face and vicissitudes in his eyes, it was Yifeng who made the 4 girls miss him day and night. I'm back, bringing you a world for each of you. Long Yu smiled slightly, and as soon as he raised his hand, for strings of crystal clear and beautiful pendants scattered from his hand and flew towards the four women in Yingfei Square. One person, one world, this is the gift Long Yu prepared for the four girls. And this gift completely shocked the tens of thousands of people who came to watch, and even countless hundreds of millions of immortal cultivators paying attention to the world of immortal cultivation. This Yi Feng is actually strong enough to create the world? The idea of using a world as a gift was never thought of by the tens of thousands of people present, and even countless immortal cultivators. For all the immortal cultivators in Xia Qingshan, creating a world is simply not something they can do. Plus, at most, an immortal cultivator who has reached the realm of an immortal king can create a space in his body, but he cannot call it a world. Only those who have reached the realm of the immortal emperor can create a real world, a small world such as the earth and the world of cultivating immortals. Its essence is to open up a new area in the vast universe of Xia Qing Tian and create a separate world. Such a thing is unimaginable for immortal cultivators in the realm of the immortal king. However, Yi Feng did it. Of course he couldn't do it by himself. With his cultivation, it is impossible to create a world, let alone a space. He spent a lot of natural resources and treasures he had taken from the immortal kingdom to feed Liuguang Xianfan's 7 monsters in the direction of the green dragon, so that these 7 monsters worked together, and within a month, 5 worlds were created. These 5 worlds are Yi Feng's gift to the girls. Yi Feng stepped out of the void and landed on the sky above Yingfei City, with the phantoms of 5 worlds emerging behind him. Haven't seen you for a long time. He didn't say anything, but from his eyes, he could read these 4 words, 4 profound words. He actually wanted to come forward a long time ago to meet the members of the female group, but when he thought that the female members held this wedding ceremony for him and invited representatives of immortal cultivators from almost the entire world, how could he not work hard to bring them the perfect gift? 5 worlds, 1 woman and 1 world. This, of course, also includes Yue Yuan. Since she is Yi Feng's woman, she will be treated equally. When Long Yu descended with the 5 great worlds, all the immortal cultivators in the Yingfei Square erupted at the same time. They are not frogs in a well who have never seen the world, especially some powerful immortal cultivators from the 3 holy worlds, who have experienced many things long ago, and they have heard about all the things that have happened in Xia Qing Tian. But it was the first time they had heard of 5 worlds as a wedding gift alone. In the future, in each of the 7 fairy cities in the world of cultivating immortals, a teleportation array leading to the 5 worlds can be established. No matter who it is, they can enter those 5 worlds. Yi Feng's voice spread to everyone's ears, and gradually made everyone understand that his move was not just to bring gifts to the girls, but also to plan for the future. Since Yi Feng created the world himself, Yi Feng naturally has absolute control over these 5 worlds. And this control, he can transfer to the hands of the women. It can be said that in these 5 worlds, the women are the absolute masters. Opponent. Every world in Xia Qingshan, of course, has a ruler. It's a pity that these masters have existed for too long, and they have already turned into countless bones. For a long time, no new worlds have been born in the next clear sky, only the old worlds continue to perish. Now, Yi Feng brought 5 new worlds at once, which might bring big changes to the whole situation in Xia Qingshan. The 5 worlds are all named by you. You can decide what you want to call it. Yi Feng gradually fell from the sky, stood in the center of Yingfei Square, and finally met Long Wanner, Su Menghan, Xiao Yu, and Lin Shiqing again. This scene was a bit touching, but unfortunately, the next moment, the 4 girls turned around with a smile at the same time, ignoring Yi Feng, and stepped into the void in a blink of an eye, teleporting to the world Yi Feng prepared for them. In the sky, the projections of the 5 worlds made everyone present wide-eyed, seeing that 4 of the worlds were filled with people, and many people were staring at the last world. In today's wedding ceremony, there are only 4 women who are going to marry Yi Feng. Why is there a 5th world? Who is this 5th world for? Yue Yuan, come here. Yi Feng chuckled, and waved to Yu Yuan, who was sitting with Emperor Xingyue not far away. For a moment, Yue Yuan felt that happiness came too fast. Originally, she was still hesitating about how to get along with Yi Feng and his 4 women in the future, but now it seems that in Yi Feng's heart, she is as important as the other 4 women. Received a cold reception because of the relationship. The 5 girls each entered their own worlds, enjoying the endless happiness that Yi Feng brought to them. Yi Feng, on the other hand, stood alone in the center of Yingfei Square, looking around. Everyone, Yi Feng, came back after a long time. I hope everyone will have more understanding and support for us in the world of cultivating immortals. Thank you. Yi Feng first said a scene like this. And although this sentence is just a scene, it clearly shows that he has a part in the world of cultivating immortals, and anyone who wants to make plans for the world of cultivating immortals must be careful of his revenge. These words are very strong, so strong that the envoys from the 3 holy worlds are a little frightened. The young man in front of him, with the power of one person, wiped out the lower Qing Tian cancerous organization that the 3 holy worlds dare not easily target, the Immortal Kingdom, which shows that his strength is terrifying. If he was really targeted by Yi Feng, it would be impossible for him to survive even with all the strength of a world. Immediately, Yi Feng became the most unprovoked person in Xia Qing Tian, bar none. Brother Yi, you are finally back. On Yingfei Square, a series of people soon stepped out of the void, followed by a series of familiar faces, appearing in front of Yi Feng. Everyone, are you okay? Yi Feng looked around and saw Nanfang, Dao Scar, Ling Chen, Zhao Bei, and a large group of familiar characters. Not seeing each other for nearly 10 years, everyone has changed a lot. The biggest change is their cultivation base. They have basically all stepped into the realm of Taoism. The strongest one has a cultivation base of more than 4,000 years. This is not easy for them in the cultivation environment of Xia Qing Tian. And then, the treasures that Yi Feng snatched from the Immortal Kingdom will allow their cultivation to leap forward again. Yi Feng will soon go to participate in the covenant against the sky. The danger is extremely dangerous. If you want everyone to practice and live safely, the most important thing is to improve their own cultivation strength. The appearance of Yi Feng has added 5 new worlds to the entire Xia Qing Tian, and these new worlds still have their own masters. This is the most important event that has happened in the entire Xia Qing Tian recently. The birth of the world and the end of the world are so exciting. The demise of the world will produce many rule crystals, rule fragments, etc., so that the cultivators can quickly improve their strength. The birth of the world will produce more unknown opportunities, and these newly born worlds will often produce many treasures. Compared with treasures such as rule fragments and rule crystals, heaven, material, and earth treasures are more intuitive for improving the strength of immortal cultivators. Cultivation, no matter what, is the foundation of a cultivator. At this moment, Nanfang's wife, Zhao Rong, also had a good impression of Yi Feng. Originally, she thought that Yi Feng would be the kind of person who forgets his roots when he is proud. Now it seems that people still take good care of their old friends. Although Yi Feng didn't prepare any special gifts for Dao Scar, Nanfang and the others, the 5 new worlds were given to the girls, and they were also gifts from Nanfang. As the master of the new world, friends of the girls, they will naturally get more cultivation resources from it. I thought you weren't coming back. Xiaoyu came out of her new world, returned to Yi Feng's side, and said with a soft snort. What will you do if I really don't come back? Yi Feng smiled slightly, and hugged her body in the red dress into his arms. Then I'll find someone else to marry. Xiaoyu smiled, without thinking, quietly reached Yi Feng's waist with her slender hand, and pinched it hard. You can't pinch me. Yi Feng chuckled. Humph, let me pinch the pain? Xiaoyu said bitterly. Yi Feng didn't dare to say any more, so he let go of his defense and let her pinch the piece of flesh around his waist. Lin Shiqing soon came out of her own world. She was of course very happy with Yifeng's gift to her, but it was a pity that it was given to 5 women at the same time. If only she was alone. Of course, Lin Shiqing was just thinking about it. From the very beginning, when she decided to become Yifeng's woman, she was already prepared for this situation. As long as she knows that Yifeng has her in his heart, and it is not light, that's enough. Long Wan'er and Su Menghan also returned to the square of Yingfei City and returned to Yifeng's side. It's quite acquainted. Long Wan'er originally had a lot of resentment towards Yifeng, but now it seems that all the resentment has dissipated. She didn't like the gift Yifeng gave her, but from this gift, she saw that Yifeng put a lot of thought into it. Each of the 5 new worlds has a different style, which is completely in line with the 5 women. For example, Xiaoyu's enthusiasm is as hot as fire, and the whole new world is full of tropical style. For another example, Long Wan'er and Yifeng formed a bond in Changbai Mountain, and the new world Yifeng gave to Long Wan'er is mainly a large stretch of mountains, and there are many ancient tomb-like buildings in it. Long Wan'er suddenly recalled the original scene. As for Lin Shiqing's world, it is a modern world. It can be seen that it is a technological world with a higher level of development than the Earth. In order to create this world, Yifeng must have spent a lot of effort to complete it. In fact, Yifeng spent a full amount of treasures of heaven and earth, which can improve tens of thousands of years of cultivation, to feed the 7 monsters in the direction of Qinglong, let them create acceleration space, and make this world go from primitive society developed into a scientific society. Su Menghan's world is a dream world, where petals are flying, and there are some goblins living in the whole world, cultivating immortals carefree. Master Yi, congratulations. At this moment, the people who were invited to the wedding ceremony finally came to their senses. First of all, a group of people from the Heavenly Phoenix world, headed by Huang Yu, who was wearing a golden long dress, came over with sincere smiles and congratulations. Thank you, Miss Huang Yu. Yifeng smiled slightly and returned the gift. You still remember me? Huang Yu was a little surprised. Of course, I promised to attend the promotion banquet of your seniors in the world, but I couldn't make it in the end. I'm really sorry. Yifeng said slightly apologetically. Master Yi, you are welcome. Huang Yu waved her hand and didn't take it seriously. It was another woman behind her who suddenly stood up and said with a smile, Young Master Yi, you are a big shot now. Huang Yu of our Tianhuang world is also somewhat destined to you. Are you ashamed to watch her return empty-handed? What's the point of that? Yifeng smiled calmly, but this wedding ceremony is held by my wives. If you want some gifts, feel free to ask my wives. I believe they will definitely not be stingy. The meaning of his words is quite obvious, that is, if you want a gift, you can, but don't ask him for it. Because, he didn't want to take care of the affairs here, but left everything to the girls. Whether it is the position of master of the new world, or the ownership of many natural and earthly treasures, he has already given them to Lin Shiqing and his daughters. Among the 5 new worlds, Yifeng has long hidden many treasures of heaven and earth in them, so that the 5 new worlds can grow and become stronger at the fastest speed, so as to gain a foothold in the entire Xia Qingshan range. Now, with Yifeng's words, Lin Shiqing and the other 5 girls have become important figures in the world. The woman behind Huang Yu was the daughter of the ruler of the Tianhuang world, Huang Ying. She originally wanted to seek some benefits for the Tianhuang world, but she didn't expect Yifeng to expose the matter with a single sentence, and also borrowed this chance to announce the status of the 5 women. Yifeng had to make preparations for the future. After all, he will soon go to participate in the covenant against the sky. How the situation will be completely unknown. If he returns victorious in the end, Yifeng's strength will definitely rise to a higher level, and there will even be some breakthroughs. But if you are not careful and die inside, then things will be bad. No matter what, Yifeng must pave the way for everyone, even if something unexpected happens to him, the girls will not encounter any difficulties. This gathering will definitely be short-lived. Yi Feng didn't want to waste his time on communicating with other irrelevant people, such as people like Tianhuang World. Of course, today's wedding ceremony still has to be held properly. Yi Feng suppressed the idea of talking more with everyone, and in the end he took out a lot of natural treasures or rule crystals, rule fragments and other treasures, which were used as betrothal gifts for all the friends who came to the wedding ceremony world. Especially in a world like the three great sacred realms, which had considerable influence in the entire Xiaqing Tian, Yi Feng even presented a lot of precious things. After such a day, only half of the treasures such as heaven, material and earth treasures looted from the Fairyland Kingdom are left. After all, there are tens of thousands of people who come to the wedding ceremony, from thousands of different worlds. With today's scene, it's hard to think whether the world of cultivating immortals will develop hotly in the future, but it will definitely be the 5 new worlds that will develop even hotter. The wedding ceremony in the world of cultivating immortals came to a successful conclusion soon. 3W. For the next time, Yi Feng accompanied the girls, enjoying this rare and happy time. However, during this period of time, Yi Feng did not waste any time. Taking advantage of the covenant against the sky, he kept creating acceleration space, and then entered the Star of Chaos Sword Immortal in the acceleration space. In the middle, comprehend the power of chaos. In Shang Qingshan's last ancient killing formation, Yi Feng comprehended the power of chaos to the 4th level, which can be said to have surpassed most heaven-defying immortal emperors in Shang Qingshan. Not only that, but he also obtained the Chaos Ball, Chaos Spear, Chaos Hourglass, and Chaos Heart. These 4 treasures of chaos are his greatest reliance on participating in the heaven-defying immortal emperor. In the clear sky. With the passage of time, the day when the covenant against the sky begins is approaching. In the holy land of Tianzhou, each of the 5 major sects is ready to go. Among the 5 major sects alone, there are hundreds of heaven-defying immortal emperors who are about to participate in the heaven-defying covenant. These hundreds of heaven-defying immortal sovereigns accounted for half of the number of immortal cultivators participating in the heaven-defying covenant. Among them, Xianhuang Palace, Nishang Pavilion, Slaughtering Sword Sect, Tianlan Yaodian, the 4 major sects in the holy land of Tianzhou, all wanted to capture Yi Feng, but unfortunately, Yi Feng used the chaotic hourglass to escape. The interception and pursuit of these 4 sects. If you saw it in the covenant against the heavens, the heaven-defying immortal cultivators of these 4 sects would definitely not show mercy to Yi Feng. In addition, the Emperor sect of the Eastern region, whose suzerain is from Tianqing in the Eastern region, did not participate in the encirclement and suppression of Yi Feng, but this does not mean that the Emperor sect of the Eastern region will help Yi Feng among the 4 major sects. No matter what, Yi Feng must be prepared to face a large group of enemies. In the whole covenant against the sky, Shang Qingshan is only a small part of it. There are hundreds of immortal emperors against the sky. Compared to the many monks in Yu Qingshan in the fairy world, they are not worth mentioning. As long as you knew about it, there were 2 major powers in the fairy world, Yu Qingtian's heavenly court and Jiangya, each of which had extremely powerful Xians. Emperor Qinghua and Emperor Zhenwu of the heavenly court can shatter the void with one hand, come to the earth from the fairy world Yu Qingshan, and also have the powerful ability to transform the earth into a hidden world. As for Jiangya, it is the sect where Dragon Sword itself is located. It is conceivable that every sword cultivator in this sect is a talented genius. From the 2 sect forces of Heavenly Court and Jiangya, it is completely conceivable that Yu Qingtian's overall strength in the immortal realm is definitely a level higher than that of Shang Qingshan. Moreover, it seems that the strongest person with the highest cultivation level in the immortal realm Yu Qingshan is not the immortal emperor, but an existence stronger than the immortal emperor, called the immortal emperor. With the passage of time, the agreed date of the covenant against the sky is approaching soon. On this day, Yi Feng bid farewell to everyone in Xia Qingshan. After getting along for such a long time, everyone also had some understanding of the heaven-defying covenant that Yifeng was about to participate in. It's a pity that no one among the crowd can help Yifeng, so they can only pray in their hearts, hoping that Yifeng will not have any accidents. After saying goodbye to everyone in Xia Qingshan, Yifeng returned to Shang Qingshan alone, went to Immortal Demon City, and found Nidian Immortal Emperor Lian. Regarding the covenant against the sky, Yifeng thought it over and over again, and only Lian could bring him to participate, and he could also ask Lian about some rules of the covenant against the sky on the way. You kid, you made a big fuss in the sanctuary Tianzhou, and you even wiped out all the 4 ancient killing formations. Han Yao Xian Huang Lian obviously heard about what Yifeng did in the sanctuary Tianzhou. He not only wiped out the 4 great ancient killing formations, but also killed many heaven-defying immortal emperors of the dust-killing sword sect. This incident can be said to have spread throughout the entire Shangqing heaven like a whirlwind. If it is said that Yifeng's words were known to the entire eastern region Tianqing by participating in the eastern region martial arts competition, then this incident made most of the cultivators in the entire Shangqing heaven have heard of Yifeng's name. With only a little over 10,000 years of cultivation, he has already achieved the reputation of defying the sky. Not only that, but he also wiped out all the 4 ancient killing formations. He can be called the most terrifying immortal cultivating genius in history. Ordinary cultivators don't know much about the covenant against the heavens. But as long as someone has a little understanding of the covenant against the sky, they know that Yifeng will definitely become the protagonist in this covenant against the sky and shine brilliantly. Most of these people have a lot of hostility towards Yifeng. Heavenly City in the Eastern Territory, Boundless Valley. Mie Daozi, who was dressed in a white robe, hovered over the Wuya Valley, looking into the distance. What appeared in his eyes was Yifeng's figure. The covenant against the sky, if this kid can't be abolished, I'm afraid that there will be no place for me to kill Daozi in the entire Upper Qing dynasty. Mie Daozi knew very well that Yifeng had already hated him for his control over Yuelong. If he had known that Yifeng's talent was so terrifying, he would never have chosen to offend Yifeng, but it's too late to say this now, and what Mie Daozi can do next is to get rid of Yifeng recklessly. Behind Mie Daozi, 2 faint figures gradually emerged. These 2 people are also the existence of the heaven-defying immortal emperor, and they are the 2 Yunyu elders who will never appear in front of ordinary people in Wuya Valley. Yifeng, this son, must be eliminated. The 2 Yunyu elders already knew about what Yifeng did at the martial arts meeting in the eastern region. There is already a lot of hatred towards Yifeng, and it coincides with the covenant against the sky. No matter which direction they look at, they will definitely get rid of Yifeng. It is also the heavenly city of the Eastern Territory, one of the 3 major sects. The Tianmen has already gathered many heaven-defying immortal sovereigns. Zhuo Zishuan, who was dressed in a long purple dress and exuded a mature charm, was chatting with Emperor Qiangu from the Ghost Bone sect. Behind them was Zhuo Songlong with a pale face. Zhuo Zishuan is not the heaven-defying immortal emperor, but Zhuo Songlong is already. This time, she will join the heaven-defying immortal emperor and Qiangu emperor and other seniors from the 2 sects to participate in the heaven-defying covenant. For this heaven-defying covenant, our Tianmen and Ghost Bone sect will join forces, and we should be able to achieve good results. Moreover, there is that little guy. Zhuo Zishuan smiled slightly, thought of Yifeng, and said, if we meet in the covenant against the heavens, that little guy should help you. I think, in the covenant against the heavens, there is no need for his cultivation-based suppression. His strength must be stronger than all of you. That's right, you have the foresight to make friends with that Yifeng. The Qiangu Emperor's body is entirely composed of bones, and he has cultivated the spirit of the Ghost Bone sect to the highest level. These bones are extremely hard, and even in the face of an ordinary immortal emperor's full blow, they can remain motionless. Okay, the covenant against the heavens is about to begin. You all go to the sanctuary Tianzhou to gather first. Songlong, pay attention to your own safety. Xuan turned her head and said to her younger brothers what Songlong, then her sexy lips curled up slightly. She really wanted to see Yifeng, but it was a pity that only immortal cultivators with the reputation of defying the sky could participate in the covenant, and others could not even go to the meeting point together. Xuan felt sorry for this. I knew that before Yifeng made a big fuss in the sanctuary Tianzhou, he would go to the ancient killing formation to see if he could get the name of defying the sky. The territory of Shangqingshan, Tiancheng of the eastern region, Fairy Demon City, and Shura Demon Valley. Heaven-defying immortal Emperor Lian is here preparing to set off to participate in the heaven-defying covenant. Besides Lian, he is also accompanied by Self-Samsara, who is also Shura Demon Valley, and Yifeng, who just arrived. On the other side of Wuya Valley, the news came from Fairy Tianxiang that Xie Shanyu was going with the teacher of the sanctuary Tianzhou, so he would not come to Xia Qingshan to meet Yifeng. Can cooperate and cooperate. Yifeng, are you ready? The pity at this time no longer has any contempt for Yifeng, and when talking with him, he also regards him as an existence of the same level as her own. For a cultivator who has just stepped into the realm of immortality, this is undoubtedly a great honor, but for Yifeng himself, he doesn't think it is a big deal. Because in the covenant against the sky, maybe Lian still needs Yifeng's help, it's unknown. Well, let's go, this junior is participating in the covenant against the heavens for the first time, and I hope Senior Lian can give me some pointers. Yifeng still respects Lian quite a lot. Although the other party's talent is not as good as his, but he has the experience of participating in the covenant against the sky. This is what he needs to learn. Don't worry, since reincarnation, follow us. Lian smiled slightly, raised his hand, and released the ghost ship. The current ghost ship is not as spooky as before, but it is still a very useful flying magic weapon. Traveling through the void and going to the sanctuary of Tianzhou is no problem at all. Moreover, it is more convenient than Yifeng's flowing light fairy sail. After all, Yifeng's flowing light fairy sail needs to feed those monsters every time he travels through the space, which is really too troublesome and a waste of resources. Yifeng simply stole a bit of laziness, stepped on Lian's ghost ship, and by the way released the nine-armed ghost ape consciousness in his body, sealed it back to the cabin of the ghost ship. Now the nine-armed ghost ape consciousness is useless to him, it is better to put it back on the ghost ship, so that the ghost ship can return to its true name. Regarding this, Lian looked at Yifeng with admiration. After all, she never thought that Yifeng would send this out. Although the consciousness body of the nine-armed ghost ape may be useless in the covenant against the sky, in normal times, it can still save Yifeng's life at certain times, right? I didn't expect him to send it out like this. Lian didn't say much, because she was sure that Yifeng already had other things that could save his life, which were more useful than the nine-armed ghost ape consciousness. Just from the fact that Yifeng was able to break through the 4 ancient killing formations in the sanctuary Tianzhou, she knew that Yifeng must have obtained a lot of treasures from it. As for what it is, Lian doesn't know. Even at her level, she has never received any news about breaking through the ancient killing formation. In the entire Shangqing heaven, these 4 ancient killing formations existed all the time, and they were only destroyed by Yifeng in recent days. It is conceivable that Yifeng has already become a celebrity in the entire Shangqingshan cultivation world, the #1 topic of conversation. The ghost ship shattered the void, and traveled all the way up from the eastern Tiancheng, and soon came to the sanctuary Tianzhou, and then broke away from the void, appearing in the sky of the sanctuary Tianzhou. The heaven-defying covenant will begin soon. During this period, the 5 major sects of the sanctuary Tianzhou have already taken action, calling on all the heaven-defying practitioners to gather together and prepare to participate in the heaven-defying covenant. Hun Yaoxian Huang Lian also brought Yifeng and Zi Samsara towards the gathering place of the 5 great sects of Tianzhou in the sanctuary. On the way, Yifeng was ready to face the people from the 5 major sections. After all, there were 4 major sects who wanted to encircle and suppress him. Among them, it also included the immortal palace that gave him the oracle gem. I don't know, what kind of mentality is Xianhuang Palace? First, he gave him the oracle gem to represent the immortal palace to participate in the covenant against heaven, but later, he joined forces with the other three sects to encircle and suppress Yifeng. Yifeng shook his head. He didn't think too much. No matter what, he will know when he arrives. Soon, a cloud-shrouded immortal palace appeared in front of Yifeng and the others. This was the place where the heaven-defying cultivators called by the five sects gathered. Although they are cultivators against the heavens, in fact, apart from Yifeng and Xie Shanyu, the rest of the immortal cultivators who will participate in the heaven-defying covenant are all strong in the realm of immortal emperors. It can be said that Yifeng and Xie Shanyu are the lowest cultivation cultivators who participated in the heaven-defying covenant in history. And this seems to indicate that this round of anti-sky covenants may be different from the past. The immortal emperor against heaven, there are so many people. Yifeng looked around, and soon saw hundreds of tyrannical cultivators gathered in the cloud-shrouded immortal palace in front of him, and each cultivator was at the level against the sky. In other words, here, there are hundreds of existences whose strength is comparable to that of the Soul Demon and immortal Emperor Lian. And these are the strongest immortal cultivators in the entire Shangqing heaven. In normal times, each of them is the suzerain of a certain sect, or the patriarch of a certain big family, etc., with prominent identities, calling the wind and rain. But here, in the upcoming covenant against the sky, they have become the most ordinary members. In Shangqingshan, there are very few strong men who can fight against the strong men of Yuqingshan in the fairy world. Therefore, for each heaven-defying covenant, the hundreds of heaven-defying immortal emperors of Shangqingshan are basically united together, so as to ensure that they will not be eliminated too quickly in the heaven-defying covenant, and it is more likely to get some benefit. Look, who's here? It's the kid who broke the ancient killing formation. He actually dared to come. It's just right here. Does he still want to participate in the covenant against heaven? It's really a dream. The ancient killing formation has disappeared. One of my junior sisters has no way to win the title of heaven-defying, so he cannot participate in the heaven-defying covenant. This son Yifeng is really too hateful. In an instant, a lot of murderous gazes shot towards Long Yu. Long Yuqi calmed down and didn't care much about these gazes, because Lian told him that fighting is strictly prohibited in this place, and all the monks who participated in the heaven-defying covenant in Shangqingshan must not have conflicts before entering the heaven-defying covenant. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from participating in the heaven-defying covenant. This rule was set by the heads of the 5 major sects a long time ago, and no one can violate it. Yifeng, you are here. Soon, a familiar female voice came to Yifeng's ears. He raised his head and glanced at the place where the female voice came from, and he saw Xie Shanyu in a light blue dress, smiling and waving at him among more than 20 cultivators. That is the sect that Xie Shanyu belongs to. Yifeng glanced over. He couldn't help being a little surprised. That sect had more than 20 cultivators against the sky. It didn't seem like a small sect. The sect that Xie Shanyu belongs to was originally the Emperor sect of the Eastern region. Only then did Yifeng understand why, when he lost the ancient killing formation, the other 4 sects sent people out to encircle him. Only the Emperor sect of the Eastern region did not. It turned out that Xie Shanyu was a disciple of Emperor Zong of the Eastern region. However, Xie Shanyu is not a pure disciple of the Eastern region Emperor sect. Yifeng went up and communicated with Xie Shanyu. Only then did he learn such a thing. It turned out that Xie Shanyu's master was a guest elder of the Emperor sect of the Eastern region. This elder Keqing is not usually in the Emperor sect of the Eastern region, and he has not even been to the Emperor's sect of the Eastern region with Xie Shanyu. However, the status of the elder Keqing is very high in the Emperor sect of the Eastern region. This time against the heavens, I am afraid that we will not be able to unite as one. Behind Xie Shanyu, an old man with a white beard sighed and shook his head. It was Xie Xianyu's honorable guest elder. Master, Xianyu has a clear conscience. The Dust Slaughter Sword sect came here to bully us, but we killed us instead. If they want to hate us, then let them go. Xie Xianyu said bitterly. As for the other three sects, they all fell in love with Yifeng's good things and wanted to join forces to arrest him. Could it be Yifeng's fault again? Only now did Yifeng realize that the reason why the four major sects joined forces to intercept him was because they took a fancy to the good things in him. With the power of the Chaos Ball, he cooperated with the Self-Reincarnation and Tianxiang Fairy to kill more than a dozen heaven-defying immortal emperors of the Slaughtering Dust Sword sect. How can such a treasure with terrifying power not make people jealous? It doesn't matter, I'm afraid this heaven-defying covenant will be different from the previous ones. It doesn't necessarily mean that there are many people. We, the Emperor sect of the Eastern region, are going to act alone. The white-bearded old man glanced at Yifeng and said with a smile, "You are truly a hero, this little brother Yifeng. How about going forward and retreating with our Emperor sect of the Eastern region?" Yifeng thought for a while. He has no experience in participating in the covenant against the heavens, so it is really inappropriate to act alone hastily. Now that someone from the Emperor sect of the Eastern region invited him, that would be great. Haven't you asked your senior's name? Yifeng saluted with his fists cupped, and then asked. You can call me Mr. Chu. The old man with white beard said with a smile. In this way, Yifeng, Lian and Zisansai will be added to the Eastern Region Emperor sect's team. Among them, Yifeng is of course what Elder Chu cares most about. He was able to make the four great ancient killing formations in the sanctuary Tianzhou disappear. No doubt he had a secret, and with Yifeng with him, after the start of the covenant against the heavens, it is very likely that there will be a lot of convenience. Elder Chu didn't underestimate Yifeng just because he had just stepped into the realm of immortality. Because he is very clear that in the covenant against the sky, no matter how much you cultivate, it will have no effect. Immortal King? Immortal Emperor? Immortal Emperor? After the start of the covenant against the sky, it is very common for an immortal king to kill an immortal emperor. Old Chu, is it inappropriate to invite this kid into our team rashly? In the Emperor sect of the Eastern region, another elder raised an objection. This son has enmity with the other four major sections. This time, he has entered into the covenant against the heavens. Doesn't he invite the four major enemies for no reason? Hearing this, Elder Chu stroked his gray beard and said calmly, for a covenant against the sky, there are no less than 10,000 people participating. What is it if we go to the four major sects of the Qing dynasty? That's right, once the covenant against the sky begins, we will enter a boundless chaotic space. It is not certain whether we will meet people from the four great sections. Someone else agreed with Mr. Chu's words. Yifeng glanced at the people of the Emperor sect of the Eastern region, and it was obvious that, except for a few people who had a good relationship with Elder Chu, the rest of them were very opposed to his joining. On the other hand, among the crowd of the Emperor sect of the Eastern region, a tyrannical immortal cultivator who lived in the majesty of the Emperor resisted all opinions. Young friend Yifeng, come with us, there is no need to say more. This person is the suzerain of the Emperor sect of the Eastern region, the Great Emperor of the Eastern region. The Great Emperor of the Eastern Territory is quite close to Fairy Tianxiang's father, so he has a faint sense of caring for Yifeng recommended by Fairy Tianxiang. The Emperor sect of the Eastern region has a total of 18 immortal cultivators against the sky. Adding Yifeng, Lian and Zisamsara, there are 21 people in total. However, before the covenant against heaven began, there were still many immortal cultivators who also chose the camp of the Emperor sect of the Eastern region and joined in. There were not many people in this group, including Xuecanglong and Emperor Qiangu, who also came from the Tianqing of the Eastern region. Xuecanglong's face was pale, Emperor Qiangu's whole body was made of bones, and he was one of the strongest in Tianqing in the Eastern region. However, among the crowd who are about to participate in the covenant against the heavens, they are just very ordinary members. For the members who are also from Tianqing in the Eastern Territory, the great emperor of the Eastern Territory naturally welcomes them to join. In this way, there were as many as 32 people in the entire camp of Emperor Zong of the Eastern region. Of course, this number is nothing compared to the other 4 major sects, because the 4 major sects are united together, plus some casual practitioners. There are a total of more than 180 people, forming a team. In the Immortal Emperor's palace, a black-robed man wearing a spar mask saw Yi Feng walking into the ranks of the great emperor of the Eastern Territory, and couldn't help shaking his head. Yi Feng, it can be said that he is a younger generation who has witnessed the strength with his own eyes. Regarding Yi Feng's breakup with the Immortal Palace, he also had no choice. This spar-masked man had tried his best to prevent the owner of the Immortal Palace from sending people to encircle Yi Feng, but the owner of the Immortal Palace did not listen to his opinion at all and insisted on going his own way. For some reason, seeing Yi Feng enter someone else's team, the man in the spar mask felt like he had been robbed of his valuables. However, the man in the spar mask could not change the decision of the owner of the Immortal Emperor Palace, and he was powerless to stop it at this point. Finally, after all the more than 260 heaven-defying immortal cultivators had arrived, the heaven-defying covenant was finally about to officially begin. The entrance to Chaos Te Qingshan is Yuqingshan in the fairy world, so we have to go to Yuqingshan in the fairyland first before we can participate in the covenant against heaven. Yuqing Tian in the fairy world. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. Finally, still want to go to the fairy world where Jiangya and Tianting are located? In other words, before the heaven-defying covenant begins, they will meet thousands of heaven-defying immortal cultivators in Yuqingshan, the fairy world. Just when Yi Feng thought so, the agreed time came. Just above the crowd, a burst of endless vicissitudes of void law power descended in an instant, followed by a burst of unique breath from Yuqing Tian from the fairy world, drifting down. A void passage that accommodates hundreds of people appeared in front of him. This passage leads to Yuqing Tian, the fairy world. Only on this day when the heaven-defying covenant begins, such a void passage will appear, allowing them to go to Yuqingshan, the fairy world. Yi Feng followed the Eastern Territory Emperor and a group of people towards the void passage. Not long after, more than 260 immortal cultivators who were about to participate in the heaven-defying covenant stepped into the void passage one by one. This void channel was opened by a strong person in the fairy world. Even if it is a powerful existence at the level of an immortal emperor, it is not easy to open such a void channel. A lot of people were talking in whispers. It felt a bit strange to Yi Feng. This kind of void passage should be easy for the strong Yuqing Tian in the fairy world to open, right? For example, Emperor Zhenwu, Emperor Qinghua, etc., who came to the earth from heaven, and the dragon sword body from Jiangya. They can open up such a void passage by just coming to it. It seems that it is not difficult. Yi Feng didn't think much, and followed everyone into the void passage. He only felt the space around him transform, and in just a split second, Yi Feng felt that he had finally arrived at a place where the aura of heaven and earth was extremely strong. Once upon a time, a strong man from the fairy world Yuqing Tian opened up a void passage at random, and the wind of power that floated from it could make Yi Feng comprehend many laws of power. Now, he has finally come to the fairy world Yuqing Tian completely. Of course, according to the great emperor of the Eastern Territory, after the 200 or so cultivators from Shangqingshan go to the fairyland, they can only act in a specific area in the fairyland, and there is no way to go to other places in the fairyland Yuqingshan. And all the immortal cultivators who are about to participate in the covenant against the sky will gather in this specific area, and then go to the Chaos Taiqing heaven together, each participating in the fortune. This is the covenant against the heavens, and only immortal cultivators who have achieved the reputation of defying the heavens are eligible to participate in a grand event. It is worth mentioning that in the fairy world Yuqingshan, this specific area where the covenant against the heavens is prepared, there will be no one to restrain the fight. In other words, at this stage of preparation, there may be many immortal cultivators fighting. Only by uniting and working together can the more than 200 people in Shang-Qingshan not be bullied by the strong men of Yu Qingshan in other immortal realms, otherwise, they may be humiliated. After all, the strong Yu Qing Tian in the fairy world doesn't think highly of the immortal cultivators from Shang Qing Tian. The surrounding scene changed suddenly. Yi Feng looked around, and saw that this was a completely pitch-black space, and under his feet was a kind of pitch-black thick spar, which looked extremely thick and steady. This is a palace within a palace, the covenant against the heavens, the entrance to the chaotic Taiqingshan, is here. Look, the people who go to the Qing dynasty have come, and they are still pitifully few. There are more than 200 people in this area, and they are not as many as us, a sky-defying monk from the Witch God clan. Hey, and the monks who go to the Qing Tian are restricted, and they can't go further from the realm of the immortal emperor to reach the realm of the immortal emperor. It is too weak. Almost immediately, Yi Feng felt the discussion of a large group of people around him, and they didn't even want to avoid the eyes and ears of everyone in Shang-Qingshan. This extremely obvious contempt made everyone in Shang-Qingshan feel as if they had suffered infinite insults, and they all dared to be angry but dared not speak out. Only some seniors who have participated in the covenant against the sky, the old gods are there, and they don't care about these discussions, such as the face of the emperor against the sky, the self-reincarnation who has always been stern, and the emperor of the eastern region, etc. Hey, look, Shang-Qingshan still has a boy with a cultivation level of just over 10,000 years participating. Really, what's going on here? How could this kid get away with it? I don't know, but if you don't get the name of defying the sky, you will be crushed to pieces by the void power leading to the chaotic sky. That's right, it's nothing to come here, it's only counted if you can enter the chaotic sky. A group of people saw Yi Feng and Xia Xianyu in the Shang-Qingshan team, and they all cast incomparably surprised gazes. Even these powerful Yu Qingshans in the fairy world have never seen a younger generation with 10,000 years of cultivation come to participate in the covenant against the sky. The lower the cultivation base, the more difficult it is to display one's true talent and gain the reputation of defying the sky. Therefore, if it is true that after 10,000 years of cultivation, he has achieved the reputation of defying the sky, then the talent must be extremely terrifying. Yi Feng glanced around, and found that there were at least thousands of people gathered in the entire hall, and each of these people was a heaven-defying immortal cultivator standing at the peak of his cultivation. It can even be said that with their cultivation base, everyone present is countless times stronger than Yi Feng. However, the covenant against the sky is based on talent, not on cultivation. This is where Yi Feng has the most advantage. Soon, Yi Feng found the target he was looking for in the crowd. In the center of the entire hall, a group of more than 100 people gathered together, each of whom had stronger cultivation than the immortal emperor, chatting and laughing happily. Heavenly people. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. He saw that among the group of people, there were two voices that he had heard before, Emperor Zhenwu and Emperor Qinghua from the heavenly court. It can be seen from this that the group of people are all members of the organization Heavenly Court. Looking at the gazes of the people around Tianting, Yi Feng could tell that Tianting was an extremely powerful existence in the entire fairy world, Yu Qing Tian, and could even be ranked among the top. Suddenly, Yi Feng felt that many people in the heavenly court were looking at him. Immediately afterwards, he saw a young man in a green robe in the heavenly court, smiling and nodding at him, and at the same time introducing something to his companions. Emperor Qinghua? Yi Feng's heart moved, and he nodded with a smile as a greeting. In any case, Emperor Qinghua helped the earth, and he and Yi Feng are relatively friendly. In the upcoming covenant against heaven, if they meet Emperor Qinghua, maybe they can help each other. Yi Feng would never think that with his own talent, he could do whatever he wanted in the covenant against the heavens. For a heaven-defying immortal emperor like Emperor Qinghua, his talent would definitely not be much worse than Yi Feng's. You know, this is Yu Qingtian, who ranks among the top powerhouses in the entire fairy world. Boy Yi, you are finally here. A divine thought came into Yi Feng's ear from another direction, causing him to turn his head to take a look, but he saw that in another group of people, everyone was carrying long swords on their backs. Among them was a dragon-shaped long sword, which looked like a cultivating immortal. Those who usually stand among the crowd. Jiangya, dragon sword itself. Yi Feng pays respects to senior. Yi Feng immediately spread his divine thoughts. He still respects the dragon sword itself. After all, it is the inheritance of the dragon sword, which gave Yi Feng a chance to rise. It will take longer, and this anti-sky covenant will definitely not be able to participate. Yi Feng found 2 acquaintances, and felt a little emotional in his heart. Most of Yu Qingtian's powerhouses in the immortal world are already at the level of immortal emperors. If he himself can become an immortal cultivator at the level of immortal emperors, how powerful will he be? Yi Feng didn't greet Dragon Sword, Emperor Qinghua, Emperor Zhenwu, and others in a more open manner because he didn't want to be too conspicuous in the crowd. A tree that is beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Yi Feng does not want to be the target of public criticism. Not long after, nearly 10,000 heaven-defying immortal cultivators gathered in the entire hall. Most of them were disciples of powerful sects in Yu Qingshan in the fairy world, and some of them were hidden disciples from certain independent worlds. Sejongmen. Such a hermit sect does not belong to the Yu Qingshan of the fairy world, nor does it belong to the Shang Qingshan, nor does it belong to the lower Qingtian, but is a world independent of the San Qingshan. The strength of these hidden sects is by no means inferior to the large sects of Yu Qingtian in the fairy world. After all, if you want to have a world independent of the San Qingshan, you need infinite power to achieve it. If you don't have enough power, your world has long been occupied by others. When everyone had arrived, no one came out to speak, and the entire hall was almost in chaos. We are all gathered together, the chaotic sky will open soon. Once it opens, we will look for an entrance crack and enter it as quickly as possible. The great emperor of the eastern region conveyed his spiritual thoughts and said to everyone in the emperor sect of the eastern region. Everyone nodded, including Yi Feng, Xie Xianyu, Lian, and other immortal cultivators from Tianqing in the eastern region. They all acquiesced to obey the orders of the great emperor of the eastern region. After all, the great emperor of the eastern territory is a senior, and he has long been experienced in the covenant against the sky. Follow him, and you can guarantee to the greatest extent that you will not suffer. It didn't take long for Yi Feng to feel an awe-inspiring aura in the entire hall, and the walls around the hall seemed to be disintegrated piece by a strange force. Here we go. With a chill in Yi Feng's heart, he saw all the heaven-defying immortal cultivators in the palace, all ready to sprint. And he also closely followed the great emperor of the eastern territory, preparing to sprint into the chaos Taiqing heaven that was about to open. The great emperor of the eastern territory said that at this time every 10,000 years, this void hall located on the edge of Yu Qingshan in the fairy world will be completely fragmented. Chaos Taiqingshan, there will be countless crack entrances, each entrance can only enter more than 30 people, and they will be teleported to the same place in Chaos Taiqingshan. Every crack has a different destination. Even if 2 adjacent cracks enter the chaotic sky, there will probably be an infinite distance between them, and they will not be able to reach them in a lifetime. Each heaven-defying covenant only lasts for 1 or 2 years. After 1 or 2 years have passed, some exits will appear in the chaotic sky, through which one can return to the original world. If you can't leave the exit, you can only be left in the chaotic sky forever. Even the strongest immortal cultivator will definitely not survive in it for 10 years. Opened. The great emperor of the eastern territory suddenly shouted, and his whole figure rushed out towards the void in front of him. So fast? Yi Feng wasn't fully ready yet, but at this moment, he didn't care about other things, and followed the Eastern Region Great Emperor as fast as he could. And then, as expected by the Great Emperor of the Eastern Territory, a void crack appeared in the void in front of him, and an infinite chaotic breath drifted out from it, which was obviously an entrance to the chaotic Taikingtian. At the same time, the walls around the entire hall were shattered, and one after another, void cracks appeared before the eyes of nearly 10,000 sky-defying practitioners. Rush in. Seize the opportunity. The whole scene became completely chaotic, the palace was shattered, and cracks in the void continued to appear. Most people stepped into the same void rift with fellow sect disciples of the sect forces, but there were also a few who decided to take the risk and chose to walk through the void rift with few people. If you go into such a place, you will often have a greater chance of gaining something. Yifeng had no experience, so of course he could only go with the Great Emperor of the Eastern Region. He plunged into the void crack, and soon felt that his whole body was about to be torn apart. That feeling was countless times more uncomfortable than passing through an ordinary void passage. Fortunately, he could see the Great Emperor of the Eastern Territory in front of him suffering the same pain as him, which kept him calm, knowing that this step was not wrong. Suddenly, Yifeng felt that the violent void power around him disappeared, replaced by an endless chaotic space, in this chaotic space, filled with endless chaotic power. Do not waste time. Yifeng's heart trembled, he didn't think about it at all, and immediately took out the treasure of chaos from the bloodstone space. The Chaos Ball, Chaos Spear, and Chaos Hourglass have been used once before, and the power of chaos has been completely consumed. At this moment, it is a good opportunity to replenish. With these Chaos Supreme treasures, Yifeng's combat effectiveness in the Chaos Taiching Heaven can be guaranteed. Good boy, it's actually the 4th level of chaos power, amazing. As soon as the Great Emperor of the Eastern Region came in, he noticed Yifeng and immediately laughed. After coming to this chaotic and clear sky, everyone's cultivation has become empty. Instead, people can see at a glance how much power of chaos you have cultivated. The 4th level of chaos power. This discovery shocked everyone who followed the Great Emperor of the Eastern Territory. You must know that even the Great Emperor of the Eastern Territory himself only comprehended the power of the 3rd level of chaos. The strongest person in the field. In the chaotic and clear sky, even the Great Emperor of the Eastern Region had no choice but to bow down to Yifeng. In this place, the power of chaos is too abundant. Yifeng discovered that in this chaotic sky, the power of chaos is almost inexhaustible, and his exhausted Chaos Spear, Chaos Ball, and Chaos Hourglass were filled with chaos all at once. Power. The covenant against the heavens has finally begun. Yifeng raised his head and glanced around, but he saw a piece of complete darkness. The entire chaos was too clear, full of the aura of the wilderness. For an incomparably long time, no living beings appeared. Only every 10,000 years can such a group of sky-defying cultivators be welcomed in the chaotic sky. Careful. Almost at the moment Yifeng raised his head, someone beside him suddenly shouted. Yifeng heard that this voice came from Nidian Immortal Emperor Lian's mouth, and as her words came out, Yifeng felt a burst of chaos force, which suddenly attacked his back from behind. The chaos treasure really caused trouble. In this chaotic sky, only the chaos treasure can determine the outcome of a battle. If others see it, they will naturally feel malicious. I just don't know, who is doing this? Yifeng didn't even think about it. He backhanded the Chaos Spear, a spear condensed with the power of chaos, pierced through the figure that was attacking him in an instant. Yifeng participated in the covenant against the sky. The biggest reliance was the 4 treasures of chaos on his body. Among them, the Chaos Ball can suppress the target with the supreme power of chaos, and can even suppress multiple targets at the same time. Previously, he relied on the power of the Chaos Ball to suppress more than a dozen heaven-defying immortal emperors of the Slaughtering Dust Sword sect. Make it unilaterally massacred by reincarnation. And the Spear of Chaos that he obtained afterwards was able to condense the supreme power of chaos at one point and assassinate a fixed target. The power of this blow was infinite according to Yifeng's estimate, unless he also possessed the Chaos Supreme Treasure. The ordinary heaven-defying immortal emperor would definitely not be able to resist this blow. Now, this is the case. Yifeng backhanded the Spear of Chaos, instantly piercing through the thin figure that was attacking him. Ah! Before the man could react, he felt that his whole body was penetrated by a spear condensed by the power of chaos, and his whole body was filled with the power of chaos. He raised his head and fixedly stared at Yifeng, but he couldn't move any more. The power of chaos exploded, completely disintegrating his figure into void dust, not even fragments of powder. This person is an elder of our Eastern Emperor sect. The great emperor of the Eastern Territory saw the situation here as a matter of course, and couldn't help, but his face darkened. The next time this kind of sneak attack on one of our own people happens, don't blame me for being cruel. Even if Brother Yi let you go, I, the great emperor of the Eastern Territory, will not. I will let you go. This sentence is obviously a warning to those interest elements who are ready to move after seeing the treasure of chaos. Not only that, the great emperor of the Eastern Territory also clearly stated with these words that he would stand on the same front as Yifeng. No matter who he was, he would not be able to deal with his own people. Even if Yifeng is not a member of the Emperor sect of the Eastern region, even if the person who attacked Yifeng was an elder of the Emperor sect of the Eastern region, he, the great emperor of the Eastern region, will stand by Yifeng's side. Others don't know that the great emperor of the Eastern Territory has participated in 2 covenants against the sky, and has seen too many powers of chaos supreme treasure. Yifeng has the treasure of chaos on his body, which means that he is the strongest group of existences in this covenant against the heavens. Even if he is the emperor of the Eastern region, if he wants to move Yifeng, he has to weigh it carefully. Under such circumstances, the great emperor of the Eastern region would certainly not look for trouble and deal with Yifeng. On the contrary, he was more inclined to make friends with Yifeng, so as to tie Yifeng and himself into a line. This way, it would be most beneficial to his covenant against the sky. The great emperor of the Eastern Territory has spoken, so of course the others dare not mess around again. For Yifeng, everyone in the field felt a sense of awe. They now fully understand that the Yifeng in the heaven-defying covenant is definitely not an existence that they can handle casually. On the contrary, in Yifeng's eyes, they are like ants, they can be slapped to death at any time. In this chaotic and clear sky, the role of the chaotic treasure is too terrifying. Holding the chaos spear in his hand, Yifeng quietly put away the other 3 chaos treasures. He could feel that the chaos spear was absorbing the power of chaos around it extremely quickly, and it didn't take long before it was filled with the power of chaos, almost overflowing. The next blow of chaos spear is ready. Everyone followed the great emperor of the Eastern Territory and walked towards the void ahead. Except for a few people who had experienced the last covenant against the sky, no one knew what kind of situation they would encounter in this chaotic space. There is a chaotic star ahead, go and have a look. Soon, the great emperor of the Eastern region flew in one direction. Everyone followed closely, and saw that in the distant void, an extremely dim planet appeared in their sight, and that planet was called the Chaos Relic. It's a 9th-class remnant star, there shouldn't be any treasures in it. The emperor of the Eastern Territory was full of expectations at first, but as the distance gradually approached, he shook his head in disappointment. Enemy, what is the Chaos Relic? Soon, Xie Xianyu, who followed all the way, asked a question. The Chaos Relics are planets that have been forgotten in the Chaos Taiching heaven. These planets used to be a world before the endless years. After the Chaos Taiching heaven was destroyed, there was no human trace. The great emperor of the Eastern Territory explained, the Chaos stars are divided into 10 levels in total. The 9th level stars are the worst level. Basically, there will be no good things on this level of Chaos stars. If you encounter the third class, the remnant stars above, then we can be regarded as developed. The remnant stars above the third class, especially the first class relics, and even the special relics, are the most prosperous areas in the chaotic Tai Ching sky, and there must be many precious treasures in them. These treasures, even in the fairy world Yu Qing Tian, are absolutely unobtainable treasures of heaven and earth. After such an explanation, everyone knows what is going on with the Chaos Remnant Star. In this way, this heaven-defying covenant is an activity for us immortal cultivators who have the reputation of defying the sky to come to the Chaos Tai Ching heaven to explore the treasure. Soon someone said it easily. Not really. The Emperor of the Eastern Territory shook his head. Those who have no strength can only attack the leftover stars of chaos, but if they are extremely powerful, they can explore some ancient Jedi in the Chaos Tai Ching heaven. Among these ancient Jedi, there are even more. It's a pity that even I can only stay away from the ancient Jedi. The Emperor is in the covenant against the sky, isn't he considered extremely strong? Someone expressed puzzlement. That's natural. The Emperor of the Eastern Territory said solemnly, for example, in our group, the strength of little brother Yi Feng has already surpassed me, but even if it is little brother Yi, if he encounters the ancient Jedi, he will definitely have to back away. If you want to explore the ancient Jedi, you must at least comprehend the power of the 6th level of chaos, otherwise, you will only have a dead end. The series of explanations by the great Emperor of the Eastern Territory made everyone feel a little frustrated. After finally participating in the covenant against the heavens, but unable to explore the most precious ancient Jedi, it certainly made everyone a little frustrated, but they didn't care too much. After all, being able to get something from the Chaos Remnant is already considered pretty good for them. Even if it is a Chaos Relic, everyone should not underestimate it. Even if it is a 9th-class Chaos Remnant, the treasures that may appear on it are rare in our Shang Qingshan. The Emperor of the Eastern Territory pointed to the 9th-class chaotic star in front of him. Let's go, and look for it. A group of people flew towards the 9th-class chaotic remnant star in front of them, but at this moment, another group of people suddenly appeared in the void in front of them. Be careful. The great Emperor of the Eastern Territory reminded immediately. Meeting other people in the chaotic Tai Ching sky is generally safe, but if there is a chaotic star in front of you, it's a different matter. Once a conflict breaks out, it will be a confrontation between life and death. It is the first Chaos Remnant star he has encountered since entering the Chaos Tai Ching heaven. No matter what happens, Yi Feng will not give up. At least, you have to see where the other group of people appearing in front come from and how strong they are before making a decision. Look, it's the guys from Shang Qingshan. It's true, I thought I ran into some strong man, it scared me. Do you have a brain? If it is a strong person, how could it be possible to be attracted by a 9th-class chaotic star? Hey, that's right, come on, let's go together, make a quick decision, and kill these idiots who go to heaven. When that group of people saw Yi Feng's attire, they laughed unscrupulously, and didn't take them seriously at all. Immortal cultivators from Shang Qingshan have always been inferior to immortal cultivators from Yu Qingshan in the fairy world. Among other things, the strongest immortal cultivators in Shang Qingshan are only at the level of the heaven-defying immortal emperor, but in the immortal world of Yu Qingshan, there is the level of the heaven-defying immortal emperor. What's more, you don't need the immortal emperor Nidian. Even if you are an ordinary immortal emperor, your strength will not be inferior to that of the immortal Emperor Nidian. In this way, the immortal cultivators from Yu Qingshan in the fairy world naturally look down on the immortal cultivators from Shang Qingshan. Although in this chaotic Tai Qingshan, there is no reference value for cultivation base, and everyone can only fight with the power of chaos comprehended, but the immortal cultivators of Yu Qingshan in the fairy world still have many advantages over the immortal cultivators of Shang Qingshan. Among other things, the higher the cultivation base, the longer the lifespan, and the richer the combat experience. Most of the immortal cultivators who come to the Chaos Tai Ching heaven for the first time are at most like the great emperor of the Eastern Territory. The third or fourth time to come to the Chaos Taiching Heaven is basically the limit. But among the cultivators of Yuqing Tian in the fairy world, basically they have come 2 or 3 times, and there are even some big sects. There will be old monsters who have come more than 10 times, even 20 times, 30 times. Such an old monster is the most powerful in the chaotic and clear sky, and it is even easy to fight 100 of them. In the Shangqing Heaven, there would never be such a person, because their highest realm is only the immortal emperor. They can't live for so long, and it is impossible to experience so many covenants against the sky. They are members of a small sect in the fairy world. There are 15 people in total. They are not strong, but they are not weak for us. The Emperor of the Eastern Territory saw the identity of the other party at a glance, and then sound transmission reminded everyone behind him. I'll go meet them. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. Since the great Emperor of the Eastern Territory didn't let them run away, there must be no great danger, at least the opponent is within the category that can be dealt with. In this case, Yi Feng is sure enough to retreat completely. What he relies on is not his comprehension of the 4th level of chaos power, but the 4 chaos treasures on his body. Anyway, in this chaotic and clear sky, the treasure of chaos can be filled with energy without limit and can be used at will, so there is no problem of saving. One can imagine the lethality of the Chaos Supreme treasure that can be used casually in the Chaos Taiching Heaven. Go, be careful. Although these people may not have the Chaos Supreme treasure, everyone has at least comprehended the 2nd or even 3rd level of the power of chaos, and their strength is not weak. The great emperor of the Eastern region narrowed his eyes and reminded him. If the emperor of the Eastern region alone brought the people from the emperor sect of the Eastern region to come here, and when he saw the group of people from Yuqing Tian from the immortal realm in front of him, he would definitely have to lead them away. Except for the great emperor of the Eastern region, who has comprehended a certain degree of power of chaos, the emperor sect of the Eastern region has no fighting power in the chaotic Taiching Heaven. But it's different now. Now they have Yi Feng in their team. Yi Feng's 4 Chaos Supreme treasures are absolutely powerful, but they are much more powerful than the Eastern region emperor himself. Seeing that only one Yi Fengfei came out of this team, the 15 people from the immortal realm Yuqing Tian on the other side were all dumbfounded. These guys from Shangqingshan sent this kid here, do they want to negotiate with them? No wonder they think so. How could the immortal cultivators from the Supreme Clear Heaven fight against as many as 15 of them with their own strength in the chaotic Taiching Heaven? In the Chaos Taiching Heaven, where only the power of chaos can be exerted, the 15 of them together can be said to be a huge force. Boy, do you want to come to us to beg for mercy? Get out of here, this chaotic remnant is ours, you guys, stay where it is cool. One of them, seeing Yi Feng approaching continuously, said contemptuously. The Spear of Chaos. But Yi Feng didn't talk nonsense with the other party at all. He swung the chaos spear in his hand, and immediately the spear turned into a burst of white light, and directly attacked the person who spoke. The man's face changed suddenly, and he condensed the power of chaos to form a defensive barrier. However, this defensive barrier was completely useless in front of the chaos spear. Puff! The spear of chaos pierced through the heart, and the man was instantly torn into pieces by the power of chaos. It's the treasure of chaos, kill him and take it. For a moment, the eyes of the remaining 14 immortal cultivators from Yuqing Tian in the immortal realm looked at Long Yu with greed. Chaos Supreme Treasure. This is a peerless treasure that will appear at least among the first-class chaos relics. With their strength, there is no possibility of getting their hands on it. How can they not be crazy about appearing in front of them like this now? Unfortunately, they misjudged Yi Feng's strength. If Yi Feng only had one chaos spear, then the 14 of them went together, hoping to snatch the chaos spear after paying a certain price. But in Yi Feng's hands, there is more than just a chaos spear. In his hands, there are 3 other Chaos Supreme treasures, one of which is more powerful than the other. Chaos Ball. Yifeng watched the other 14 people besieging them, and the power of chaos swayed out. He immediately raised his hand and threw the ball of chaos. Immediately, a burst of infinite chaotic power spread out, covering all 14 people. The ball of chaos contained infinite suppressing power, and as soon as it appeared, it completely immobilized those 14 people. The power of chaos, break it for me. The expressions of the 14 people changed when they saw this, and each of them condensed the power of chaos, trying to break the suppression of the ball of chaos, and they are very strong, but they have achieved some results. As long as they are given 2 or 3 breaths, they can break the pressure of the ball of chaos. It is not difficult to suppress the ball of chaos. But, will Yifeng give them so much time? Annihilation Sword Art. Yifeng swung his long sword, and the power of chaos suddenly surged out, enveloping the 14 people in an instant. Annihilation Swordsmanship. With one sword strike, everything is annihilated and returned to chaos. Annihilation Sword Technique is the sword technique that Yifeng learned in the space of Chaos Sword Immortal Star. This sword technique can use the most primitive power to completely annihilate everything in the world and return it to chaos. Yifeng has already mastered this move. After he suppressed all 14 immortal cultivators with the ball of chaos, he directly used the Annihilation Sword technique, and a burst of chaotic annihilation power instantly swept across the world. Out. Almost in an instant, those 14 people were still in a state of being shocked and trying to beg to be suppressed, but they were swept away by Yifeng's sword light that annihilated his sword skills, and they immediately turned into a piece of the most primitive chaotic power. The figures of the 14 people were all annihilated and turned into nothingness at this moment. This scene changed the expressions of the Emperor of the Eastern Territory and others. One sword, just one sword, Yifeng unexpectedly easily defeated the remaining 14 people, all annihilated into nothingness. Such a scene, even the great Emperor of the Eastern region who had hoped for Yifeng for a long time, could not have imagined. He felt that even if Yifeng could repel all the 15 people, at least he had to use all 4 Chaos Supreme treasures to scare them away. But now, this Yifeng is more powerful than he imagined. Just one sword, everything is annihilated and returned to chaos. Those 15 people originally looked down on Yifeng and others, but now, they were slaughtered by Yifeng alone. Sharp. In addition to the great Emperor of the Eastern region, there are also Lian, Zi Samsara, Xie Xianyu, and others in the team, all of whom have a new level of understanding of Yifeng's strength. No matter who it was, they could feel the burst of tyrannical force that erupted from those 14 people just now when they wanted to break through the suppression of Yifeng's chaos ball. Facing such a force, Lian, Zisansara, and the others might not be able to resist even one of them. But Yifeng completely wiped out the opponent. All of us put together, I'm afraid we can't compare to Yifeng. Xie Xianyu smiled easily and said. Why do you think about it? Anyway, Yifeng is our friend, not our enemy, isn't he? Lian smiled lightly. She is very pleased in her heart now. From the very beginning, she felt that Yifeng would definitely rise up, but she never thought that Yifeng would be able to participate in the covenant against the sky so quickly and rise up in the chaotic sky. After annihilating the opponent, the great Emperor of the Eastern Territory led the crowd and broke into the 9th-class chaotic star ahead. There are indeed many good things among the 9th-class chaos relics, mainly some chaos spar. Through the chaos spar, the cultivator can absorb the special power of chaos and use it for his own use. That is to say, as long as he gets enough chaotic spar, the cultivator can comprehend the power of chaos at a higher level. Yifeng also found several chaotic crystals in this 9th-class chaotic star. These chaotic crystals will be produced every 10,000 years, so every time the covenant against the sky, the cultivator who enters the chaotic Taiching, those who are interested can benefit from these chaos remnant stars. If you want to comprehend the power of chaos from the 4th level to the 5th level, just relying on these few chaos crystals is still too far away. Yifeng absorbed the 5 chaos crystals obtained from the 9th level chaos relics, thought for a while, and estimated that if he wanted to comprehend the power of chaos to the 5th level, he would need to explore at least 100 of these 9th level crystals. Chaos relic. That's too long ago. It is necessary to explore higher level chaos relics. Yifeng thought so in his heart, and this kind of thinking was exactly what the great emperor of the Eastern Territory and a large group of people were thinking. Finding more chaos relics and getting more chaos crystals is the biggest purpose of most immortal cultivators participating in the Covenant against Heaven. The great emperor of the Eastern Territory led the crowd, followed the clues of the power of chaos, and soon found 3 chaotic relics in succession, 1 8th class and 2 9th class. From these 3 chaos relics, quite a few people got enough chaos crystals to comprehend the 1st level of chaos power. Compared to the last time I participated in the Covenant against the sky, this time the operation is much smoother. The great emperor of the Eastern Territory said with emotion, "The last time I participated in the heaven-defying Covenant, I did not bring so many people with me this time, and when I first came in, I encountered 2 powerful forces fighting each other, and I almost got hit by Chiyu. In the end, although I was lucky enough to escape, most of the people who followed me stayed here forever. This is luck. Some immortal cultivators have bad luck and will fall halfway. Some immortal cultivators are not very talented, but their luck is very strong, and they can still make it to the end." Someone also expressed emotion, obviously out of emotion. Of course, Yifeng also agrees with this. In any case, since he cultivated to the present, he has basically been smooth sailing and has not encountered any major setbacks. This is certainly related to his talent, but it is obviously also inseparable from luck. Everyone continued to move forward in the pitch-black chaotic sky, and suddenly felt a strong wave of power in front of them, which came over. "Someone is fighting ahead, do you want to go and have a look?" Many people immediately hesitated. They thought of what the great emperor of the Eastern Territory said just now, that the last time the heaven-defying Covenant encountered a confrontation between 2 great powers, almost all of them were killed or injured. Now that we are meeting someone else again, do you want to go over and have a look? If you look at it in the past, there is no doubt that you want to fish in troubled waters and get a little bit of money, but the danger is extremely high. In case the other party is 2 extremely tyrannical forces, wouldn't they be sent to death if they rushed over like this? For the sake of safety, it's better not to go there. The great emperor of the Eastern region glanced at Yifeng, thought for a while, and said, "I'll go and see for myself." Yifeng squinted his eyes, feeling the power coming from ahead, and said to everyone, "You go by yourself? Is that all right?" The great emperor of the Eastern Territory was taken aback. In the chaotic and clear sky, it was pitch black, and even the spiritual consciousness could not convey very far. Once they separated, it was very likely that they would never be able to get together again. To be honest, it is definitely impossible for the great emperor of the Eastern region to want Yifeng to leave. After all, Yifeng's fighting power in the chaotic sky is too strong. I feel that the power coming from the front seems familiar. I want to go and have a look. Yifeng glanced at everyone while talking. "I will bring everyone who wants to be with me." As soon as he said this, the great emperor of the Eastern Territory and others looked at each other in blank dismay. "I'm with you." Lian stood up directly, and of course the Sansara stood up with her. "Me too." Xie Xinyu flicked her long hair lightly and stood up. Except for these 3 people, everyone else hesitated. "Let's follow the emperor." Finally, everyone else made such a decision. The great emperor of the Eastern Territory had the experience of coming to the Chaos Taiching Heaven. If he followed the great emperor of the Eastern Territory, although he might not get 2 good benefits, at least he could guarantee the maximum life safety. "Then let's go." Yi Feng turned around and left without the slightest bit of nostalgia. He felt the power coming from the front, which was somewhat similar to the Guiling 18 swords he had practiced before, and it also had the aura of the dragon sword itself. This is attractive enough for him. Yi Fengfei was at the forefront, and Xie Xianyu, Lian and Zisansai followed closely behind Yi Feng. All the way, the four of them left the team of Emperor Zong of the eastern region and flew forward quickly. Xie Xianyu, Lian, you really trust me that much? Yi Feng was still a little surprised by the following of the three of them, so he asked with a wry smile. In a place like this, who else can you trust if you don't believe it? Xie Xianyu smiled slightly. At least, you are worthy of trust. Anyway, following you is more secure than following the Emperor of the Eastern Territory. Lian also smiled. As for self-reincarnation, of course he completely follows Lian, and he will go wherever Lian goes without any reason. There were other people who didn't keep up. Yi Feng felt a little regretful, but he didn't think much about it, such as Wei Songlong, Xie Xianyu's master and so on. It doesn't matter to Yi Feng whether they keep up or not. Soon, the four of them moved forward, and the movement of the fight ahead became more and more intense. And the aura that Yi Feng was familiar with became heavier and heavier, and soon, a huge chaotic star in front gradually appeared in their line of sight. And just near the huge chaotic star, there are several waves of troops fighting fiercely, as if they are fighting for the right to search for the huge chaotic star. Such a large Chaos Remnant star is definitely a Chaos Remnant star above the third class. Yi Feng opened his eyes wide. In such a chaotic star, there will definitely be very rich chaos crystals. If he can snatch this chaotic star, the power of chaos he has comprehended may be able to go to a higher level. Too strong. Wave after wave of power storms came from the front, causing the expressions of Xie Xianyu, Lian, and Zi Samsara to change a little. Originally they thought that they must have good strength to be able to participate in the covenant against the heavens and come to the Chaos Taikingshan. But now they realize that with the power they have comprehended, they are completely at the bottom of existence here. If they hadn't followed Yi Feng, no one would have looked at them directly. In the battle for the Chaos Remnant Star, their strength is nothing more than cannon fodder and a trick, and there is no possibility of capturing the Chaos Remnant Star. Because, in the battle for the huge chaotic star ahead, anyone can comprehend the power of the fourth and fifth levels of chaos. There are even some leader-level characters who can explode with the power of chaos with a wave of their hands, and they can produce endless destructive power, even comparable to the treasure of chaos stimulated by Yi Feng. It's from Jiangya. Yi Feng took a closer look ahead and knew that it was indeed the force he had guessed. One of the forces fighting for the Chaos Remnant ahead is also the most powerful force among these major forces, and it is the Jiangya where the dragon sword itself is located. Before entering the Chaos Taiching Heaven, Yi Feng once said hello to the dragon sword itself, but he did not expect that he would meet the dragon sword body in the Chaos Taiching Heaven so soon. Besides the dragon sword itself, Yi Feng also saw a familiar figure. Zawazi? A look of shock appeared on Yi Feng's face. It was indeed Zawazi. When Yi Feng was still in the Tiancheng power of the eastern region of the Qing dynasty, it was because of Zawazi that he learned the eighth sword of returning to zero, the Jiajiao sword for attack, and the Ijiao sword for defense, etc. He didn't see Zawazi himself, but only saw his discussion with Zawazi from the memory of Yank Demon Dragon, Qi. At that time, Zawazi had been missing from Tiancheng in the eastern region for a long time. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng would meet Zawazi here, and this Zawazi was still walking with Jiangya's people. It seemed that he was a member of Jiangya. What kind of brat dares to snatch the first-class Chaos Remnant star? It's really desperate. A rough voice suddenly came from not far in front of Yi Feng, followed by a burst of chaos force, without any warning. The Spear of Chaos. Yi Feng counterattacked at the fastest speed. The power of Chaos Spear instantly pierced through that burst of chaos power and blasted it. Huh? Chaos treasure? A burly figure appeared not far in front of Yi Feng. Seeing Yi Feng holding the treasure of chaos, ecstasy, and greed suddenly appeared on his rough face. It's surprising that a brat actually has a treasure of chaos in his hands. Brat, the treasure of chaos is mine. As soon as the burly cultivator raised his hand, the power of chaos once again condensed into a beam of saber light, which slashed down. The sixth power of chaos? Yi Feng felt it now. After the other party got serious, he released the sixth level of chaos power. Such a strong chaos power, even for him, is very difficult to resist. Annihilation Sword Art. As soon as Yi Feng raised his hand, an annihilation sword light burst out instantly, and slashed on the sword light condensed by the opponent's chaotic power. The fourth layer, what? The burly immortal cultivator was going to taunt Yi Feng, but soon a look of shock appeared on his face again. A ball of chaos emerged from Yi Feng's arms, bursting out with the power of chaos, enveloping him in it, and immediately, all the strength in his body was completely suppressed. Another treasure of chaos? The burly cultivator's expression changed drastically. He only needs one breath to break through the suppression of the chaos ball, but this one breath is enough to secure the victory. Die. In a short period of time, Yi Feng's chaos spear was once again filled with the power of chaos, and another blow struck the sensitive and burly immortal cultivator. Puff. The burly immortal cultivator was pierced through the chest by the spear of chaos, and then cut in half by the annihilation sword light, and then completely annihilated into the most primitive power of chaos, and perished in this chaotic sky. All these scenes happened only in an instant, so that other people around couldn't react at all. Haha, so it's little friend Yi Feng. In the direction of Jiangya, a loud laugh came out, attracting everyone's attention. The force that the burly cultivator belonged to originally wanted to go out to kill Yi Feng and seize the treasure of chaos, but when they heard the loud laughter, they immediately became cautious. Because of this loud laugh, the dragon sword from Jiangya. Long Jian, Yu Qingtian's reputation in the fairy world is very loud, and his strength is enough to rank among the top 10 in the entire fairy world. This kid in front of him actually knows Long Jian? No wonder he possessed 2 Chaos Supreme treasures and killed the burly immortal cultivator so easily. Senior Dragon Sword, Senior Zawazi. Yi Feng bowed slightly, saluted, and then flew towards where Long Jian was with Xia Xianyu and the others. Now that Long Jian has greeted him, it is obviously welcoming him to join the faction that Long Jian belongs to. You know me? Zawazi raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yi Feng. I have seen Senior Zawazi from Senior Qi's memory. Yi Feng said truthfully. Qi. Zawazi nodded, with a gentle smile on his face, so it's his friend. Once, Shihuazi and Qi were friends. Although they haven't seen each other for thousands of years, they obviously still have friendship with each other. Yi Feng joined the camp of Jiangya. For Yi Feng, it is obviously impossible to win this first-class chaotic star with his own strength alone, but for Long Jian and Zawazi, Yi Feng is their friend, at least a friend of a friend, it's nothing to take care of. However, for the entire Jiangya, the addition of Yi Feng and the others did not change much. Even if they captured the Chaos Relic, they would have to share some Chaos Crystals. This made some other immortal cultivators in Jiangya dissatisfied, but due to the face of Long Jian and Shihuazi, they didn't say much. Dragon Sword, Yu Qingtian is one of the top 10 fighters in the entire fairy world, and Zawazi is also one of the top fighters in Jiangya. At present, it is Long Jian and Zawazi who have blocked the strongest of other forces, so that Jiangya can gain the upper hand as a whole. Although Jiangya ranks in the forefront of Yu Qingtian in the fairy world, this time, Chaos Taeqingshan and his party were divided into several groups and acted separately. Right now, the group led by Long Jian and Zawazi is only 1/5 of Jiangya's strength. Even so, among the current forces, Jiangya is obviously the strongest one, and most of the other forces are united together, hoping to repel the people of Jianghe together. A first-class chaotic star, among which there are quite a few chaotic crystals, but no matter what it is, it must be thinking of getting more. If you have the ability, you will definitely not share it with others. Jianghe will not share this class of chaotic relics with others. Because of this, several other forces will unite to deal with Jianghe. Let me start with the words first. After the first-class Chaos Remnant Star is obtained this time, the spoils will be distributed according to the number of enemies killed. Among the Jianghe forces, a bearded immortal cultivator glanced at Yi Feng and the others, and said with a sneer, "Don't let some people get a lot of chaos crystals without putting in much effort." This suggestion was unanimously agreed by dozens of other people in Jianghe. Even Long Jian and Shi Huazi could not suppress such voices. "Feel sorry." Shi Huazi glanced at Yi Feng, apologetic. "It's okay, distributing the spoils according to the number of enemies killed is exactly what I want." Yi Feng smiled and didn't care. Since they all said that, Yi Feng must kill enough enemies to protect his own interests. Anyway, the immortal cultivators who came to the Chaos Taiching Heaven all came to snatch the Chaos Remnant Star. Yi Feng did not have any guilt for killing the other party. Anyway, if he didn't kill the other party, he would be killed by the other party instead. The Spear of Chaos. Yi Feng threw the spear in his hand, and suddenly a spear condensed by the power of chaos pierced through the chest of a cultivator not far away. When the Chaos Supreme Treasure strikes, it is absolutely one-on-one to deal with ordinary immortal cultivators, and there is no room for negotiation. That kid has the Chaos Supreme Treasure in his hand, deal with him first. Suddenly, a lot of cultivators from one direction flew towards Yi Feng almost at the same time. In this group of people, everyone had a golden color on their bodies, looking extremely sacred. People from the Golden God race. Zuwazi reminded Yi Feng from the side. He himself was in a stalemate with another strong man, unable to rescue Yi Feng. This group of people from the Golden God clan, it seemed that Yi Feng could only deal with it by himself. The other people in Jianghe wished to see Yi Feng make jokes, let alone rescue Yi Feng. Golden Protoss? Yi Feng glanced at the group of immortal cultivators, and saw that they were glowing with golden light all over. Yi Feng felt a little familiar with that kind of aura. By the way, the Golden Giants. Yi Feng thought of the Golden Giants he met in the wild world. The power and aura of those Golden Giants were somewhat similar to those of the Golden Gods in front of him. Could it be that the Golden Giants are the descendants of the Golden Gods? Chaos Ball, suppress. As soon as Yi Feng raised his hand, the power of the ball of chaos spread out, and it suddenly enveloped the group of immortal cultivators of the Golden God clan. Golden Divine Power, break. A dozen immortal cultivators from the Golden God clan suddenly glowed golden all over their bodies, and broke through the suppressing power from the chaos ball with a bang. The Spear of Chaos. Yi Feng threw his spear and pierced through the chest of one of them. Roar. Suddenly, the immortal cultivator of the Golden God clan, whose chest was pierced, roared, and his whole body instantly became extremely huge, laughing like the Golden Giant clan, as if a mountain appeared in front of Yi Feng. In the eyes of everyone, after the giant of the Golden God clan grew bigger, the injury on his chest recovered extremely quickly. Even the Spear of Chaos couldn't kill him in one blow. Sharp. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. This giant of the Golden God clan is too powerful physically. It's just that, with such a large body, it would be extremely easy for me to attack any part of your body. It seemed that I couldn't penetrate your heart just now, but now. Yi Feng raised his head, his eyes flashed brightly, and he finally took out the 10 Emperor's sword. The dazzling Sword of Chaos. Annihilation Sword Art. Yi Feng swung his long sword, and 2 moves of swordsmanship suddenly swept out. In an instant, the power of infinite chaos rushed down, completely covering the giant of the Golden God clan. Even the giant of the Golden God clan with a very strong body was completely suppressed first by Yi Feng's 2 sword techniques, and then his heart was annihilated into the most primitive power of chaos. Before the giant of the Golden God clan could react, his heart had already been annihilated by Yifeng's sword, making his eyes widen, and his whole body gradually lay down, without any vitality. Kill my people, die. In addition, more than a dozen immortal cultivators from the Golden God clan transformed into giants and attacked and killed Yifeng. More than a dozen golden divine powers pierced through the void and came to assassinate Yifeng. Annihilation Sword Art. Seeing this, Yifeng's expression remained unchanged, and he swung the Ten Emperor sword in his hand. A burst of annihilation sword light swept across, resisting the more than 10 strands of golden divine power, and annihilated them completely. Chaos Ball, suppress. The Chaos Supreme Treasure continued to be used by Yifeng. At the same time, it also cooperated with the dazzling Chaos Sword, blinding the 10 or so giants of the Golden God clan. They couldn't even use their consciousness for a while. The next moment, Yifeng's Annihilation Sword technique was displayed again, and the Annihilation Sword chi shot out quickly, and the hearts of 2 giants of the Golden God clan were annihilated by Yifeng again. Yifeng fought against more than a dozen experts from the Golden God clan by himself. This scene immediately made Shi Huazi, Long Jian, and other immortal cultivators in Jianghe look at each other with admiration. Sharp. Even Shi Huazi subconsciously made such an evaluation of Yifeng. The Golden Gods are notoriously difficult to deal with, especially their physical strength. Even Zawazi's sword energy is difficult to kill them completely. But unexpectedly, Yifeng could deal with these immortal cultivators of the Golden God clan so easily. After being beheaded by Yifeng to kill 3 people, the group of Golden God clan retreated towards the rear. No matter how confident they are in their own strength, they have all seen Yifeng's tyranny, and they no longer dare to rush forward to deal with Yifeng like this. Upright Arrow W. Immortal cultivators who have cultivated to this level especially value their own lives. When they were sure that Yifeng had enough strength to kill them, it was impossible for them to go forward. I killed 3, write it down. Yifeng glanced at the bearded immortal cultivator next to him. This bearded immortal cultivator was the one who just proposed to be distributed by the number of enemies killed. Now seeing Yifeng beheading the 3 members of the Golden God clan so easily, a drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even if it was him, in the situation just now, he wouldn't dare to say that he could easily intimidate his opponent and kill 3 of them like Yifeng. There is no doubt that Yifeng's strength just displayed can be regarded as top-notch even in such a big force as Jianghe. This place is the first-class Chaos Remnant Star, and I want it from Jianghe. Dragon Sword turned into a handsome young man, floated in the air, looked around, and said lightly, "Everyone is strong, why don't you go to other places earlier to find other Chaos relics? Instead of wasting time here, it's better to start earlier. Wonderful. Chaos is so clear that it opens once every 10,000 years. Of course, no one wants to miss the opportunity. But in the chaotic Taiching sky, there are many chaotic remnant stars, and every 10,000 years, many chaotic crystals will definitely be bred in them, so that practitioners can gain the power of chaos through cultivation and comprehension. As Long Jian said, instead of fighting and confronting here, it is better to go to other places to find them earlier. That's right, people of the Golden God race, follow me out of here. Those members of the Golden God clan who had suffered a great loss at Yifeng's hands turned and left one after another, not caring about the person Yifeng just killed them at all. In the chaotic Taiching sky, if you are obsessed with hatred, it will definitely be worthless. Putting it in your eyes, playing Jianghe's face? Naturally, Dragon Sword can't make it happen. However, a sword energy appeared out of thin air, condensed in the broken void, and a sword slashed towards the immortal cultivator flying towards the chaotic star. This sword seemed to cut the whole world into 2 halves. The power of chaos, the 9th level. Feeling the power of this sword energy, Yifeng couldn't help but change his expression. No wonder the strength of Dragon Sword is so terrifying. it turns out that he has comprehended the 9th level of chaos power. Lose. Don't say that Yi Feng belongs to the Jianghe faction now, just say that Yi Feng's own strength is not something they can easily deal with. Even if all the members of their Golden God clan can take Yi Feng down, they still have to pay a considerable price. It's not like they won't settle the score. Of course, it's impossible to forcibly attack Yi Feng. Immediately afterwards, the immortal cultivators of several other forces started whispering to each other and turned around to leave. Because before Yi Feng came, many masters of power had already been beheaded by Long Jian, Shi Huazi, and others, and the rest of them were a little afraid and dared not do anything. Even if they teamed up, because of Long Jian, who was ranked among the top 10 masters in the entire fairy world, Yuqing Tian, they couldn't do anything to win people like Jianghe. The first-class Chaos Remnant star can only be let out. Let's enter Chaos Remnant planet, everyone. The handsome young man in the form of a dragon sword turned around, raised his hand, and a gentle force led everyone to fly towards the first-class chaotic star. Suddenly a figure flashed in front of him, and he flew towards the first-class Chaos Remnant star at the speed of a meteor. It seemed that he wanted to rush into that Chaos Remnant star, before everyone in Jianghe. Court death. Long Jian snorted softly, and flew out with lightning speed. The 9th level of chaotic power swept out, and the immortal cultivator flying towards the chaotic star was cut in half. It is impossible to enter the Chaos Relic from Dragon Sword's hands first. Let's go, since the Chaos Remnant star came without any effort, the Chaos Crystals will be evenly distributed among them. Long Jian returned to the crowd and spoke calmly. Of course, other people would not object to Long Jian's words, not to mention that Yi Feng has already proved his strength with his actions, and he is absolutely qualified to participate in the equal distribution of Chaos Crystals. The storage capacity of the Chaos Spar in the first-class Chaos Star is very amazing. At this time, Jianghe had a total of more than 30 people. After setting foot on the first-class Chaotic Remnant Star, they were divided into their own areas. Each person was responsible for a certain area and was not allowed to cross the boundary. Including Xie Xianyu, Lianhe, and Zasansara, they were evenly assigned to 3 lands, where they could search for chaos crystals and improve their strength. This made the 3 of them secretly glad that they followed Yi Feng, otherwise such a good thing would not have happened. The 3 of them all knew that their strength was insufficient. If they could not get enough chaos crystals, their strength would not be improved. Now, because of Yi Feng, they have the possibility to become strong. Among the first-class chaos relics, chaos crystals are extremely rich. The remaining stars of chaos that can be found in this area are enough for me to comprehend the power of chaos to the 5th level. Even those who have never comprehended the power of chaos may be able to reach the 3rd level of the power of chaos in one fell swoop. Yi Feng rummaged through all the chaos crystals in the area he was in charge of, directly absorbed the power of chaos into his body, and then began to digest and comprehend it. After eating the mountains of chaos crystals, the power of chaos he had comprehended immediately rose from the 4th level to the 5th level, and even surpassed the 5th level by a certain degree. The 10th level of chaos power is still close. Not far away, Long Jian turned into a handsome young man, and he groaned, looking a little regretful. I was also close. It seems that we must make persistent efforts and hurry up. This time, we must try to break into the ancient Jedi. Zuwazi appeared beside Long Jian, nodded, and said. They are the top powerhouses of Yuqing Tian in the fairy world, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are the pillars of the entire Jianghe forces. The goal of this trip is naturally different from that of ordinary immortal cultivators. After hearing what the 2 said, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel his heart move. Does the ancient Jedi need the power of the 10th level of chaos to break into it? This condition is extremely difficult. You must know that the 10th level of chaos power is basically at the level where one is about to comprehend the law of chaos. As for the law of chaos, it is said that all the cultivators who participated in the covenant against the heavens have not been able to comprehend the original law. Yifeng, the power of chaos I comprehended has broken through to the third stage. Soon Xie Xianyu jumped to Yifeng's side from the side. Congratulations. Yifeng smiled slightly. The third level of chaos power means that Xie Xianyu now has a certain fighting ability, at least he will not have the slightest ability to resist when encountering enemies. Following the thigh of Jiangya, the whole operation became quite easy. After snatching the first-class Chaos Remnant star, everyone has gained a lot. Vertex Fiction. Especially some newcomers from the Jiangya faction, the immortal cultivators who just got the reputation of defying the sky not long ago, and everyone who was with Yifeng. Lian, Xi Samsara, and Xie Xianyu, the three of them gained a lot. Although they didn't contribute much, they got the same share of chaos crystals as everyone else. It can be seen that following Jiangya is quite beneficial to them. Whether it's Lian, Xi Samsara, or Xie Xianyu, the three of them have already comprehended the power of chaos to the third level, and if they encounter any opponents next, they will not be without the power to fight. Let's go, the next place. Brother Yifeng, are you still with us? The handsome young man transformed into a dragon sword looked back at Yifeng and smiled slightly. If you are with us, I'm afraid you will encounter many powerful enemies. Let's go together. Yifeng squinted his eyes, only a strong enemy can make me stronger. Haha, I did not misread you. I never imagined that those ancient dragon sword rings circulating in the lower realms would bring me such a genius as you. Long Jian smiled boldly, then come with us. After leaving this chaotic and clear sky, you can come to our Jiangya for a while. Long Jian didn't underestimate Yifeng's strength. Obviously, he knew that with Yifeng's talent, one day he would be able to become a strong man like him. Yifeng nodded with a smile on Long Jian's attention, but was not flattered. In fact, looking at Long Jian's attitude towards him just now, it is enough to see that Long Jian admires him very much. On the contrary, many immortal cultivators of the Jiangya were somewhat unwilling to do so. In their eyes, isn't Yifeng the one who beheaded 3 golden gods? What's the big deal? Many of them can do this. Of course, even if they were dissatisfied with Yifeng Xin, they wouldn't say it out, because wouldn't that make Long Jian and Shi Huazi unhappy? After all, both Long Jian and Shi Huazi valued Yifeng. Long Jian took the lead, and after Shi Huazi was broken, Jiangya's group of more than 30 people, together with Yifeng and 4 people, left the first-class chaotic star that had been looted and continued to move in other directions. In such a team, the sense of security is undoubtedly much stronger, but Long Jian also said that it is not that their group will not encounter danger. In the chaotic Taiqingshan, in addition to the competition from other heaven-defying cultivators, there is also a crisis from some ancient Jedi. The ancient Jedi, there are hundreds of places in the entire chaotic Taiqing sky, and each of them is an extremely dangerous place. Without comprehending the power of the 10th level of chaos, it is impossible to go to the ancient Jedi. However, according to rumors, there are many incredible treasures in the ancient Jedi. These treasures are even more powerful than the Chaos Supreme treasure. If you can get these treasures, you may be able to understand the ultimate mystery of cultivation. These ancient Jedi will move around in the chaotic and clear sky. No one knows when they will encounter the ancient Jedi, and some ancient Jedi, even if we are already in it, we will not be able to detect it. These introductions to the ancient Jedi are enough to make people frightened. Even if the team led by Long Jian and Shi Huazi accidentally fell into the ancient Jedi, they would become helpless and eventually fall into the ancient Jedi. Has anyone entered the ancient Jedi? Yifeng narrowed his eyes and asked. Have. Long Jian nodded, and said solemnly, the great Buddha of the Western Heaven Buddhist realm, the desolate heavenly emperor of the heavenly court, the Wu Zhu of the Wushan clan, and the Sword Zhu of our Jiangya, have all stepped into the ancient Jedi. Western Heaven Buddhist realm? heaven? Which gods? Hearing these names, Yifeng always felt a little familiar, and suddenly remembered, wasn't the Western Heaven Buddhist realm the legendary existence on Earth? And the Wushan clan seems to be the ancestors of the girl Ai Xiuan that Yifeng met in the wild world before. The ancestral spells that the girl Ai Xiuan learned were passed down from her ancestors. Unexpectedly, the source was the witch god clan of Yukingshan in the fairy world, and this witch god clan also had a witch ancestor who stepped into the ancient Jedi of the chaotic Taikingshan. It's useless to say more about this now, but this time against the heavens, the four seniors, the great Buddha, the ancient emperor, Wuzu, and Jianzu, have already been dispatched. In the previous heaven-defying covenants, almost rarely seen. The handsome young man in the form of a dragon sword narrowed his eyes while speaking. His intuition told him that something special would happen in this heaven-defying covenant, but the four seniors didn't say anything, and he couldn't make random guesses, so he could only warn the people he led to be more careful and act cautiously. These four seniors have all comprehended the law of chaos? Yifeng asked guessily. That's right, with their strength, it's no problem to step into the ancient Jedi, so for them, participating in the covenant against the sky is of no use, but they don't know this time. While talking, Long Jian led the crowd forward. Not long after, another chaotic star appeared in front of everyone. Third-class chaos star, don't want it for nothing. With a wave of Long Jian's hand, everyone flew out, preparing to search for chaos spar from the third-class chaos remnant star to improve their own strength. The four seniors who have comprehended the law of chaos. Yifeng kept thinking about what Long Jian said just now. According to what Long Jian said, it would be useless for those four seniors to participate in the covenant against the sky, but this time they were dispatched one after another. Could it be that something happened in the chaotic sky? The current Yifeng has seen too few things, even Yuqing Tian has never really set foot in the fairy world, so he can only make guesses about these things. Following behind Long Jian, he could only move forward step by step, absorbing the chaos spar when he got it, and trying to comprehend the power of chaos at a higher level. After a few days, Long Jian and Shi Huazi led the crowd without encountering any obstacles along the way, and directly grabbed many chaos relics. The chaos crystals in these chaos relics directly allowed Yifeng's chaos power to comprehend the 6th level, and this shocked many Jiangya disciples. How long has it been since Yifeng's power of chaos has been upgraded to the 5th level? This kid actually raised the power of chaos to the 6th level, which shows that his talent is much higher than ordinary people. No wonder Long Jian and Shi Huazi valued him so much. On this day, everyone continued to move forward, and suddenly saw a group of strong men in front of them, exuding infinite momentum, approaching them. He's from heaven. Long Jian frowned slightly. Jiangya and Tianting are not friendly, not to mention that in the covenant against the heavens, it is not uncommon for the two major forces to compete with each other for the remains of chaos. When meeting the team from Heavenly Court, Long Jian knew that the next battle might be tough. But Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. Among the people in the Heavenly Court who he saw the other party coming to, there were Emperor Qinghua and Emperor Zhenwu whom he had seen before. Yifeng Fei was behind Long Jian, Shi Huazi, and the others, but he didn't show up directly. He was going to see the situation first. People in the Heavenly Court are not easy to deal with. Zuwazi frowned slightly, as if he was a little troubled. It wasn't that he was afraid of Tianting, but that there were two strong men on the same level as him and Long Jian in the team of Tianting in front of him, Emperor Qinghua and Emperor Zhenwu. There are no fewer strong men in the Heavenly Court than in the Jiangya. Although they are scattered in the chaotic and clear sky, each team is still led by a strong man who is strong enough to defeat most other forces. For example, Emperor Qinghua and Emperor Zhenwu. However, it seems that their faces are not very good, and there are only a dozen of them. Then someone noticed something strange. Yeah, and the rest of the people seemed to be injured. Could it be that you just fought with other forces? I don't know. All in all, you have to be careful. All the immortal cultivators in the Jiangya became vigilant, slowed down their progress, and were ready for battle at any time. Dragon Sword, Shihuazi? Don't do anything, get out of here. In the Heavenly Court camp, there were only a dozen or so tyrannical immortal cultivators. Seeing the people in the Jiangya approaching, they couldn't help but turn pale. Among them, Emperor Qinghua and Emperor Zhenwu, who were walking at the forefront, looked at each other, and immediately shouted to the people at Jiangya, "Let go of our grievances first, or it will be too late if you don't leave." What's the situation? The people in Jiangya were a little confused. What did Emperor Qinghua and Emperor Zhenwu see that made them look so panicked? Jiangya has dealt with Tianting for hundreds of thousands of years, including Long Jian, and has never seen a person of the emperor level in Tianting, showing such an expression. Is it fraudulent? Don't listen to them. Many people in Jiangya said this to Long Jian and Shihuazi. Long Jian and Shihuazi looked at each other, and they both saw something unusual in each other's eyes. Don't act rashly, put on a posture, and wait for them to come. As soon as Long Jian raised his hand, he gave orders to everyone in Jiangya. Everyone in the Jiangya immediately followed the instructions and did as they were told. The people on the other side of the Heavenly Court could not help but look a little resentful seeing the people in the Jiangya like this. The Qinghua Emperor, who was dressed in green robes, snorted angrily, "Jiangya, you don't want to be petty, we still have time to kill you. If you don't go, let's go." With a wave of his green robe, he immediately led the people behind him past the people in the Jiangya at the fastest speed. Judging by the speed, he really seemed to be running for their lives. Don't let them get away. Seeing the embarrassment of the people in the Heavenly Court, everyone in Jiangya felt that the opportunity had come. They had no such good chance to deal with the people in the Heavenly Court. Before Long Jian and Zawazi could make a sound, someone shot at everyone in the Heavenly Court, and the power of infinite chaos swept towards the place where the opponent passed by. Idiot, idiot. Everyone in the Heavenly Court cursed angrily, each of them could only use the power of chaos to resist, but in this way, their escape momentum was blocked. Stop quickly. At this time, Shihuazi kept observing behind everyone in the Heavenly Court, and now he finally saw something was wrong, and turned around quickly. Everyone flee immediately, the faster the better. It's a pity that the people in heaven and Jiangya are already fighting together, and the power of chaos blasts out, blocking the entire space nearby, and neither side can run if they want to. Immortal cultivators at this level, once they really started fighting, waved their hands to produce extremely destructive power. If either side stops, they will be bombarded and killed by the other side at once. There is no room for it, so neither side can relax. It can be seen that as soon as those people in Tianting got into the battle, anxious expressions appeared on their faces. Before everyone in Jiangya was happy, Zawazi's reminder came, making them all confused. When everyone looked in the direction of the people flying from the heaven, they were all stunned. In front of them, a large piece of chaotic and clear sky was distorted, and it rushed towards where they were. The void is distorted, representing ancient Jedi. Moreover, the ancient Jedi seems to be different this time around. In the past, it's not that they haven't seen the ancient Jedi, but they have never seen such a vast ancient Jedi appearing, and it even occupied their entire field of vision. That distorted void seemed to envelop from all directions, trying to enclose all of them. Damn it, run! Long Jian's originally calm expression suddenly changed now. Without even thinking about it, he raised his hand and activated a burst of chaotic power, intending to teleport everyone present far away with extremely strong power. However, under the influence of the ancient Jedi, the 9th level of chaotic power, comprehended by Long Jian, was also affected. At this moment, it was unable to penetrate the void of the chaotic Taiqingshan and teleport everyone away. Seeing that the void distortion was getting closer and closer, and was about to surround everyone. Yi Feng was finally ready. "Everyone, get ready to run, hurry up." Long Yu raised his hand and threw out the chaotic hourglass. At this moment, the power of chaos radiated from the chaotic hourglass and spread towards the surroundings. All the surrounding scenes all began to go backwards, returning to a few moments ago. At this moment, the people in Heavenly Court and the people in Jiangya have not met, let alone fought together. If they start to escape from this time, there is still hope. The chaotic hourglass is enough to turn back time. However, what shocked Long Yu was that the void in front of him was distorted, and it didn't go back a few moments, but only for a short period of time. This piece of void distortion, that is, the giant ancient Jedi, can still resist the power of the chaotic hourglass. With a bang, the chaotic hourglass in Long Yu's hand shattered. "Go!" Long Yu roared angrily, took the lead to pull Xie Xianyu beside him, then used the power of chaos towards the rear, and ran away. At this moment, the two sides hadn't fought together yet, but they could see the area where the void was distorted, which made them all know what happened. No one knew, without Long Yu, they would have died once. Now they don't think about anything, they can only flee in the direction where the void twists and spreads as quickly as possible. As for whether he can escape in the end, he can only resign himself to fate. Chaos Supreme Treasure, unexpectedly broken? Xie Xianyu was held by Long Yu's hand. Seeing the chaotic hourglass shattered, a look of disbelief appeared on her pure face. This let her know that what all of them were fleeing from was an extremely terrifying existence. Yi Feng sacrificed the chaos hourglass at a critical moment, and finally bought a certain amount of time for everyone to escape. The fastest runner was naturally Yi Feng, who had already reacted, followed by Emperor Zhenwu, Emperor Qinghua, Long Jian and Zawazi, who had comprehended the power of chaos at the highest level. Bye. Yi Feng held Xie Xianyu in his hand, and ran away at a very fast speed. Since he had comprehended the 6th level of the power of chaos, he flew extremely fast in the chaotic sky. "No, I'm going to be caught up." Xie Xianyu looked back from time to time, reminding Yi Feng of the details. In this case, even if Yi Feng took Liuguang Xianfan out, it would be impossible for him to be faster than he is now, because those monsters in Liuguang Xianfan only comprehended some laws of void and time. In the chaotic and clear sky, these laws cannot be used. Everyone fled in embarrassment, and a large distorted void behind them continued to spread. Seeing that everyone was about to be enveloped by the distorted void, the speed of the void suddenly slowed down, making everyone surprised, and ran forward desperately. It didn't take long before everyone fled to a very far place, and they didn't slow down until they couldn't feel the breath of the ancient Jedi at all. Running so fast consumes a lot of energy for everyone. Half the people are lost. Yi Feng looked around, his heart sank. Originally, there were more than 50 people in the Jiangya where he was and the people in the Heavenly Court. But now, there are only 24 people left in the place, not even the centipede monster reincarnated. It seems that they were swallowed by the distorted void. I haven't been able to escape since reincarnation. Lian silently walked to Yi Feng's side and sighed. It's not your fault, it's because the ancient Jedi are too scary. Yi Feng comforted him. This ancient Jedi is a bit weird. At this moment, all the surviving people gathered together, and no one cared whether the two sides came from different forces. The handsome young man in the form of a dragon sword frowned first and said, "First of all, the ancient Jedi should not be able to move. For hundreds of thousands of years, I have never seen an ancient Jedi that can move. Secondly, the scope of this ancient Jedi is so vast that it occupies all of our field of vision, which is equivalent to the integration of dozens of ancient Jedi we have seen before. Yes, very queer. The Emperor Zhenwu of the Heavenly Court is a middle-aged man with a beard. Although he is powerful, he has no pretensions." At this time, Emperor Zhenwu also nodded and said, "All of us in the Heavenly Court are just hurrying, and suddenly there is such a large ancient Jedi nearby, chasing us. This kind of situation is simply unheard of. What should we do now? Why don't we leave Chaos Tai Ching first? It's too dangerous. We managed to save our lives. If we meet again, I'm afraid we will be involved and there will be no bones left. Someone said in horror. Want to leave? It's too late. Zawazi said calmly, observing the dark void around him. I tried it just now. Originally, we could use the power of chaos to open the space channel to Yukingshan in the fairy world after a period of time, but now, even my 9th level of chaos power can't do this. What, can't leave? It's really like this, too bad. What exactly happened? A group of people suddenly became confused. Give me peace of mind, look at all of you, each of you has cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and you are not as good as a kid who has just stepped into the realm of becoming a fairy. At this moment, Emperor Qinghua of the Heavenly Court snarled, turned his head, and glanced at Yi Feng. Just now this little brother's treasure of chaos was broken, it should be to save everyone? I always feel that just now, the time is a bit chaotic. Is it related to the Chaos Supreme Treasure? Sure enough, the Emperor can see it. Yi Feng nodded, the hourglass of chaos can turn back time, otherwise, Heavenly Court and Jiangya are already fighting, and I'm afraid neither of them can get away. Thank you, little brother. Everyone in the Heavenly Court believed in Emperor Qinghua's words and thanked him one after another. On the contrary, many people in Jiangya looked at Yi Feng suspiciously. Did this kid really sacrifice a treasure of chaos to save them? Impossible? How precious is the Chaos Supreme Treasure? If it was them, they would have run away by themselves. How could they still ignore other people? In fact, Yi Feng was just forced to do nothing. He is very unfamiliar with the ancient Jedi and Chaos Tai Kingshan. If he leaves the team and is alone, he may not know what unknown dangers he will encounter. Therefore, even if he sacrificed the Chaos Hourglass, he must save everyone's lives, so that more people can figure out how to survive in the end. Since it is now impossible to leave Chaos Tai Kingshan, no one knows what happened. However, they have no way to communicate with other people at all. The chaos is too clear and the sky is too vast. No one knows where other people are now and what they are going through. Did they encounter the mutated ancient Jedi like them? According to the current situation, we can only unite together. Let's go around first to see if there are other people. If we find someone, we will join together. Long Jian frowned slightly and said, I always feel that there are some accidents in the Chaos Tai Ching this time. If it goes wrong, all of us will die here. I'm not saying this to be alarmist. I'm just telling everyone that at this moment, you can't have any selfishness. If you want to live, unite with me. After Long Jian said this, he glanced around, his sharp gaze made everyone nod their heads immediately. Originally, everyone came to Chaos Tai Kingshan to hunt for treasure. But after encountering the mutated ancient Jedi, their biggest goal is to survive. I don't know what happened to the great emperor of the Eastern Territory. Yi Feng thought in his heart. Not only the great emperor of the Eastern Territory, but also tens of thousands of people who came to Chaos Tai Ching. How many people have lost their lives so far? After finally participating in a covenant against the sky, I wanted to improve my strength, but I didn't expect to encounter such an accident. Just as everyone was walking away from the ancient Jedi just now, a large group of people suddenly appeared in front of them. It was estimated that there were about 100 people, and it seemed that they were all joined by people from small forces. When these hundreds of people saw Yi Feng and the other 24, they immediately flew over and surrounded them as if they had found prey. Seeing the hundreds of people rushing over like crazy hungry beasts, the 24 people from Jiangya and Tianting all frowned. Everyone, even if you want to rob, you have to look at the strength gap, right? There was a strange look in the eyes of Emperor Zhenwu of the Heavenly Court, and he was keenly aware that something was not quite right. Up left arrow. Because obviously, although their team is small, they are all elites, and none of them who can escape from the mutated ancient Jedi's pursuit will be weak. Even if there are hundreds of people on the other side, maybe a strong man here can wipe out most of them with a single move. Stop talking nonsense, these people are puppets, and have lost their minds long ago. Zawazi snorted softly, I'm afraid it's the ghosts of the Witch God clan. Kill them. As soon as the words fell, Shihuazi raised his hand, and the sword energy instantly swayed out, like a bright moonlight, suddenly swept towards the 100 people. His sword chi condensed the 9th level of chaotic power, and dealing with those immortal cultivators from unknown forces was as easy as chopping vegetables. What's more, that large group of hundreds of people have lost their minds, and without the wisdom of life, they are extremely stupid to fight. With Zawazi's sword, more than half of the 100 people were directly beheaded, and the remaining half were also killed by various attacks of other people, and there was not a single one left. Hundreds of sky-defying cultivators, all of them perish in just 1 or 2 breaths. Yifeng felt a little moved when he saw it. However, he knows that the world of immortal cultivators is already highly competitive, and life and death struggles will appear everywhere, which is nothing more than normal. It is precisely this kind of situation that motivates Yifeng to always pursue stronger cultivation and strength. Only with stronger strength can he protect everyone around him. Don't be careless. These people are all puppets created by the Witch God clan. Since they appear here, they represent the powerful Witch God clan. Maybe they are also nearby. The handsome young man in the form of a dragon sword said while carefully observing his surroundings, and then pointed in one direction, go this way. If you encounter a strong man from the Wushan clan, don't rush to do it first, you must first ask them. Let's talk about no special circumstances. What if they do it first? Someone was dissatisfied and asked aloud. Then fight back. Long Jian said proudly. If they really wanted to fight, the 4 peak powerhouses on their side would still be afraid that the group of witch gods would fail? If the other party really doesn't open their eyes, then Long Jian doesn't mind using force to teach the other party a lesson. After letting the other party know how powerful they are, it will be much easier to communicate and talk. However, they did not meet anyone from the Witch God clan next. Maybe it's because they are powerful people, so maybe they avoid them. In the entire chaotic sky, there began to be a mysterious and strange atmosphere, which made everyone's mood extremely dignified. They didn't meet anyone from the Witch God clan, which made them even more nervous. There is someone in front. Finally, after a long time, everyone finally saw a small group of immortal cultivators appearing in front of them. There were about 7 or 8 people, all of whom were in a bit of a panic and were running away quickly. No, run! Everyone was about to go up to greet them, but someone in the team immediately shouted, they are being chased by the ancient Jedi, let's not go there, there is only one dead end in the past. As soon as the words came out, everyone took a closer look, and they saw that behind those 7 or 8 people, a large piece of distorted space was quickly swooping in. Run! Everyone immediately reacted subconsciously, turned around and flew away, heading towards the opposite direction of the attack from the distorted space. They were still far away, but they could still see that the 7 or 8 immortal cultivators in the void in front of them were being swallowed by the distorted space, and it didn't take long before there were only 3 of them left. Those 3 people kept calling for help, but in this situation, who would dare to stop to save people? If anyone doesn't escape quickly, let alone save people, he will definitely get involved with himself. What the hell is going on with this ancient Jedi? It actually appears in different places, devouring immortal cultivators everywhere. Zawazi and Emperor Zhenwu asked questions at the same time, and this was exactly what everyone present thought. It's just that this kind of situation has never happened before, so they can't figure out what's going on no matter how they think about it. The only thing everyone can do is to stay away from the large mutated ancient Jedi. This time the ancient Jedi's pursuit was much longer than the last one. After devouring the last 3 people who asked for help, the distorted space continued to attack Yi Feng and the others in the direction they were escaping from. Since the distorted space was too large, they had only one direction to choose if they wanted to escape. As time passed, although everyone was not physically tired, their moods were extremely tense, and many people felt that they were about to lose their strength. The distorted space behind them is still in the process of approaching, making their hearts unable to calm down for a moment. Oops. Suddenly, the expression of Zawazi beside Yi Feng changed drastically. What's wrong? Yi Feng asked immediately. Look ahead. Shihuazi pointed to the front of the crowd, his face instantly turned extremely pale. Everyone glanced in the direction he was pointing, and saw that there was also a distorted space in front of him, which was constantly approaching and squeezing. They were actually made dumplings back and forth. Ruined. 24 people, everyone's face became extremely gloomy. When encountering this kind of thing, they have no choice but to watch the 2 distorted spaces in front and back keep approaching, and approaching again. The 2 distorted spaces are extremely huge, like the sky and the earth, with no end in sight at a glance. The 2 spaces surrounded everyone, making them feel extremely strong pressure, but even so, no one stopped and waited to die. Since there are dead ends on both sides, then fly up or down to have a look. Although it seems to be a dead end, at least there is a glimmer of hope for being alive. This is the cultivator. They have cultivated for thousands of years, and even if they are faced with a certain death situation, they will not give up easily until the last moment, because their cultivation has never been easy, and they have paid too much. Everyone has an extremely strong desire to survive. Among them, Yi Feng was of course included. I can't run away. This mutated ancient Jedi is as vast as the sky and the earth. There is no end at all. It is impossible to escape from the attack from both sides. Yi Feng's face was extremely solemn, and he said to Lian and Xia Xianyu beside him, "You guys remember to hold on to me later, and don't let go." Lian and Xia Xianyu's faces turned pale at this time, and they nodded subconsciously when they heard Yi Feng's words. Under such circumstances, they had no choice. When Yi Feng asked them to do something, they could only regard Yi Feng as their only hope. Facing the 2 distorted spaces attacking like dumplings, and the mutated ancient Jedi, Yi Feng had no way out. The only escape method he could think of now was. When Xia Xianyu and Lian approached Yi Feng, with a thought, he took out a string of rusty iron locks from the bloodstone. As soon as the iron lock appeared, Yi Feng opened it with his mind, without any hesitation. Immediately, an extremely vast chaotic space spread out from the iron lock, surrounding Yi Feng and the 2 women. This iron lock is exactly the star chain that Yi Feng got from Tianxiang Fairy's father before. Locked by this string of star chains is where Yi Feng practiced the annihilation swordsmanship, the Star of Chaos Sword Immortal. Facing the mutated ancient Jedi attacking them, everyone showed their skills. Yi Feng didn't have time to pay attention to other people, so he opened the star chain immediately and released the Star of Chaos Sword Immortal. This Chaos Sword Immortal star is not the same as the Chaos Leftover star, it has many layers of space inside. Yi Feng didn't know whether he could escape his life by hiding inside, but this was the only way he could use now. You have all comprehended the 3rd level of the power of chaos, follow me to the 2nd level. Yi Feng took Lian and Xia Xianyu, and rushed towards the 2nd layer of Chaos Sword Immortal star at an extremely fast speed. This time, it was out of control. Not knowing what happened, Yi Feng and the 2 women suddenly felt a powerful force pulling them towards the center of the space of Chaos Sword Immortal star. The 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, the 4th floor. Layer after layer, Yi Feng was stunned by this scene, not knowing what kind of force was pulling him. Now, the 2 mutated ancient Jedi outside should have joined together. Yi Feng thought in his heart. The mutated ancient Jedi has definitely surrounded the star chain where the Chaos Sword Immortal Star is now, and it is not known what will happen to the space inside the Chaos Sword Immortal Star. But no matter what, Yi Feng can't stop everything from happening now. His body was involuntarily pulled towards the deep center of the Chaos Sword Immortal Star by the huge force, and when he reached the 6th floor, Yi Feng could clearly feel that the power of chaos around him was extremely strong. The richness has even surpassed the level of chaos in Tai Ching. However, at this moment, the rich chaos power in the 6th layer of Chaos Sword Immortal Star suddenly broke the calm state and became violent all of a sudden. It was as if an unknown tyrannical force squeezed in from the outside, causing the power of chaos on the 6th floor to explode. Yi Feng gritted his teeth tightly, took out the chaos ball, and used the suppressing power of the chaos ball to resist the violent and terrifying forces around him. 7th floor. Soon, together with Xie Xianyu and Lian, he broke through to the 7th floor of Chaos Sword Immortal Star. The violent force coming in from the outside seemed to be blocked by the barrier outside the 7th floor, but Yi Feng could see the space around him bursting open. Obviously it couldn't last long. When the barrier on the 7th floor is completely blasted, I am afraid that the more intense power of chaos in the 7th floor will also become violent like the 6th floor. Hurry up! The whole space began to vibrate, and the power of chaos was aroused by the tyrannical force from outside, and it exploded instantly. Yi Feng pulled Xie Xianyu and Lian, and kept moving forward in the chaos. Boom! The ball of chaos was shattered in the process of resisting the surrounding forces, but relying on the defense of the ball of chaos, Yi Feng and the two women finally passed through the barrier of the Chaos Sword Immortal Star. The 7th floor came to the center of Chaos Sword Immortal Star, the 8th floor. Endless ice coffin. Yi Feng glanced and saw a coffin of ice floating quietly in the center of the entire space. He still remembered that lying in this endless ice coffin was the daughter of Chaos Sword Immortal, Chaos Sword Fairy, who was cast by this endless ice coffin. The ice coffin, so it has been hibernating until now. However, even the barrier at the center of Chaos Sword Immortal Star can't stop the terrifying power of the ancient Jedi mutated from the outside world. Cracks appeared again in the barriers around the space, causing Yi Feng to feel a touch of despair. The destructive power produced by the mutated ancient Jedi would completely destroy the entire primal Chaos Sword Immortal Star. Such a terrifying power is definitely not something that Yi Feng can resist. I'm afraid, as Long Jian and others said, only the powerhouse who has comprehended the power of chaos to the 10th level can resist such a power, right? Let's break open that coffin. Yi Feng pointed to the endless ice coffin in the center of the entire space. For the current plan, he had no choice but to smash the jar and smash the coffin to try. Horrific and destructive power from the mutant ancient Jedi swept over from all directions, and within a few breaths, Yi Feng, Xie Xianyu, and Lian would all be completely destroyed by this burst of power. Smash the endless ice coffin. In the coffin lay the immortal cultivator from the previous era, Chaos Sword Fairy. Yi Feng guessed that she should still be alive. As long as the endless ice coffin is smashed, maybe things will turn around. Almost at the same time as his voice fell, the power of chaos that he and the two women had comprehended went straight towards the endless ice coffin. However, the power of chaos, which was as strong as Yi Feng's comprehension to the 6th level, was unable to create the slightest crack on the endless ice coffin. The Spear of Chaos. Without any hesitation, Yi Feng took out the primal chaos treasure, and stabbed at the endless ice coffin with a spear. This time, I finally saw a shallow crack on the endless ice coffin. It works, break it for me. Seeing this, Yi Feng immediately activated the Spear of Chaos at an extremely fast speed, bursting out bursts of tyrannical force, making the cracks on the endless ice coffin bigger and bigger. And the violent destructive power from all directions is also destroying the barrier of the 8th space at the fastest speed. Finally, the barriers of the entire 8th floor space were shattered into pieces, and a wave of infinite berserk force rushed in, causing the endless ice coffin in the center of the space to be lifted up. Yifeng grabbed it in a hurry, and then he held the spear of chaos and stabbed towards the crack. This time, it finally worked. The entire endless ice coffin was directly blasted open a crack by the spear of chaos, and a burst of cold air that seemed to come from the ancient age burst out from the endless ice coffin. "Am I awake?" A woman's voice that seemed to have been sleeping for countless years came out from the endless ice coffin, which made Yifeng happy. This chaotic sword girl is actually still alive. Without any hesitation, Yifeng immediately flew to the top of the shattered endless ice coffin, grabbed the woman inside, and pulled her out. Up left arrow. Although this action was very rude, Yifeng had no choice but to do so in the face of the terrifying ancient Jedi power coming from all directions. What was pulled out of the endless ice coffin was a beautiful woman with a somewhat confused expression. She was dressed in snow white and her gauze skirt was still stained with frost, causing the temperature of the surrounding space to drop sharply. The endless ice coffin shattered, and a burst of ice power was generated immediately, which penetrated a range of 10 meters nearby, and then spread towards the surroundings. Yifeng, Lian, and Xie Xianyu, as well as the beautiful woman who was pulled out by Yifeng from the coffin of endless ice, Chaos Sword Princess, were protected by the power of this circle of ice. "What kind of cold is this?" The three of them looked around. The cold air coming out of the endless ice coffin actually froze the earth-shaking ancient Jedi power in midair, and they could no longer have the slightest motivation to move forward. The entire space, which seemed to be boiling at first, completely stopped in an instant, making Yifeng and the others a little unbelievable. "Who are you?" The beautiful woman finally spoke, and opened her eyes that had been tightly closed. When she opened her eyes and Yifeng looked at her, his heart seemed to twitch suddenly. In the eyes of this beautiful woman, there was a ray of sword intent that could pierce the world. This sword intent, as she opened her eyes, directly stabbed at Yifeng. Yifeng trembled all over, but he clenched his teeth. "Chaos Sword Princess. Are you Chaos Sword Princess?" A dazed look appeared in the beautiful woman's eyes, and then the sharp sword intent disappeared in an instant. "Chaos Sword Princess, Chaos Sword Princess. Where is my father now?" With no sword intent, Yifeng heaved a sigh of relief, and finally pointed to the side of the shattered endless ice coffin. "I am the Chaos Sword Immortal, and my daughter is the Chaos Sword Fairy." The Tai Ching collapsed, and I persisted in resisting until the last moment. I invited my friend the Chaos Ice Immortal to cast an endless ice coffin for my daughter, causing her to fall into an endless sleep. On the side of the endless ice coffin, such words are engraved. Seeing this series of words, the beautiful Chaos Sword girl was stunned. Tai Ching, collapsing, endless, sleeping. Now, it's actually another era? Another era? Yifeng hurriedly asked what was going on. "My father Chaos Sword Immortal and my uncle Chaos Ice Immortal are the strongest existences in the last era, of course, except for the Lord of Chaos." Chaos Sword girl glanced at Yifeng. Her eyes were expressionless, but she began to answer. "This world goes round and round, with endless cycles." The collapse of the Tai Ching, everyone thought it was just a legend, but it turned out to be a fact. The collapse it is too clear, and it will be turned into infinite fragments, and even the Lord of Chaos will be wiped out. Unexpectedly, I have survived to this day. After saying this, she turned her head sideways, looked around, and looked at the ancient Jedi forces frozen in endless ice. Tai Ching, which used to be like a fairyland, now looks like this. However, there is vitality in all of this. According to legend, there are countless years between eras and eras, until a new Lord of Chaos is born. Tai Ching will be restored to life. Could it be that now is the time for the birth of a new Lord of Chaos? Chaos Sword girl glanced around, and then raised her hand. A burst of infinite sword intent emanated from her whole body, crushing all the frozen ancient Jedi forces around her into powder. "My strength is the same as before, but..." Chaos Sword Girl felt the power in her body while looking into the distance. The vitality in my body is passing away at an extremely fast speed. It seems that even if I escape the catastrophe of Taiching's collapse, I still cannot escape the rotation of the era. Yi Feng, Lian and Xie Xianyu didn't say a word. They looked at Chaos Sword very quietly and listened to what she said. It wasn't until this moment that Yi Feng felt that apart from the sword intent piercing the world, there was also a trace of sadness in Chaos Sword Girl's eyes. This touch of desolation seemed to be expressing the desolation in her heart. Of all the people in the previous era, now she is the only one left. Even if her father had frozen her in an endless ice coffin, she would face the terrible situation of a rapid loss of life force just after waking up. Even with Chaos Sword Girl's endless cultivation base and longevity, at this very moment, she could feel that she was aging at a frightening speed. After the collapse of the Taiching, after a period of chaos, another era will come. No one can live to the next era, not even the Lord of Chaos who is in charge of the entire Taiching. Your talent is not inferior to my father. At this moment, Chaos Sword Fairy suddenly turned her head and looked at Yi Feng. My vitality is rapidly draining. Before I die, I can try to instill all the sword will in my body into you. Yi Feng frowned slightly, not knowing what it meant. Anyway, I can't survive. Now, I can only find a way to leave something in the coming new era. Chaos Sword Fairy's beautiful face was really aging at an extremely fast speed. She looked at Yi Feng, and the sword intent that pierced the sky just now appeared in her eyes again. Without any preparation, Yi Feng was intruded into his consciousness by this piercing sword intent. New era, if you can survive with my sword intent, carve a tombstone for me, my father, and my uncle, and let us exist in this era. Chaos Sword Fairy's voice seemed to come from Yi Feng's heart, which made him startled. Instill sword intent? Yi Feng could feel that the sword intent possessed by Chaos Sword Girl is definitely stronger than the 10th level of chaos power. If he can really comprehend it, he will definitely be stronger than Long Jian and Shi Huazi. However, this sword intent was too intense, so intense that Yi Feng could hardly bear it. Focus. Chaos Sword Fairy snorted coldly, if you can't make it through, you will only die. If you want to survive, you must fully bear this sword intent. The next moment, Yi Feng's eyes, ears, mouth and nose were bleeding, and even every pore in his body began to ooze blood, and he became a bloody man. Chaos Sword Fairy didn't have any feelings for Yi Feng, let alone help him. The current Chaos Sword Girl simply felt her life was passing away rapidly, so she was doing her last breath, and wanted to use Yi Feng to leave evidence of her past existence in this world. Although Yi Feng was suffering, he also knew that as long as he could survive this test, his whole body would be completely transformed. The strong man from the last era, instilled with the sword intent to pierce the sky, can definitely fight against those mutated ancient Jedi. Whether you can live or not depends on this. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and let out a roar that shocked the world. Yi Feng's eyes were full of sword intent, and his whole body was also surrounded by sword intent. Xie Xianyu and Lian, the two women watched from the side. It is conceivable that they were nervous. What appeared in front of them was a tyrannical figure from the previous era. Even Long Jian, Zawazi, Zhenwu Emperor, etc., they followed not long ago, could never be the opponent of this chaotic sword girl. What's more, in front of this Chaos Sword Princess, Long Jian and the others might not be all-in-one enemies. However, such a domineering and magnificent woman, just because she was from the previous era, has been frozen until this moment, and her vitality is crazily passing away. Her lifespan is probably 1,000 billion years old. But now, she probably only has less than an hour left to survive. Yi Feng accepted the sky-shattering sword intent conveyed from Chaos Sword Girl. His whole body seemed to be bathed in the sea of sword intent, and his whole body seemed to be in pain like being cut by a knife. Every acupuncture point and every meridian in his body was being devastated by the sword intent, causing him extreme pain. However, no matter how painful it was, he had to grit his teeth and bear it all. He not only wants to survive, but also wants to survive wonderfully, so bearing these sword intents and absorbing them is his only choice. Although the endless ice coffin and the Chaos Sword Princess are freezing and shattering the surrounding space, who knows if there will be other dangers? The chaos is too clear, and no one can leave. Yi Feng wants to leave alive, and wants to see his relatives and friends in the world of cultivating immortals and the earth again. Comprehending these sword intents is what he must do. Can my talent be comparable to your father's? If so, it shouldn't be too difficult to absorb your sword intent. Yi Feng clenched his teeth. He couldn't make any other sound except roaring, because the feeling of being surrounded by the radiant sword intent made him extremely painful. Even if he took a knife and cut his whole body inch by inch, the pain caused would not compare to 1/10,000th of what he is now. Because Chaos Sword Girl's sword intent was still destroying his spirit and soul, and even the dragon heart in his body began to be destroyed and annihilated. The heart of the dragon is the mysterious and effective treasure he got when he became the inheritor of the dragon sword. It can adjust his breath and mood, and eliminate all his unfavorable mental states. But now, the heart of Shenlong was completely destroyed by Chaos Sword Girl's sword intent. Yi Feng's whole body, blood began to ooze from every tiny pore, and soon he became a bloody man. Xie Xianyu and Lian beside him felt tight. But soon, Chaos Sword Princess gradually closed her eyes as if due to exhaustion, and she passed out in a coma. As for Yi Feng, it seemed that he finally couldn't bear the installation of sword intent, and was suspended in this space in a coma. The blood oozing from his whole body quickly spread to the surroundings, as if countless extremely sharp long swords were surrounding Yi Feng, removing all the blood and debris from his body. Not long after, Yi Feng appeared in front of Xie Xianyu and Lian with his whole body naked. Immediately, the long swords circling around him turned into a set of sword robes that seemed to be inherited from the ancient times, and wrapped them around him. This set of sword robes is made up of endless sword intent, almost integrated with Yi Feng. Soon, Yi Feng woke up, but saw the worried Xie Xianyu and Lian, and Chaos Sword Fairy, who was completely comatose. What's up with her? Yi Feng pointed to Chaos Sword Girl, and asked with a hoarse voice. She instilled sword intent into you, and then passed out. Xie Xianyu said quickly, and then ran up to ask, Yi Feng, how do you feel now? Have you integrated her sword intent? Seems to be. Yi Feng nodded. He deliberately felt the power in his body, and sure enough, there was a kind of sword intent that he couldn't explain clearly, lingering in his body. Even the sword chi robe on his body is part of this sword intent. Such a sword intent has definitely surpassed the 10th level of chaotic power. Even if I face Longjian, Zuozi, Emperor Zhenwu, and Emperor Qinghua alone, I'm afraid I can handle it. Yi Feng felt the power of the sword intent in his body, and his expression changed slightly. But now, the enemy he faces does not come from a specific cultivator, let alone Longjian and Zuozi, but from the doomsday crisis of the changing era. From Chaos Sword Fairy's words, Yi Feng knew that the reason why Chaos Taikimshan had such a problem now was because a new era was approaching, and the Lord of Chaos in the next era was about to be born. This world is a reincarnation from one era to the next. And between the disintegration of the previous era and the birth of the next era, there is still a long period of chaos. Yi Feng's era is the end of this chaotic era. He doesn't know what the birth of the next era will be like, but he knows that he must use all his strength to keep himself and the people around him alive. Yi Feng looked around, and found that the blocks of ice formed by the endless ice coffin had begun to crumble. And the body of Chaos Sword Girl in front of him began to dissipate continuously. After instilling the sword intent into Yi Feng, the lifespan of Chaos Sword Fairy just came to an end. Even if it was as strong as Chaos Sword Immortal, or Chaos Sword Girl, they could not escape the destruction brought about by the change of era. If I can survive, I will definitely help you record something in the next era. Yi Feng watched Chaos Sword Girl's beautiful and glamorous body gradually dissipate until it disappeared completely. He swore in his heart. His life was now saved by Chaos Sword Fairy. If he really survived to the next era, he would definitely help fulfill Chaos Sword Girl's last wish, to leave something for her and her father in the next era. The ice in the surrounding space began to shatter. The sword intent in Yi Feng's whole body condensed and spread out instantly, protecting Xie Xianyu and Lian, and then flew towards one direction at top speed. Waiting here is not Yi Feng's style. No matter what happens after the two ancient Jedi collide, no matter what the situation outside this place is now, he must bravely go up to it. Soon, he passed through the 8th barrier in the center of the Chaos Sword Immortal Star, and left the space that was completely frozen by the endless ice coffin. What appeared in front of his eyes was an endless darkness, yet filled with a space with infinite vitality. Green light spots continuously emerged from the void, and these green light spots contained unimaginable vitality, embellishing the entire pitch-black void like a night sky of fireflies flying. This is within the ancient Jedi? Together with Lian and Xie Xianyu, Yi Feng appeared in this world dotted with green vitality dots. Proportion. It can be felt that the vast majority of this space is still cold, and those green life force light spots occupy a very small space. If it is said that a new epic world is being formed, then it may take a lot of time before it is fully formed. What now? There's nothing here. Xie Xianyu glanced around and frowned slightly, not knowing what to do next. Although now she has comprehended the 3rd level of chaos power, but in the current environment, with such a little power, she is still as fragile as an ant. Any accident could easily take her life. Even the formerly strong soul demon immortal Emperor Lian is in the same situation now. Together with Xie Xianyu, he can only follow Yi Feng's side. It is impossible to act alone. Without Yi Feng, the two women would have lost their lives in the ancient Jedi collision just now. Look over there. Lian suddenly pointed in the direction of the heads of the crowd, and his face changed slightly. Yi Feng raised his head immediately, but saw a corpse floating above the heads of the 3 of them, a corpse that seemed to be destroyed beyond recognition by a huge force. It's a senior from heaven. Yi Feng's expression also changed, and he saw that the corpse was the immortal cultivator from heaven who fled with them not long ago. In my impression, this immortal cultivator in the heaven comprehended the 6th level of chaos power, but lost his life directly in the collision of the mutated ancient Jedi. I don't know where the others are. We searched everywhere. I don't know if Long Jian and the others are still alive. Yi Feng looked around while talking, then he chose a direction and started to fly out. Lian and Xie Xianyu quickly followed. Flying in this empty space, they found that as long as they touched the green points of light, they could absorb these points of light. Absorbing these points of light makes them feel quite good, like absorbing a very special energy, which makes them feel refreshed. I didn't find it. Change the direction. Yi Feng ran forward for a long time, but he didn't see anyone, so he turned around and started searching in another direction. Finally, Yi Feng found that in another direction, there were many corpses floating here and there. These people were the immortal cultivators who were killed by the impact of 2 mutated ancient Jedi before. Many of them, Yi Feng had spoken to them before, but now, they have all become corpses in this strange space. Suddenly, Yi Feng discovered that there were several corpses that seemed to still have breath. Emperor Zhenwu? Yi Feng hurriedly flew to one of the people who was still alive, and was surprised to find that the Emperor Zhenwu was actually absorbing the surrounding green light spots, and using the vitality contained in these green light spots to heal his injuries. Perhaps it was because he had comprehended the 9th level of the power of chaos, so he was not directly bombarded and killed by the mutated ancient Jedi, but left a sigh of relief. And the green light spot in this void can heal him and restore his vitality. At the same time, Xie Xianyu and Lian also discovered several other immortal cultivators who still had breath, namely the handsome young man incarnated by the dragon sword, Shi Huazi, and the Qinghua Emperor of the Heaven. Sure enough, only the strongest of them survived. Yifeng's heart sank. He thought of the reincarnation of the centipede demon who was still with him not long ago. When he first discovered the mutated ancient Jedi fleeing, he had already fallen into it since reincarnation, and he didn't know what was going on now. No matter what, Yifeng has no other way to go now. He can only guard the people here, waiting for their vitality to gradually recover, while starting to study those small green light spots. With his talent, if he could research out what kind of power these small green light spots contained, he might be able to get some useful information. As soon as Yifeng raised his hand, the chaotic sword intent obtained in his body burst out, forming a whirlwind, gathering all the surrounding green light spots to his side, and then absorbed them all into his body. In this way, Yifeng felt that his body was filled with that mysterious life energy, making him more energetic than ever before. Could these green light spots be the source of all life? Only in this way can a new era be born. Xie Xianyu said softly at the side. I don't know, but we can absorb more of this power, and there is no harm in the end. Yifeng shook his head and said, then turned his gaze to the distance, then raised his hand, and once again gathered a large green light spot in the distance into his hand with his chaotic sword intent. This time, he didn't absorb all of it, but threw all these green light spots to Long Jian, Zuozi, Emperor Zhenwu, and Emperor Qinghua, hoping that they would regain their sobriety as soon as possible. With the current situation, Yifeng is still quite confused. There seems to be nothing else he can do except absorb the green light. If the 4 people are rescued, maybe we can discuss a solution. As Yifeng gathered the green light spots containing life energy and sent them into Longjian's body first, the handsome young man transformed by Longjian finally began to have a heartbeat and breathing, and gradually woke up. Ahem. Longjian coughed fiercely a few times, then finally opened his eyes, and saw Yifeng as soon as he opened his eyes. Yifeng, where is this place? Enduring the pain of being damaged in his body, Long Jian asked aloud. I don't know, but it should be within the ancient Jedi. These green light spots can save you and heal the injuries in your body. Yifeng raised his hand, and handed the bunch of green light spots he had condensed to Long Jian. Hearing this, Long Jian nodded, absorbed all the vitality energy in these green light spots, then looked around, and soon understood the situation he was in under the explanation of Yifeng and the 2 women. Status. How did you survive? The others seemed to be dead. As Long Jian asked, he looked a little sad. I used to know a senior who gave me a star brought out from the chaotic sky, and I hid in the star. Yifeng explained briefly, and then said, Senior Long Jian, let me save the other 3 seniors first, and then we all discuss what to do. Long Jian closed his eyes, feeling the vitality energy quickly repairing his damaged body, and suddenly said, if this is the interior of the ancient Jedi, maybe, I can guess something. Oh? Please tell me, Senior. Yifeng's eyes lit up. As a senior, Long Jian has lived countless years longer than him. Of course he knows many things that he doesn't know. Maybe he knows what's going on now. Seeing the curious look in Yifeng's eyes, Long Jian finally told all the news he knew. Is an element of upright arrow. Do you still remember what I told you about the 4 great masters of Yukingshan in the immortal realm? Long Jian counted in detail, the great Buddha of the Western Heaven Buddhist realm, the ancient heavenly Emperor of Heaven, the Wu Zu of the Wushan clan, and the Sword Zu of Arjianga are all top powerhouses who have stepped into the ancient Jedi. They all carry a very special power, which is similar in nature to the life energy in these green light spots. So, in the ancient Jedi, there was originally a small green light spot like Jiuyao? Yifeng asked. Probably not. However, Long Jian shook his head. The power in the body of the 4 strong men is not as strong as the life energy in these green light spots. Now these green light spots should be something that appeared after the ancient Jedi mutated. Regarding this, Yifeng couldn't express any opinions. After all, he knew nothing about these things now. About Chaos Sword Girl and Ji Yuan, Yi Feng didn't tell Long Jian, but concealed it. It's not that he doesn't trust Long Jian, but that the matter is too important. If he told Long Jian, it might be a bit uncomfortable. Appropriate. The four strong men have entered the ancient Jedi, and their power has undergone a qualitative change. That is a completely different feeling from the power of chaos. Long Jian recalled the aura emanating from Jianzhu when he saw Jianzhu. It seems that they themselves are an independent world, and a new world can be bred in their bodies. Originally I thought it was because their cultivation was about to break through the immortal emperor and reach another level, but now I know that it is only because of these green light spots in the ancient Jedi. While listening, Yi Feng contacted what he knew about Ji Yuan. There is no doubt that the life energy contained in these green light spots is extremely important for the formation of the next era. The Chaos Sword Lady said that in every era, a Lord of Chaos will be born, and the Lord of Chaos will control everything in Taikingtian. How did the Lord of Chaos come about? It shouldn't be born out of thin air. In this way, can someone compete to become the Lord of Chaos? Yi Feng kept thinking in his heart. In this way, the great Buddha, the ancient heavenly emperor, Wu Zhu, and Jianzhu are all candidates for the Lord of Chaos? After all, only they have been absorbing the green life energy from the ancient Jedi since ancient times. In terms of advantages, they are indeed the strongest existence in the world, and it is indeed much easier to become the Lord of Chaos than others. I don't know what greater impact the change of era will have, whether the worlds under the Qing dynasty will be destroyed. As Yi Feng thought in his heart, he suddenly had some desire to become the Lord of Chaos. A new era is coming. If you can become the Lord of Chaos, wouldn't you be able to protect everyone around you? In other words, if he couldn't become the Lord of Chaos, then no matter how much Yi Feng cultivated, he could only become one of the second most powerful cultivators in Taiqing heaven like Chaos Sword Fairy's father, Chaos Sword Immortal. Above him, after all, there is a Lord of Chaos who is stronger than him. In this way, wouldn't Yi Feng never be able to completely protect the safety of the people around him? How to become the Lord of Chaos? The problem Yi Feng was thinking about finally shifted to this aspect, and this is probably what the great Buddha, Emperor Huanggu, Ancestor Wu, and Ancestor Sword are thinking about now. I can meet Chaos Sword Fairy in the Star of Chaos Sword Immortal, then these four guys, as the strongest Yuqing Tian in the fairy world, are very likely to have met someone who survived by various means from the previous era. The characters are very likely to be very clear about the theory of the era. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Indeed, if these four people knew the theory of the era, why didn't they tell others? Even the second person in the Jianghe like Long Jian didn't know the theory of the era, so obviously, the Sword Ancestor wanted to keep this secret alone, so as to try to become the Master of Chaos. If this is the case for Jianzhu, most likely the other three are also. About these speculations, Yi Feng did not tell Long Jian, otherwise he would make Long Jian feel unhappy if he guessed the Sword Ancestor of Jianghe. After all, Sword Ancestor is the owner of the Jianghe Pavilion. It can even be said that Dragon Sword is today, because of the cultivation of Sword Ancestor. Soon, under the care of the two daughters Xie Xinyu and Lian, Emperor Zhenwu, Emperor Qinghua and Zawazi also woke up immediately, and quickly figured out the current situation. The mutated ancient Jedi collided, and we were the only ones who survived. Zawazi glanced around reluctantly, seeing dozens of corpses all over the sky. He couldn't help but look a little sad. Even if they are in the outside world, they are powerful immortal cultivators who can change the world with a wave of their hands. They control the fate of countless immortal cultivators, but in the chaotic and clear sky, they still die if they die. Let's go. Yi Feng looked in a distant direction. Where to? Emperor Zhenwu scratched his head. He really admired Yi Feng for surviving, because Yi Feng not only survived by himself, but also survived with Xie Xinyu and Lian. This is something that even he, Emperor Zhenwu, could not do. The people who came with him from the heavenly court have dead bodies lying around him at this time. This made him somewhat at a loss as to what to do. All the brothers he led were dead, leaving only him and Emperor Qinghua alive. Most importantly, he still didn't know how to get out and return to the fairyland Yuqing Tian. What secrets lie in the mutated ancient Jedi? According to the rumors, only those who have comprehended the 10th level of chaos power can enter the ancient Jedi. Now that they are in it, will they encounter any greater danger? Everything is unknown. Even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't find any way. I don't know where to go, but I can't sit still. Maybe I will find a way out as I walk. Yi Feng smiled and said. A group of 7 people finally started to move forward in the mutated ancient Jedi. Yi Feng kept absorbing the light spots of green life force into his body along the way, and of course the others would not let it go. 7 people share the green life force light spots along the way equally, and everyone can get very little. However, at this moment, the heart of chaos in Yi Feng's body suddenly took effect. No one knew that after being absorbed by Yi Feng to a certain amount, the green life force light spots actually caused the heart of chaos to start to change. This heart of chaos. Yi Feng could feel that the heart of chaos seemed to be replacing his heart, sending endless life energy to his whole body. However, the chaos spear on his body is also the treasure of chaos, but it hasn't changed much. Similarly, the 4 of them, Long Jian, Zawazi, Emperor Zhenwu, and Emperor Qinghua, also had the treasure of chaos, and they also remained unchanged. The heart of chaos began to fill with life energy, making Yi Feng feel that his lifespan was increasing rapidly. Yi Feng did not tell others about the changes in the heart of chaos, because even he himself didn't know what such a change represented. He only knew that his cultivation hadn't increased, but his lifespan had rapidly increased to an extremely terrifying situation. If I hadn't been killed, my lifespan would probably have increased to nearly 100,000 years, and it's still in the process of increasing. Yi Feng was extremely shocked in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. Everyone gathered together and moved quickly towards a selected direction, and soon saw a familiar figure appearing in front of them. Self-reincarnation? Yi Feng's face was filled with joy. He never expected to see Self-Samsara here, and most importantly, the current Self-Samsara is still alive. Yi Feng saw Z-Samsara, and the other party naturally also saw Yi Feng and the others. Since Samsara was taken aback for a moment, he immediately flew towards the crowd. Since reincarnation, how is your situation? Lian stepped forward and asked a question. Everyone came in anyway, the situation here is not good. Since Samsara rarely speaks on weekdays, except when necessary, he almost keeps silent, but now, there is a frown on that stiff face. Since reincarnation, when everyone was chased by the mutated ancient Jedi for the first time, they were involved by the mutated ancient Jedi, but they did not die, but appeared in this space full of vitality. After all, self-reincarnation was not involved when 2 mutated ancient Jedi collided, so they did not encounter the danger that everyone imagined, but it was a blessing in disguise and survived. So, those of us who escaped the catastrophe at the beginning are doomed instead. Long Jian smiled wryly and shook his head, thinking of those dead colleagues and disciples in Jiangya and Tianting. He couldn't help feeling a little emotional. If they had been directly involved in the mutated ancient Jedi, they would not have encountered the collision of 2 mutated ancient Jedi, and certainly not so many people would have died. Since Samsara continued, when he was involved in this space, he soon discovered that the green light spot had vitality and could increase his lifespan. Of course, he didn't have any hesitation, and directly started to absorb these green light spots. The people who came in at the same time also kept absorbing these green light spots, so as not to conflict with other people and be killed. Is the fighting here serious? Yi Feng frowned. The competition is fiercer than outside, all for these green light spots. Since Samsara nodded, he said, even though I've traveled all the way, I've absorbed more than 10,000 light spots, and my lifespan has increased by more than 10,000 years. It's really shocking. A single green light spot can increase the lifespan of a cultivator for 1 year. Everyone was shocked when they heard the exact news, but Yifeng was even more surprised, because his lifespan has now reached more than 100,000 years, all due to the changes brought about by the Heart of Chaos. In fact, he has only absorbed more than 1,000 light spots so far. Could it be that the Heart of Chaos can increase the lifespan of the absorbed green light spots by 100 times? This is too exaggerated. Yifeng thought in his heart. In addition, seeing these green light spots with my own eyes will be snatched by others. Reminder from Samsara: as long as you kill other people, you can completely capture all the green life force light spots collected by the other party, which is much faster than simply absorbing green light spots. That is to say, if I kill you now, I can take more than 10,000 green light spots in your body? Yifeng frowned slightly. Good. Nodding, since reincarnation. Then we have to unite even more. Long Jian, Zawazi, Emperor Zhenwu, and Emperor Qinghua looked at each other, and almost at the same time they knew what to do next. Now that we have come to this space, we must of course find out what the essence of this space is. Now it seems that absorbing these green life force light spots is the only thing they can do for the time being. Anyway, there is nothing else to do, and if they want to find other people to ask, they can also absorb green light spots along the way. Everyone walking together can guarantee safety, but it's a pity that the amount of green light that everyone can absorb is much less. However, everyone doesn't care about this. What they want to do most now is to find out what is going on in this space. Not long after, when Yifeng absorbed a total of 2,000 green light spots, a group of immortal cultivators suddenly appeared in front of everyone, making everyone alert. That group of immortal cultivators had a total of 6 people, and they were all as strong as Long Jian and Zawazi, and they had comprehended the 9th level of chaos power. If they were normally involved in the mutated ancient Jedi, there would be no danger. These people entered this space early, and each of them has absorbed tens of thousands of green life force light spots. If those 6 people were added together, there would be more than 200,000 green life force spots. It's from the Witch God clan. Long Jian's face changed slightly. The opponent had 6 people with the same strength as him. If a conflict broke out between the two sides, the opponent's advantage would obviously be much greater. I see. Yifeng squinted his eyes. He glanced at the 6 people. He clearly saw that the 6 people exuded a power of doom and curse, which was the same nature as the power that Ai Xiuan had once displayed. Of course, the power of these 6 people is tens of millions of times stronger than that of Ai Xiuan. The 6-member group of the Witch God clan, I didn't expect to meet them here. Everyone, get ready to fight. The calm Emperor Zhenwu said solemnly, these 6 guys will never let us go easily under such circumstances. That's right. These 6 guys are notorious. Now that you meet them, you have to be prepared to fight to the death. Little friend Yifeng, you and your friends have to be careful. Emperor Qinghua said calmly, took a step forward, and stopped Yifeng. I can fight too. Yifeng did not shrink back, but stood up. The sword intent inherited from Chaos Sword Princess in his body began to boil. Because these sword intents have already felt the killing intent and curse of bad luck from the group of 6 witches and gods in front. Quack, look, who did we meet? Isn't this someone from Jiang'e and Tianting? And they brought a group of children with them. One of them, a member of the Witch God clan, was naked to the waist, wearing a fawn pendant, with animal patterns painted on his face, and he laughed loudly, but he didn't pay attention to Dragon Sword and Emperor Qinghua at all. Kid? Yifeng laughed dumbly when he heard that. The group of 6 witches and gods actually treated him, Xie Xianyu and others as children. Presumably they didn't take them seriously. In fact, this is also the case. After all, Xie Xianyu, Lian, Zi Samsara and others all only comprehend the power of the 3rd level of chaos, and their combat effectiveness is extremely weak. Weak. However, no one knew that the current Yifeng had inherited the powerful sword intent from Chaos Sword Princess. The power of this sword intent was inherited from the previous era, and its power is no less than the 10th power of chaos. Because of this, when Yifeng saw this situation, not only did he not panic, but he had some anticipation in his heart. He also wanted to see how cruel the sword intent from Chaos Sword Girl was. They have all reached the level of Dragon Sword, and the start of the battle is only a moment. Before Xie Xianyu, Zi Samsara, and the others reacted, the power of chaos flew out of the field, swept around and spread throughout the field. The flying swords in the hands of Long Jian and Shi Huazi flew up, and the infinite sword energy condensed the power of chaos, and blasted in front of the group of 6 Wushan clan in an instant. As for Emperor Zhenwu and Emperor Qinghua, they each used the 9th level of chaotic power to condense the defensive barriers, and resisted the attack launched by the 6-member group of witches and gods. At the beginning of the battle, the group of 6 witches and gods did not fully realize the superiority in numbers. The key lies in the fact that 2 of the 6 did not comprehend the 9th power of chaos, but only comprehended it. The 8th power of chaos. 5th, 6th, you need to get rid of the miscellaneous fish first, and then help us. The bare-chested man with the animal pattern and the tusk pendant fought with Long Jian and the others, and at the same time, commanded the 2 younger brothers to deal with Yifeng and the others first. Okay. The 2 younger guys responded, and then looked at Yifeng, Zi Samsara, Xie Xianyu, and Lian with ill intentions, and they came to them in an instant with a movement of their bodies. In their eyes, Yifeng and the others were nothing more than kids, without any threat, so they didn't take them seriously at all. And it's not just them, even Long Jian, Ziwazi, Emperor Zhenwu, Emperor Qinghua, as well as Zi Reincarnation, feel that the situation has become very bad. But when he looked at Lian, Xie Xianyu, and the most important Yifeng from Samsara, he found that all 3 of them were calm and composed. Yifeng wanted to try to display the sword intent inherited from Chaos Sword Girl, and he was not afraid of these 2 guys at all. As for Xie Xianyu and Lian, they knew that Yifeng had inherited Chaos Sword Girl's sword intent, so they had great confidence in Yifeng. Die. The 2 immortal cultivators who had comprehended the 8th level of the power of chaos, the 5th and 6th members of the Wushan clan group of 6, snarled and blasted a burst of curse power at Yifeng, who was standing in the front. If this wave of curse power directly shrouded Yifeng, it might be able to curse his life essence and directly curse him to death. However, Yifeng certainly wouldn't let the opponent succeed like this. Sword intent, now. There was a flash of light in Yifeng's eyes, and then his mind moved. The terrifying sword intent inherited from Chaos Sword Princess was released in an instant, and condensed into 2 giant flying swords. As soon as the 2 giant flying swords appeared, they went straight towards the 2 of them, breaking through the space in an instant, as if they had completely torn the void apart. The terrifying sword intent was released, and the faces of 2 of the 6 members of the Witch God Clan's group suddenly changed. This power is even more terrifying than the 10th power of chaos. How could this kid have such power? The 2 of them hadn't had time to react, they just put on a defensive posture hastily, released a ray of defensive curse power, and then were directly crushed by the 2 giant flying swords, completely annihilated. The heaven-defying sword intent inherited from the Chaos Sword Girl, its power far exceeded Yifeng's expectations. Seeing that 2 of the 6 members of the Witch God clan were directly obliterated by the sword intent, Yifeng suddenly thought, whether this Chaos Sword Girl, who passed on the heaven-defying sword intent to him, still wants to help him become the master of chaos. What do you mean? The next era is coming, and it will be a very long time. If you can become the Lord of Chaos, your life will be very good, at least you will have more time to spend with your relatives and friends. However, Yifeng still doesn't know what's going on in this space, he can only take 1 step at a time. After killing 2 of the 6 members of the Witch God clan, the green light spots of life force absorbed by them immediately spread to the surroundings. Pity, Xie Xianyu, from reincarnation, quickly absorbed these green vitality spots. Yifeng yelled, and then flew out, facing the other 4 members of the Wushan clan group of 6. And the scene where he instantly killed those 2 people stunned Long Jian, Zuozi, Emperor Zhenwu, and Emperor Qinghua in front of him, as well as the 4 powerful immortal cultivators from the Wushan clan's 6-member group. By this kid, who has only comprehended the power of the 6th level of chaos, how can he instantly kill 2 strong men who have comprehended the power of the 8th level of chaos? This is not scientific. Emperor Qinghua, who was close, felt the power of Yifeng's heaven-defying sword intent, and couldn't help but feel a little palpitated. He immediately understood that this Yifeng was no longer the former Yifeng. Surviving the impact of 2 mutated ancient Jedi, or surviving with 2 women, Yifeng certainly has his own trump card, but it hasn't been revealed before, right? This kid killed our brother, Jiangya, Heavenly Court, you get out of the way quickly, let us deal with this kid, otherwise you will be against the great ancestor Wu. Among the 6 members of the Witch God clan, the bare-chested man with the animal pattern and the tusk pendant looked at Yifeng angrily, and then said to Long Jian and the 4 of them. Fight, you are the ones who want to fight, now you want us to get out of the way if you say no to fight, is this possible? Long Jian smiled lightly, if you want to fight, you have to score the winner. He knew very well that because of Yifeng's variable in this battle, the situation has become extremely obvious. If the battle continues, the 6-member group of the Witch God clan will have absolutely no chance of surviving. No matter from the perspective of past grievances or the current situation, they have no reason to let go of the remaining 4 members of the group of 6 witches and gods. Brother Yifeng, let's join forces, and kill them. Emperor Zhenwu laughed, and then raised his hand, a burst of violent chaos swept out. His address to Yifeng has unknowingly become brother, because now Yifeng has enough strength to talk to him on an equal footing and be his brother. Yifeng doesn't blame Emperor Zhenwu for being so realistic, because he already knew that the entire world of cultivating immortals respects strength. Taking advantage of Emperor Zhenwu's chaotic power blasting out, Yifeng once again condensed his heaven-defying sword intent, and attacked the remaining 4 members of the Wushan clan. Of the group of 6 members of the Witch God clan, 2 were killed by Yifeng first, and then the remaining 4 were evenly matched with Emperor Zhenwu and the others. Now that Yifeng joined the battle, he completely suppressed the opponent in one fell swoop. Cooperating with Zuozi, the raging sword intent of the 2 directly seriously injured one of the Witch God clansmen, and then they chased after them and killed them thoroughly. The other 3 could only watch helplessly as their friends who had been with them for tens of thousands of years were killed, without any feasible solution. We admit defeat. Everyone, spare your life. Now that things have happened, the remaining 3 people don't dare to have any extravagant hopes, they just want to save their lives, so face or something is not important at all. It's a pity that since Yifeng made a move, he has no intention of letting these guys leave alive. Because if these people turn around and find a helper, maybe they will come to make trouble. Instead of this, it is better to solve all the other parties earlier and completely eliminate the threat. Yifeng and Zuozi finished off their opponents, they freed up their hands, and the killing speed became faster. Soon, they teamed up with Emperor Zhenwu and Emperor Qinghua, and directly killed the other 2, leaving the last man with animal patterns on his upper body and wearing a fang pendant, fighting and running with Long Jian. It's just that at this moment, that guy ran very far away. If Long Jian didn't hold back with all his strength, he might have disappeared without a trace. Kill. Yifeng chased after him, and the piercing sword intent inherited from Chaos Sword Girl blasted out, and swept towards that person, like a river of swords flowing down the sky. The man with the beast pattern who was dragged by the dragon sword changed his face drastically when he saw this, and all the 9th level of chaos power emerged from his body, trying to resist Long Yu's sword intent. However, this burst of sword intent, which was stronger than the 10th level of chaos power, was not something he could resist at all. If you want to run, you are blocked by Long Jian. If you can't run, if you want to block, you are not Long Yu's opponent. The next moment, the sword intent rushed over, completely engulfing his body, smashing it into pieces, and a large number of green vitality spots burst out one after another. Quickly absorb these vitality. After Yi Feng finished speaking to everyone, he took the lead in absorbing these green vitality spots. Since the other party sent the vitality spots to the door, why would Yi Feng not want them? Together, these 6 people have absorbed a total of more than 200,000 green life force light spots. It seems that they entered this space a long time earlier than Yi Feng and the others. Yi Feng activated his Chaos Sword intent, quickly absorbing the surrounding green life force light spots, only feeling his life energy growing at an extremely fast speed. Absorbing a light spot of green vitality can increase the lifespan of the immortal cultivator for 1 year. And this effect was magnified 100 times on Yi Feng's body. All this was due to the chaotic heart in him. At this moment, the heart of chaos has completely replaced Long Yu's heart, and it started beating continuously, sending blood to his whole body. The heart of chaos is the treasure of chaos that Yi Feng obtained after breaking through the most dangerous ancient killing formation in Shangqingshan. No one has been able to break through that ancient killing formation before, which shows how difficult it is. But Yi Feng didn't expect the heart of chaos to have such a special function. It actually replaced his heart, and increased his lifespan by 100 times. In just a split second, Yi Feng had already absorbed all the green life force light spots scattered around. This time, he absorbed a total of more than 50,000 green life force light spots, which raised his lifespan to more than 5 million at once. Year. This is an extremely terrifying number. Long Yu can't imagine what it will be like if he lives for more than 5 million years. Now is the critical juncture between the old and the new era. It is an opportunity, but it also contains a crisis. Once you are killed, all these gains will be gone. Long Yu was extremely vigilant. More than 200,000 light spots of green vitality were quickly absorbed by everyone, and then gathered together. Haha, Brother Yi, it's really thanks to you, otherwise we would be in danger. This group of 6 witches and gods has always been notorious bandits. Emperor Zhenwu looked at Yi Feng with a look of admiration in his eyes. As expected of a young hero, we old monsters who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years are not as good as you, a junior, ashamed. Needless to say, if I lead this chaotic Taikingtian, I've only just stepped into the realm of becoming a fairy. And all the seniors are already in the realm of immortal emperors. Yi Feng was quite modest, because what he said was completely true. The strength in the chaotic and clear sky will disappear, due to lack of cultivation in the outside world. If Yi Feng meets Emperor Zhenwu in the outside world, Emperor Zhenwu can pinch Yi Feng to death with one finger. Don't talk yet, there seems to be something wrong nearby. The handsome young man transformed into a dragon sword frowned slightly, and looked around. I also feel it. It seems that there is a powerful existence watching us. This feeling just appeared not long ago. Yi Feng nodded, his expression became serious. In this chaotic and clear sky, what powerful existence will there be? Emperor Zhenwu frowned and looked around, but couldn't find anything suspicious. However, at the next moment, the void between the crowd suddenly split open, and a terrifying force erupted from it, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. Be careful. Yi Feng grabbed Lian and Xia Shanyu at the first time, and wrapped the self-samsara with sword intent, and led the 3 of them back as fast as possible. The next moment, the central void erupted with a bang, and it turned out to be the power of chaos that surpassed the 10th level, and that power was not something that everyone could resist. Yi Feng may be able to resist for a while with the chaos sword intent, but he is definitely not his opponent, because this burst of power has surpassed the 10th level of chaos power, and transformed into the chaos law. The forces in the world are all born out of laws. After comprehending power, they can only transform into laws in order to become the most powerful. The power of chaos is naturally the same. The law of chaos is the most fundamental force that constitutes this world, but it is a pity that no immortal cultivator has been able to comprehend it before. After the power of chaos in the center erupted, a figure that was quite unfamiliar to Yi Feng, but they had seen Dragon Sword once or twice, flashed out forcefully. Wu Zhu. Long Jian's face changed, and he groaned. Ancestor Wu is the ancestor of the Wu God clan, and also the strongest existence of the Wu God clan. Before, everyone only knew that he had comprehended the 10th power of chaos, but they didn't expect that he had comprehended the law of chaos now. Wu Zhu appeared. The power of FQXS chaos law explosion. They repelled Yi Feng, Long Jian, Zuozi, Emperor Zhenwu, and Emperor Qinghua to different directions. Beside Yi Feng. At this moment, only Xie Xianyu and Lian were left. And 3 people from reincarnation. Looking forward. Yi Feng saw a wild middle-aged man with a bare upper body. There is infinite shadow in the eyes. The whole body exudes the breath of curse. Unleash the curse with the law of chaos. One can imagine how terrifying the curse is. The good thing is, this witch ancestor appeared. He didn't deal with Yi Feng immediately. Instead, he cast his gaze on Long Jian on the other side. It's you. Kill me from the witch god clan. Wu Zhu appeared. Xinsheng asked the first sentence. It will make everyone understand. This guy is here to seek revenge. The group of 6 witches and gods. The status in the witch god clan is not low. Even in front of Wu Zhu. All of them can be regarded as having enough weight. 6 of them died. Naturally, it will get Wu Zhu's attention. Just didn't expect it. This ancestor Wu was able to rely on the power of the law of chaos. In this ancient Jedi, everything spans space. Get here quickly. So what? A handsome young man in the form of a dragon sword. There is no fear at all. Instead, he remained calm. He said coldly, they want to kill me. Do you want me to stand and let them kill me? Killed. It's their own incompetence. They can't blame others. Ha ha ha. Well said. Dead. I have no ability. Wu Zhu laughed wildly and unrestrainedly, so, if I kill you, it is also because you have no ability. Isn't it right? Naturally. But you can kill me. A gleam flashed in Long Jian's eyes. Then let's try. Wu Zhu said lightly. Raise your hand. The laws of chaos condensed in an instant. Immediately, there was a cold breath of infinite curse. Rolling towards where the dragon sword is located. However, just when this cursed force hit halfway. Update for the first time, suddenly, a barrier invisible to the naked eye appeared. It was easily resisted. Wu Zhu's face changed slightly. Immediately after that, countless sword chi emerged from the barrier. Blast that cursed, cold breath to pieces. Of course, this cannot be the power of the dragon sword. Facing Wu Zhu. Dragon sword's strength is far from enough. In the void. The power of the law of chaos erupted again. Then the space split. Appearing in front of everyone was a handsome young man. Sword Ancestor. Wu Zhu's pupils shrank. It turned out to be Sword Ancestor. At the same time, the void on the other side was also exploded by the law of chaos. Immediately afterwards, a man with a dignified figure broke through the space. Came to this space. Desolate Heavenly Emperor. Wu Zhu's expression changed even more. Sword Ancestor and Desolate Ancient Heavenly Emperor of the same level as him. They came at the same time. This is undoubtedly bad news for Wu Zhu. What are you doing here? Wu Zhu asked in a deep voice. The handsome young man smiled slightly. Raise your hand. Then he pulled Longjian and Zawazi to his side. People under my sect are in danger. Of course I want to come and see. A dignified man over there. Wearing a golden dragon robe. He also raised his hand and brought Emperor Zhenwu and Emperor Qinghua to his side. The meaning expressed is self-evident. Both of them came to protect their disciples. Thus. But there was only one Yifeng left and no one was protecting him. My ancestor, little friend Yifeng, is very powerful. He is my friend. Can you? The young man in the form of a dragon sword saw Yifeng and Xie Xianyu together. Can't help asking Jianzhu. However. Jianzhu shook his head. He glanced at Yifeng. He said lightly, no. It's not the time to have a conflict with Wuzhu. He just wanted to protect Longjian and Zawazi. As for Yifeng, update as soon as possible. He didn't want to bother. What's more, the group of 6 of the Witch God clan died. Wuzhu definitely needs to vent. If he protects Yifeng as well. Wouldn't it make Wuzhu know where to vent? At that time, we will start a war with Wuzhu in advance. But the plan was messed up. Not to mention. Yifeng, this person. Seems a bit. Jianzhu stared at Yifeng. I found that I couldn't see through this young man. The other side. Emperor Zhenwu and Emperor Qinghua. He also pleaded with Emperor Huanggu. But Emperor Huanggu was also not prepared to save Yifeng. Let's leave first. This is not a place to talk. The ancient heavenly emperor in a golden dragon robe. He brought Emperor Qinghua and Emperor Zhenwu with him. There is no room for resistance between the two. He took the two away together. The law of chaos condenses and emerges. The next moment, the 3 of them disappeared. Very good. Wuzhu held his breath. Seeing that the 4 people were all rescued. He could only cast his eyes on Yifeng. Kill my 6 children. You also have a share. If that's the case, you go to die. Yifeng became nervous. Although he is stronger than Longjian and Zawazi. But in the face of the terrifying witch ancestor who has comprehended the law of chaos. There is really no confidence. But at this moment. A beam of sky light broke through the pitch-black sky. It shined directly on the top of Yifeng's head. This beam of bright sky appeared. Suddenly, Wuzhu was stunned. And the sword ancestor who was about to leave. Also opened his eyes wide. It's quite unbelievable. How is it possible? It will be an oracle. Wuzhu and Jianzhu. Each murmured something. The oracle came. Both of them have also experienced it. Or. The 2 of them have experienced it with Huanggu Tiandi and the Great Buddha. Anyone who is illuminated by the oracle. Everyone has the potential to become the Lord of Chaos in the next era. Be the one who rules over the heavens. All worlds are controlled by him. It was also after being illuminated by the oracle. Wuzhu and Jianzhu and the others. To know the truth of this world. The 4 did not disclose this. Of course, it was just for the glimmer of hope to become the Lord of Chaos. However, the 4 of them were visited by an oracle. It was a long time ago. Thought. The rivalry of the Lords of Chaos. Completely competing among the 4 of them. But did not expect. Now the oracle came again. It still shines on a young boy. The oracle comes, you are one of the masters of chaos. If you win the scepter of chaos, you will be the master of chaos. Your heart is the heart of chaos. Use this to compete with others. An emotionless divine sense fluctuation appeared in Yifeng's mind. It surprised him. Waya. The oracle came. One of the choices of the Lord of Chaos. He looks up. He glanced at Wu Zhu and Jianzhu. Look at the surprised expressions on their faces. Obviously, both of them are one of the candidates who have received the oracle and want to become the Lord of Chaos, to obtain the Chaos Scepter. Yi Feng had no idea where the Chaos Scepter was. Of course there is no way to win. Just what the oracle said. Yi Feng can rely on the Heart of Chaos to compete with others. Could it be his compensation? After all, existences like Sword Ancestor and Wu Ancestor. It has survived for hundreds of thousands of years. Even comprehended the law of chaos. Extremely tyrannical. And Yi Feng. But a young junior. Even with the sword intent inherited by Chaos Sword Princess. It is not enough for him to fight against Jianzhu, Wu Zhu, and others. Now, Yi Feng knew that he wanted to become the Lord of Chaos. It can only rely on the Heart of Chaos to contend. At this time, Yi Feng felt the Heart of Chaos in his body suddenly beating violently. Then he directed him in one direction. That direction. Yi Feng did not act rashly. Instead, look up. The corners of the mouth are slightly raised. Said to Sword Ancestor and Witch Ancestor, do you know where is the Chaos Scepter? I'm looking for it. More and faster chapters please. Jianzhu was the first to speak out. Smiled towards Yi Feng. Since Yi Feng also accepted the oracle. That is the existence of the same level as him. Although competing with each other. But it doesn't have to be just enemies. Might as well work together. Since Yi Feng knew Lan Jian, Shi Huazi, and others under his sect. Then maybe they could form an alliance with Yi Feng. And Wu Zhu's thoughts. It is completely different from Jianzhu. The oracle is coming. Although you are also qualified to compete for the position of the Lord of Chaos. It's a pity. You will lose your life now. I see why you are fighting for it. Wu Zhu let out a sharp shout. A curse force condensed by the law of chaos rushed towards Yi Feng. Chaos Sword Intent. Yi Feng raised his hand. Chaos Sword Intent swayed out. However, it is impossible to resist the opponent's attack with this alone. Next moment. He guided by the Heart of Chaos. Turn around and fly quickly towards that mysterious direction. He didn't leave Lian, Xie Xianyu, and Zisansara behind. Because he knows. With his speed, it is impossible to escape from Wu Zhu's hands. Even if 3 people are left behind. It is also impossible to run away. Because Wu Zhu can use the law of chaos. Shuttle through this ancient Jedi space. Yi Feng's relying. Only the Heart of Chaos. And at this very moment. The Heart of Chaos guided Yi Feng to move in that mysterious direction. What is there in that direction? Yi Feng didn't know. Could it be the Scepter of Chaos? Or will it be something else? Anyway. Now Yi Feng can only rely on the Heart of Chaos. Where to run? Wu Zhu snorted coldly. The body moves. It turned into a black dragon full of curse power. He quickly chased after Yi Feng. The laws of chaos spread along the way. Destroy this piece of ancient Jedi space to pieces. Do not worry. The figure of Sword Ancestor. Please come to more and faster chapters. But suddenly stopped. He narrowed his eyes, he has just received the oracle. Maybe he knows where the Scepter of Chaos is. Let's follow him first. Wu Zhu heard it. Immediately nodded, okay. Just as you said. This kid can't run away anyway. 2 strong men. Just like that, he followed behind Yi Feng. But Yi Feng didn't look back. In this way, he flew towards the direction guided by the Heart of Chaos. Soon came to a place full of green life force light spots. Attracted by the Heart of Chaos. These green life force blips He was quickly absorbed into the body. Just then, the guidance from the Heart of Chaos suddenly disappeared. Yi Feng was taken aback for a moment. Heart of Chaos. Let me absorb these green life force light spots. Yi Feng probably understood the intention of Chaos Heart. He ignored the two strong men behind him. Absorb the green life force light spots along the way. Go all the way. The entire ancient Jedi space. It seems endless. There is no end. And green vitality light dots also spread throughout the space. Yi Feng knew. The Chaos Scepter is definitely not in this space. At least not in this space for the time being. Otherwise, Wu Zhu, Jian Zhu, and others who can freely shuttle in this void. It should have been found long ago. In this case, follow the guidance of the Heart of Chaos. That Chaos Scepter. It is definitely related to these green life force light spots. Yi Feng continuously absorbed these green life force light spots. Instead, it was Sword Ancestor and Wu Ancestor behind him. The more I watched, the more impatient I became. Of course the two of them knew. These green life force light spots can increase the lifespan after being absorbed. But their longevity is enough. Not to mention a long time ago, they began to enter the space of the ancient Jedi. Start absorbing these green life force dots. To this day, millions of green life force light spots have long been stored in their bodies. These blips let their lifespan become infinitely long. So now they watch Yi Feng absorb these light spots. I don't think there is anything unusual. Think back then. They saw these points of light for the first time. When you know that these light spots can increase your lifespan. Also the same reaction. Crazy absorbing spots of light everywhere. But now, the only thing on their minds was the Scepter of Chaos. Because there are more and more green vitality spots in this space. And follow the instructions of the Oracle. The Lord of Chaos will be born soon. I do not know how long. Yi Feng brought Xie Xianyu, Lian, and Zisamsara with them. Together, they absorbed countless green life force light spots. Yi Feng alone absorbed it. It has reached 400,000 to 500,000. Although not as good as Sword Ancestor and Wu Ancestor. But it is not a quantity comparable to ordinary people. The key is to have the Heart of Chaos. Yi Feng's lifespan has already been raised to 40 to 50 million years. It's unimaginable. Along the way, Yi Feng also saw many other immortal cultivators absorbing these green vitality spots. But as soon as those people felt the powerful aura of Sword Ancestor and Wu Ancestor behind him, they all backed away. Dare not have any stay. At this moment, Wu Zhu finally couldn't stand it anymore. This kid Yi Feng is looking for the Chaos Scepter. It is clearly absorbing those green life force light spots. And because Yi Feng's Chaos Heart absorbs light spots very quickly. All the way. Not even a little soup was left for them. Let alone Wu Zhu and Jian Zhu absorb the light spots. Time is wasted along the way. I want to shoot. Kill him. If you want to stop me, I will kill you first. Wu Zhu finally broke out. He stared at Jian Zhu firmly. Then you go. The corner of Jian Zhu's mouth was slightly raised and he shook his head. Take a few steps back. Wu Zhu snorted coldly. A curse of the law of chaos erupted all over his body. It suddenly attacked Yi Feng, who was far ahead. Yi Feng was absorbing the green life force light spots in this area. He felt the power of the curse coming from behind him. It made his chaotic heart beat violently. Update as soon as possible. Beat. Yi Feng followed the guidance of the Heart of Chaos. No longer choose to escape. Instead, it condenses the chaotic sword intent against the sky. It was cast out by means of annihilating swordsmanship. Yi Feng's heart beat wildly. He wasn't quite sure. Can one's own strength be compared to Wu Zu's? But since there is the guidance of the Heart of Chaos, then he will believe in the Heart of Chaos once. The curse power condensed by the law of chaos. It quickly collided with the heaven-defying chaos sword intent. It exploded with a bang. Curse power. Break through the chaos sword intent directly. Like a cursed black dragon. Continue to fly to Yi Feng. And Yi Feng's eyes flickered. With a raised hand, hundreds of thousands of green life force light spots absorbed in the body were all condensed together. Gradually condensed into a green scepter in his hand. It was also what the Heart of Chaos guided him to do. Wu Zu saw this scene. Suddenly, the pupils contracted. Scepter. Light spots with green life force. Condensed into a scepter. Could this be the scepter of chaos? How can it be? If so, he only needs to condense the scepter with the green vitality light spots in his body. Didn't he already become the Lord of Chaos? Suddenly, after a loud bang, the burst of curse power exerted by Wu Zu. It was completely absorbed by the green scepter in Yi Feng's hand. But it failed to destroy even half of the scepter in Yi Feng's hand. This is indeed the scepter. Unfortunately, it is not complete now. Yi Feng felt it. The green scepter that he condensed. The breath of infinite life. But it still seems to have some flaws. I don't know what is missing. Just when he thought so, the unrestrained young sword ancestor who was observing not far away. It also stimulates millions of green vitality light spots in the body. It condensed into a green scepter. His green scepter. Due to the green vitality, the number of light spots is more. It appears more complete. The breath of life is also more intense. It's really a different breath. Jianzu squinted. Please come to the chapter. Seems to feel something. The breath of life. Yi Feng felt the breath of the green scepter in his hand, accompanied by the beating of the Heart of Chaos. It made him suddenly think of something. As the Lord of Chaos, what is the most important ability? No doubt, is creation, rather than destruction. To speak of destruction. At this time, Wu Zu, Jianzu, and others. It has already reached its peak. It can easily destroy a planet. Destroy a space. Destroy a world. But create. Jianzu and Wu Zu and others. But still difficult to do. They can create their own little world. It can capture some creatures to survive and multiply in those small worlds. But it cannot create life. Or, life cannot be created out of thin air. Yi Feng suddenly thought of something. And when he looked at the green scepter in his hand, discover the cursed power of Wu Zu. It didn't even hurt the green scepter even a tiny bit. Obviously, the breath of life in this green scepter. A little too rich. Even if it is the most powerful curse destructive force in the world. Can't destroy half of it. In that case. Then I'll try. Yi Feng closed his eyes. With the meaning of the Heart of Chaos. With a thought. He gripped the Chaos Scepter in his hand tightly. Stimulate the green vitality light spots in it. Turn into a bird. Follow his thoughts. Some green life force blips on the green scepter. They turned into white birds one after another. Thousands. Overwhelming. Instantly submerged Yi Feng's body in the tide of birds. This scene. Wu Zu, who was not far away, frowned slightly. What the hell is this kid doing? It's the sword ancestor in the distance. Seeing this was another inspiration. Seems to have thought of something. Follow Yi Feng's thoughts. The large flock of birds immediately flew towards where Wuzu was. And according to Yifeng's intention, update as soon as possible to capture the green life force light spot in Wuzu's body. For this, Wuzu was not prepared at all. He subconsciously activated the law of chaos, condensed into a cursed black dragon. He opened his mouth and swallowed those white birds. However, a green life force blip. Then it can turn into a white flying bird. Driven by Yifeng's consciousness, the white birds went on and on. Wuzu was enveloped in it from all directions. Even if there is a cursed black dragon to swallow those white birds, it can't stop more white birds from moving forward. These white birds, they are the simplest creatures. Every bird is vulnerable. However, it was impossible for Wuzu to deal with the continuous birds. Even as long as there is a bird close to Wuzu, it can attract the green life force light spots in its body to emerge. And under Yifeng's idea, also turned into a bird. Just for an instant. Even if Wuzu desperately resisted, there are millions of green life force light spots in his body. It also quickly turned into a bird and flew away from his body. Next moment. Return. Yifeng thought about it. Millions of birds flew back in an instant. Gathered on his green scepter. There are millions more green life force light spots. The green scepter seems to have become a little more complete. But the distance is perfect. Obviously still a long way off. The corners of Yifeng's mouth curled up slightly. Up to now, he finally understood the meaning of the Chaos Scepter. To become the Lord of Chaos, we must learn to create. Just create space. Far from enough. You must also be able to create life. With the purest life energy. Create all kinds of creatures. Then give them the ability to reproduce. Create. This is the power that belongs to the Lord of Chaos. If you want to make the Chaos Scepter complete, you need to keep collecting these green life force light spots in the entire ancient Jedi space. Adding the green life force light spots together should be able to form a complete Chaos Scepter. The first time to update. In Yifeng's heart. Probably another guess. An era is broken. Before another era begins. Why is there such a buffer time? This is naturally to accumulate enough green vitality light spots. Start. Reproduce. Yifeng was determined. The heart of chaos just gave him a little inspiration. It made him think so much. Undoubtedly put him on the road to becoming the Lord of Chaos. Already ahead of others. He feels it. Inside the green scepter in his hand. Has become a whole world. In this world, countless birds and beasts, insects, birds, fish and shrimps are constantly being created by him. And then, each of these lives began to multiply. These lives, they are all according to the type Yifeng has seen. Create it. Although Yifeng doesn't understand the specific process of life reproduction. But these green life force blips. But it is itself adaptive. When the world inside his green scepter began to develop and multiply. The scepter of chaos in his hand. Soon it becomes more and more complete. Now these lives. It's all just more abstract. As long as Yifeng is willing. It can be transformed into green vitality light spots at any time. Therefore, one of these green life force light spots becomes 2. 2 becomes 4. There is no need for Yifeng to go outside to collect and plunder. This speed. Faster than him wantonly absorbing the green life force light spots in the entire ancient Jedi space. On the green scepter. Light spots of vitality gradually grow out. It turned into countless towering giant vines. They completely surrounded and protected Yifeng, Lian, Xie Xianyu, and others. And these towering giant vines, longer and longer, continue to expand towards the outside. Wu Zhu is not far away, watching all this happen, until the green light spot of life force in his body was completely snatched away by Yifeng. Only then did he finally react. His face was full of anger. He wanted to smash Yifeng into thousands of pieces. But with the law of chaos and the power of curse that he comprehended, it is impossible to break through the natural barrier formed by the towering giant vines. Unparalleled life energy, at an extremely terrifying speed, spread towards the surroundings. Soon, Wu Zhu's whole body was tightly gathered by these huge vines, clamped inside. Rao is the curse power that he constantly casts the law of chaos. After destroying these vines, immediately more vines will gather. Be the breath of life on Yifeng's side. It spread and exploded at an extremely terrifying speed. Sword Ancestor not far away also felt a little wrong. His face changed slightly, because he just tried to create some small animals with green vitality light spots. They all ran towards where Yifeng was, obviously wanting to go to Yifeng's environment. Although Jianzhu also reacted quickly, but still one step slower than Yifeng. In addition, the hundreds of green vitality spots in Wu Zhu's body were all absorbed by Yifeng. Let Jianzhu lose the opportunity all of a sudden. Countless giant rattans spread out towards the surroundings. In an instant, Jianzhu's whole body was swallowed up. Then it extended even further. A forest of giant vines. It spread at an extremely terrifying speed in this ancient Jedi space. There will be scattered green vitality spots along the way. They all turned into giant rattans. Continue to grow outward. Many immortal cultivators who are still collecting light spots of green vitality haven't had time to react yet. It was trapped inside by the giant rattan forest. The green life force light spots in the body also continued to grow and extend out into giant vines. In the middle of the whole rattan forest, Yifeng still closed his eyes. Indulge in the joy of creation. The green scepter in his hand. It is also becoming more and more complete. But now, the biggest doubt in Yifeng's heart. But it does not lie in the Chaos Scepter and Chaos Lord. He believes. Soon when the Chaos Scepter in his hand became complete, he can become the Lord of Chaos. Take charge of the next era. Go through a big cycle. However, behind all this, what is it again? The oracle came. Who sent the oracle? No one could answer his question. When the green scepter in Yifeng's hand became completely complete, an oracle of light. Once again, it shines on the top of Ye's head. Let him completely grasp the full power of the chaos scepter in his hand. He finally became the Lord of Chaos. On a sunny prairie, a woman in a red dress, lying down with eyes closed. By her side also lay a small dragon made of flames. Xiao Yu! Xiao Yu! A child's shout came from far and near. Let the woman in the red skirt open her eyes. Yi Xiaofeng. How many times have I told you? Call me Mom. Xiao Yu, a woman in a red dress. Seductively, she half sat up, looking at a little boy running over not far away. There was a sweet smile on the corner of his mouth. The little boy pouted. Come to Xiao Yu and stand still, okay? Mom. I'm so bored. Take me out to play. Xiao Yu narrowed her eyes. Patted the grass beside him, sit down first. Mom will tell you a story. It's about Dad defeating the great demon king and becoming the Lord of Chaos again. I'm tired of hearing it. Now I want to go out and play. The little boy said angrily. Look for your dad to take you out to play. Xiaoyu curled her lips and said. He's busy playing with Sue's mother in the room now. The little boy deliberately bit the word play very hard. And the mother Sue in his mouth. Of course it refers to Su Menghan. Xiaoyu heard the words. Immediately snorted coldly, you brat. You play around all day long. You don't know how to cultivate. Look at your elder sister Yi Ling. Now you have cultivated for 3,000 years. What about you? You have only cultivated for a few hundred years. I'm ashamed to go out to play all day long. But. The little boy burst into tears. This chaos palace is really boring. Actually. Mom thinks so too. Xiaoyu held her cheeks. Thoughtful, he said, but what if Mom secretly takes you out to play? What if you are kidnapped by bad guys like last time? Anyway, Dad will come to save us. What are you afraid of? The little boy could see it. You bastard. You can't give your dad less trouble. Xiaoyu tugged at the little boy's white and tender face. Let's go. Let's go find your sister Yi Ling. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Wanner for a long time. Xiaoyu raised her head, looking at a cloud in the sky. With a smile. From Watch Genuine Content for the first time.